my dad, like he shared a post with me. I was like, come on, Dad, have you even followed where this source has come from? And he's like, what do you mean? Well, the Twitter thing or X thing that he shared was from a channel that had reposted another channel that clearly said in the description that he was doing infotainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you're getting your information from someone who considers himself infotainment. And he's
Have you
and he's
ever
like, oh,
watched?
that's yeah, go on.
I was going to say, have you ever watched any of the presidential debates from or in UK, America, any of the English ones, so you can understand it, and watch them from the 50s or 60s? That would not fit in with today's TikTok brain. You need someone like Trump. So you got these little one-liners that people can snip. It wouldn't work in the 50s because they're actually talking about like honor and all this like actual real stuff. Now it's like it's fitting the times, and they need these idiots for. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You need to have celebrities. Because back in the day the celebrities were like the actual like people in charge of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like philosophers actually had practical use to the society. You didn't have chefs and comedians. Well, I suppose you may have had comedians, but you didn't have like, you know, just like binge worthy celebrities. You had philosophers, you had scientists. These were the celebrities. But
Mm-hmm.
now, if you look at it now, bro, like some of the people we idolize, Logan Paul, can fill a stadium, can fill a boxing fight, Madison Square Garden style. But then some of the best boxers out here are struggling to get fights because they can't fill a
Mm-hmm.
stadium.
Yep.
Like,
Bizarre.
it's backwards. Yeah, it's backwards, mate. Unhealthy society.
We are really. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? That is where it's going, especially with the internet.
Yeah, I think it's pretty pathetic. Prothetic, is that what they say?
Mm-hmm. Well, someone
Even
said on
down to
here.
the Crocs. They had everybody in Crocs, didn't they? Remember?
Then it was Ugg. Before that, it was Ugg boots.
Yeah. Now that's the height of fashion.
Someone said it earlier about we've got all this technology now. We can't even figure out the Earth's flat for one. But we've got all this technology, but people, we could be doing so much more. But like you say, people running around queuing for hours to get an iPhone 15 or a pair of Crocs. They're more interested in that than the actual reality.
Yep. What's up, Badar and Yatri? See you guys come in recently. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Is this for real, or is this a joke? Flat Earth.
No, Flat
Yeah,
Earth is very much, it's very serious. Not a joke.
I don't see in in news or in social media. I don't see this usually. Flat Earth. It is like a joke.
Because most people
Mm.
think it isn't.
People really
It's
don't
just
believe.
unpopular, my friend. It's just unpopular.
Oh yes, true. So if
But in
I'm new,
reality, in reality, Flat Earth is a very serious topic. We actually experience a flat Earth when we go outside, take a measurement, take an observation. We will experience the Earth as flat. We have to.
sure. If I'm new to this, then how would I know that if Earth is flat or not?
Well, like I said, Earth appears flat to us all. That's exactly how we experience the Earth. Whether you're in engineering, whether you're in aviation, whether you're creating anything really that leaves the ground, you are treating the Earth as flat and stationary in all engineering, in all fields. The Earth is flat.
If you see from an aeroplane up above, then you will see the curvature, I think.
What, from 30,000 feet?
Yeah, sure. like high above. I mean,
No. Do you know what percentage of the Earth you'd be seeing from 30,000 feet?
no, I don't. I'm not aware.
Well, put it this way: you're seeing 3% of the Earth from 250 miles above the Earth. You would only be seeing 3% of the Earth's surface. You are not supposed to see the curve of the Earth from an airplane.
Okay.
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. You experience the Earth as flat, and we experience the Earth as non-rotating. But at 30,000 feet, nobody claims to see the Earth, the curvature of the Earth.
What
So
about
how?
the Burj Khalifa experiment where people saw the sunset twice? First from the ground, and then they waited for the sun to completely go behind to set, and then they went to the top floor, and they saw the sun set again.
When you stood at the top of the Burj Khalifa, you've got a further field of vision.
No, but it's
So
you,
what about
If,
sun?
if, if you watch the sun set and then you get in a helicopter and fly up, you'd be able to see it for a bit longer, and then it would reset.
it goes
So
it goes down behind the horizon.
No, you can't prove
It's
that
just going out of your field of vision.
because, like my friend Dragon Fruit just said, if you raise your elevation, you can see further. That's nothing to do with curvature.
So
That's
sun
perspective.
is like small for you guys. It is not as they say.
The sun, as we observe it, appears to be a lot closer than 93 million miles away. Just the fact that we have corpuscular rays, sun rays that you can use to triangulate a position. You get the angles of the corpuscular rays focusing at a place very close or just above the clouds. You don't experience sun rays coming in parallel from a 93 million mile away body, do we? That's not
Right.
how we experience the sun.
So scientists are lying, you mean?
Hold on.
What do you mean by lying?
No,
Wait.
scientists claim that it is, I don't know how far it Earth is. No, sun is very far and the Earth is round and all the other things, which contradict your
Of
flat
course,
Earth
they
view.
think. Yes, of course, they think scientists are lying because they want to control people. But anyway,
No, it's not that. No, wait. It's not that scientists are lying. Scientists are doing their job. Okay, you have an employer, and you're employed to research certain things and do certain jobs. There isn't scientists aren't all out here saying the Earth is round. The Earth is round. They're just doing their jobs and they're doing their observations with the assumption we live on a planet with stars that are far away. In the universe, they believe the model, but they don't go around making claims about that. Because if you do an experiment, you're going to experience the Earth as stationary. You're not going to do an experiment where you're going to detect curvature. So no, they're not lying.
Let me search if
scientists.
scientists Earth is flat or not. If they say it is round, then you are wrong, right? If they claim that Earth is not flat and Earth is round.
Yeah, but their assumptions. This is an assumption that they would make based on the previous claims. They're not gonna be able to say, I can prove the Earth is a ball, because there is no experiments that can prove we live on a ball.
What if they say that this is a fact? This is a universal statement that Earth is not flat and it is round.
Yeah, but how do you establish a fact?
And wasn't there a time in history when scientists was on the telly saying how good cigarettes are for pregnant women?
That's right. Yes,
To the
So
point.
that's true. Yeah.
like Roots just said, you have an employer. There's not many freelance scientists.
Sure,
But
sure.
even if
It's not a cheap field. You can just set up your own lab. It needs a lot of funding. That's why the government sponsors like 99.5% of all science.
Well,
Science
they
isn't
said,
about. So what science is about is proving causation of phenomenon. It's about cause and effect. So it's not a question of science when it comes to the geometry of the Earth.
Oh, sure.
Scientists don't have they don't comment on the geometry. They don't comment on the cosmology. That's not their job.
so don't you think that assuming the Earth is actually flat, don't you think that you need to come up with new physics and this fact that the Earth is flat invalidates all the physics we have?
No, it doesn't. We already have
How?
flat Earth physics. Flat Earth physics is just physics. What the globe has is pseudo physics or philosophy posed as physics. So
It's
in order to
very
establish something, but listen, in physics, in order to establish something, you're going to need to prove causation. So you need an experiment. There are no experiments. All experiments or observations that you can do in respect to the Earth will show you the Earth is stationary and the Earth is not curving at a rate of 8 inches per mole squared. You can't prove that in an experiment. So we already have flat Earth physics. It's called physics. The globe has pseudo physics. It has a model, a mathematical model, but that's just based a backwards engineered model based on what we observe already. So no, the physics is there already. We don't need new physics. The Earth is treated as if it is in a state of rest. That can be proven.
And how
is
did
it
you
true?
and how did you say how is it possible that sun rises and sets at different time worldwide?
Time zones. And we have time zones due to the fact that the sun moves.
So
So
sun
when
is
the
like
sun moves, the sun takes its light with it.
okay.
And
So
the sun is
sun
doing a circuit over the Earth.
What is the sun in flat Earth theory?
We don't know.
What is the sun in your theory? A 93 million mile away gas ball?
they mean to say it is very smaller than as we think or as scientists claim. They
It
think
would have to be.
Try
It would have to
prove
be.
try prove the sun is 93 million miles away.
I would trust the scientists.
Yeah, right. Well, you can put blind
And
faith
what did
in
the
science
scientists
if you
say?
want.
Even if I have to go against their word, I have to do my own research. I have to
So
do
when the scientist was telling people that it's okay for pregnant women to smoke cigarettes, when those people said, "Actually, wait a minute, this is a bit wrong," were they crazy conspiracists, or were they just people thinking, "Hold on a minute, this doesn't seem right"?
no. You have to have a certain qualification, to
No,
make.
you don't need a qualification to measure a table.
Now, this is exactly how they fooled us. Most people think you need this qualification, you need this title in order to be able to speak about things. And that's how the world is under an illusion, because you guys have to appeal to this qualification, which you can only get if you go down the path of indoctrination and follow their narrative and push their agenda. That's exactly how we got in this mess, by having that attitude and saying, even though it doesn't make sense, I'm still going to trust them because they have a piece of paper.
But it is still your words against them. Like you haven't convinced the earth is round. You just said this. You just gave statements.
No, the only statement I made was that we experience the Earth as non-rotating and not curving. That's how we experience the Earth in every industry. That's something that I can back up.
So people believed that for many years, right? During in the ancient times, right? We believed that it's flat. So
It's less of a belief. Listen, you've got to think of it like this. If we experience the Earth as non-rotating and there is not one experiment or observation you can make to prove that the Earth is rotating on its axis, is it a belief or is it just knowledge that the Earth is treated as non-rotating and non-spinning? It's just knowledge, my friend. It's not that everybody believed an agenda and believed a cosmology. We just knew that the Earth was at a state of rest. We understand water, we understand motion, we understand that the Earth's so-called rotation cannot be detected. So it's knowledge that we treat the Earth as non-rotating. It's a belief that it secretly really is rotating. I know I laboured that point, but I just need you to understand the ancients didn't believe. There's lots of different beliefs that they did have, but the Earth being non-rotating and planar in its nature isn't a belief. That's just a knowledge. So
What about the
how are we
stars?
in this mess? If go ahead, go ahead,
What about the stars? What do you think about the stars? Are they also small?
my friend. We can't verify what the stars are, but
You can observe, everything
we
you
can
are based on.
observe. But
Yeah.
we can observe things that look like stars using light, water, sound waves. We can replicate something that could look like the stars practically and observationally. Light, water, sound waves, bubbles. So
Sure, sure,
I'm
sure.
not making any claims. I'm just saying if we can't go there, then we can't verify. So that's where the belief comes in. Treating the Earth as stationary and planar is not you don't require belief. In fact, you must acknowledge that if you want to engineer, build, pass safety regulations in a lot of industries of importance to people's lives. You can't have pilots adjusting for the curve of the Earth, otherwise people will die. You can't
True,
have
true.
you can't have pilots taking into account the Coriolis effect or the rotation of the Earth under the plane, because then they will never get to their destination.
True,
Do you hear what I'm saying here? Like, it's not a belief. That's how you have to treat the Earth if you want to get somewhere and do something.
true, true, true.
You may not have already known this, but this is something you should look up if you didn't know this before. Any industry.
What do you think about moon landing?
of course, you're asking good questions.
Just
Really. I don't think the moon landing was a real event, my friend. I think it was staged.
Do you accept that light is made up of packets of energy they call photons?
I believe that's one way you can describe light, but I think there's many other ways that light can behave and be described as well.
Okay, so you say that we don't know what the sun is, and we can't know that. But this light, we can, like, it's energy, right? It's coming from the sun.
Yep.
And what object would produce this amount of energy?
It's a great question. There's some great minds that have commented on it. There's some great minds, but the idea that it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum with no surface, held together by something called gravity, which has no, provable cause, or any testable features. I think that's just a very bold claim when there's other ways to induce or create balls of energy. Like, Why is your theory that it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum, which violates many laws that we understand about science, why is that more credible than alternatives?
Because they have a detailed
Model.
knowledge
Model.
of atomic things. You know, they made the bomb, nuclear bomb. You see, and now if you have this type of knowledge, you understand. Of course, it's gonna be. You know what I mean? It's you understand what's going on in the sun.
Yeah, but if you understand that they can have limited access to knowledge on light and also not understand what it is, like
Of course,
we
they
know
don't.
there are experiments out there that completely undermine the whole photon argument. You know, light
No,
doesn't act like a
but,
particle at all times.
but they don't
So yeah,
claim
there's a
they know.
limited knowledge. You can develop knowledge, but if you don't know, if you've got the wrong basis or the wrong fundamental understanding, then you'll never be able to progress. And I'm not saying,
Because
oh, you know, I'm not saying I know anything they don't or anything. I'm just saying that if they're wrong, no, if you're wrong, then there could be a lot more to light and there could be a lot more to energy than we know. And it just so happens that a lot of the greatest minds that a lot of people have never heard of were saying the same thing about light, about reality being different to how we explain it with particles.
you're saying because
Do you get what
they
I'm saying?
don't know. You're saying because they don't yet know what life is. They have no. They're not going to be able to figure out what the sun is. Is that what you're saying?
No, no, no. What I was saying about the sun is you make an assumption that it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum when you
Because
have no way to prove that. And it could quite easily be, you know, other things that other people have talked about. What I'm saying is you have no proof that it's a boiling ball of gas in a vacuum. Fundamentally, that's when it comes down to it, you can't prove that. Nobody can.
How do you see gravity? Do you believe in gravity?
What's gravity?
There's a force that pulls down object when you know throw something or it
Do you remember
falls
what
down.
Root said earlier about you need an experiment? What experiment did they use to prove gravity?
Okay.
How do we know there's a force pulling things? How do we know there's a pulling force?
So why are they falling down?
Well, that can be explained by relative density. The object
What
is
is
more dense than the object is more dense than the air. Therefore, it will drop to its equilibrium, its rest point. That's
and
Archimedes' principle. That's not a pulling force. That's Archimedes' principle.
hmm. According to flat Earth, the sun moves around the world. You know, like why does it move? Like gravity.
But I
If we
thought
were
we were
to
talking about gravity.
no, if we were to believe in gravity, and if we were to believe that Earth is round, then it would perfectly explain that Earth rotates because of the gravitational force. But if we were to believe in flat Earth theory, how would sun
It
work? Why
doesn't
does it?
perfectly explain. Doesn't perfectly explain orbits.
No, so
There's
how does flat Earth?
huge problems with orbits. Let's face it, we can't model gravity with more
No,
than
I'm
three
clear about flat
bodies.
Earth. I
In
don't
fact,
want
we
to
can't
hear.
model it. We can't model gravity with more than two bodies. When you add a third body into a gravity model, the system goes haywire. You
No,
don't
so
get
I don't.
orbits.
I want to hear about flat Earth. How do you explain the sun moving on flat Earth?
But this is the thing. I've already explained to you what flat Earth is. It's the acknowledgement that we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. We observe
No,
the Earth as flat and stationary. That's flat Earth. Now you claim things like the sun is a burning ball of gas in a vacuum 93 million miles away, or you claim that there's a magical force called gravity pulling things down, but you don't have any evidence for your claim. All I'm offering is alternative explanations that make way more sense than the things you're claiming.
No, it doesn't make sense. You know, the sun moving
Archimedes'
for no reason.
principle.
How do you
Archimedes'
explain that?
principle makes a lot more sense than a magical invisible force that nobody can detect.
What is Archimedes principle? Who made that? Do you have proof for that?
It's relative density.
It's just your words against mine words.
Well, that's what conversations are in debates. They're always words versus words. But are your words making sense? Not really.
Not.
Because you're making a bunch of claims without knowing it, because you're backing a model with no direct evidence, and then you're
Sure.
claiming that we have proof, we live on a ball, but when asked, you say we have to trust the scientists. So you've not provided any evidence or proof, you're just appealing to authority,
Mm.
and there's absolutely no evidence for any of the claims you're making.
Sure.
I'm just calling it as it is, bro. You're trying to call me out. I've told you what flat earth is.
No, sure. I'm here to discuss. I'm not here to argue or debate. Just to have a conversation.
Okay.
I get that.
There's a question that my friend wants to know: what path American pilots chose to bomb Japan from mainland America during World War II?
My friend, I don't have a map that I can show you that I can say represents the world, because all maps that we have are incorrect. Now, in terms of the the way maps work, yeah, you can have a globe depiction of the known land masses, and you can make it work with a coordinate system and a grid system. Great. So you can say this matches that time, so they took this path. Great. But at the end of the day, we have no way to know exactly like distances between places. It's all very relative. When you deal with long distances, you're dealing with a lot of variances, the speed of travel back and forth. So all I'm saying is we don't have proof of a map. We don't have any confirmation of what path they took, and nor do you. You're just following the coordinate system, putting it on a globe and saying this proves we're on a globe. But that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that we have curvature. That doesn't prove we have motion.
Just to add, it's not, if you type in on YouTube or Google, all maps lie. There's so many documentaries and videos showing you how maps lie through history, how they've changed. It's like it's not just a statement that everybody's lying. Maps are lies.
Yeah, there's no way to be able to fully determine any of that. But all you need is a coordinate system. All you need is a grid system to be able to give you the longitude and latitude, and you're good. And then you can navigate on any shape map. You just need a coordinate system that works with it. But this is reifying. This is reifying the fact that this proves we live on a ball. That's not evidence we live on a ball. We're going to actually need some direct evidence that we have some curvature, that the Earth's spinning, that you can have a vacuum in the sky. You're going to need to prove all of those three things before you can start making claims.
Mm.
And it just sounds bizarre because, yeah, you're right. The authorities will tell you, the textbooks will tell you we live on a ball, but they're sourcing previous textbooks. They're not sourcing evidence. They're not sourcing direct experiments. Any pilot will tell you they don't adjust for curvature. And engineering, any ballistics man Any engineer will tell you they don't account for curvature. They don't account for the rotation.
Yeah. Oh, two things. Why the sun and the moon are round, and why are they flying? What makes them not fall down? What is keeping them from falling?
It's something I could speculate on, but I wouldn't be able to tell you that, and I couldn't represent everybody's ideas in here. I could tell you my speculations, but I don't see how they're relevant. What would that prove? If I come up with something good that resonates with you, will that make you believe that we measure the Earth flat? Probably not. Would it?
If you
If I give you a good answer, something you can understand, something that works with the physics of this world, would that help you to understand that we measure the Earth to be flat?
well, yes.
So I have to tell you what powers the sun for you to acknowledge we measure the Earth to be flat. That's really strange, bro. Why should it matter what I believe about what powers the sun in this conversation? I'm not trying to change a cosmology. I'm not trying to sell you a cosmology here. I'm just telling you we measure the Earth to be flat. We don't detect any motion, no spinning on the axis, and the idea of space is a joke. Why do I need to tell you what powers the sun? It's not my place to do that. And if I tell you something that you like, is that going to help you to realize that we measure the Earth to be flat? Serious question, dude.
I never thought, I never even questioned that the Earth, the shape of the Earth. I assume it is round to me, because I don't know. I don't see why would why would I be fed lies? I don't see. I don't understand that. Like we are all here together. We're human beings. We're human beings, and we're here. We what? Am I lagging?
No, I was waiting for you to get it out. But there's a key thing you're missing here, dude. Without the indoctrination that you received in the textbooks and on the TV, you wouldn't think the Earth's a ball. You only believe it's a ball because we've been taught that. We can't experience anything that they're selling us in this cosmology. We can't experience it in reality. So while I understand what you're saying, we've been taught this from birth. Why would we even question this? It's just a statement of fact that we measure the Earth and treat the Earth as a flat, as a planar, non-rotating plane. Like that's just how we treat the Earth, and that has consequences. That means I can make a true statement and say we experience the Earth as flat. We experience the Earth as non-rotating. That is a true statement. Sounds like a contradiction, doesn't it? Yeah, something weird's going on. I agree. But you don't know that the Earth's a ball. You were just indoctrinated with that from birth, like we were, like we all are. Can we prove it? No.
There's some things that to me it makes no sense to question. If I go to the doctor and the doctor tells me the test says you have cancer, I would not think, oh, the doctor maybe he's lying to me because he wants to control me or whatever, wants to to get my money. It's not plausible to me.
How do you know that?
The question.
What proof do you have of anything? Because I don't want to get into a medical conversation here, dude. We don't talk medical in here. But this same logic could also be true about exactly what you've just said. We don't exactly have the healthiest population since times began, although we are supposed to be at the height of pharmaceutical medicine. Now, I don't want to get on a discussion. I really don't want to get on the discussion of medication and medical. But how do you know you are right about these things you are saying? Are you just saying things because you believe them to be true? Or is it because you know them to be true? Because I'm telling you what you're saying may not be true and you have no proof. You don't have any good evidence to prove that.
I don't.
Things aren't great. A lot of things don't make sense, including the subject you brought up. I'm telling you, they don't make sense in the geometry of the Earth. They don't make sense in the cosmology of the Earth. There's a lot of things that don't make sense here. So could there be something bigger going on? And could it be a situation where these things tend to be hidden in plain sight because we as humans trust authorities and we don't actually have this critical thinking skills anymore?
It's funny, a doctor will never tell you to eat healthy, they'll just pump you with pills. I wonder why that is.
Doesn't make sense to me. When we have the knowledge of medicine and food and nature, but I digress.
We depend on the scientists for a lot of things, for the technology and medicine and many things. So if we can't depend on scientists, we're cooked. Because who do we depend on?
Actually, why do you need to depend on anybody but yourself?
Of course we need. Because
Why?
together, we need to help each other. We run a society.
Why do I need a government to live my life? Why do I need scientists to live my life?
Because can you live in the forest by yourself?
Well, people have done for thousands of years.
Try.
Hold on. Can I just interject here? We're not trying to badmouth scientists. Well, I've told you earlier that the scientists aren't our enemies here. We agree with scientists. We agree with real scientists who do real experiments, proving the cause of phenomena in our world, which does then allow us to develop new technology. Remember, technology is not science. Once these scientific understandings have been established, then companies run off with technology and use it against us. So let's not marry technology and science. But when it comes to real science, we're dealing with flat earth physics. That's where people like us will step in and say, look what your science is telling you. And that's why I lead with, we measure and experience the earth as flat as do all people on this earth. We have no direct evidence, causation of gravity. We have no evidence of curvature. We have no evidence of motion. I'm trying to approach this in a scientific fashion with you because we all love science. But what I'm telling you is your science, the rawest data in your science is flat earth science. Then it gets converted and transformed into spherical globe science. And that's now why we have the theory of relativity. We've got the theory of gravity. We've got all these theories and cosmologies that we can't prove. We've had to move into theoretical science to be able to push forward our knowledge. But that's a contradiction because we're using theoretical science to advance knowledge. We do not have confirmation anymore of anything. I sound like I'm rambling, but dude, you've got to understand the situation that we're in. I probably said too much for that to stick, but I'm hoping you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Our science is your science. We love science. We have nothing against real scientists. What we have a problem with is the theoretical scientists who come along and try and make factual statements about the world, about life, about the forces that have no actual experiments or real, tangible, first-hand evidence to be able to back it. That's the problem we have. Our whole worldview is built on a belief that nobody can prove, on several beliefs, on hundreds of beliefs. But our science and your science is the same science. And we challenge you to show us real science, or at least, real direct evidence of any of this cosmology. You can't do it. You can't bring us evidence of your cosmology. We can show you evidence all day long. The guys have got memes. We've all got citations. We've all got links. We can share with you so much stuff. And it will all be based in observation, real world stuff. Can't do that with the globe. You've got to get to Einstein. You've got to get to philosophy. You've got to get to the millions and billions of miles away to make your points. And I'm not just saying you, I'm saying, anybody who believes we live on a globe. You've got to go to theoretical land to prove anything.
So if I abandon my everything I understand about the globe, the spherical Earth, and I start following what flat earthers tell me, now,
I wouldn't do that.
I forgot the question.
I wouldn't do that if I was you. Why would you start following what flat earthers say and do?
Because I am.
There's idiots
I don't have the capacity to go out.
There's idiots in every group.
Right.
Why would you blindly follow any group just because they are, I don't know, of a certain understanding or belief? You can't just box everybody together and say you could trust them. That would be dumb. I'm only pointing that out because this way of thinking is what's getting us into these problems. There are plenty of flat earthers who think that the AE map or the Gleason map is a flat earth, like the actual world as it's, as presented on that map. There's plenty of flat earthers who think and talk about how there's lands beyond the ice wall, and that there's extraterrestrials there. There's people who believe anything in any group, and this is the problem. You don't follow people. You actually use your own critical thinking, and you say, I've been told something. I've been told the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mole squared. Does the Earth present itself in that fashion? No. Okay. Well, then I've been told something that is incongruent with reality. So then you continue, okay, can't be experienced observationally. Well, can it be detected? No, it cannot be detected. Okay, then, do we account for it in engineering or industry? No, it can't be accounted for. So we experience and observe the Earth as flat. That's knowledge. Knowledge because you've done the research or you've done the direct experiments yourself. Right? You don't need to believe or follow anybody to know that the Earth isn't curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, but by myself, I cannot build a fucking Hubble telescope to send it on orbit and to test by myself. I cannot do that.
You would need to measure the ground to be a ball before you could assume you could put something in orbit around it.
I was just about to say that. You don't need a Hubble telescope to be able to... You don't need a Hubble telescope, dude.
I cannot find things out by myself. I cannot do that. How do I measure the planet? I cannot do that. by myself.
You're assuming we live on a planet because you were brainwashed into believing that the Earth you stand on is a planet. Why do you believe that
Is
in the
it?
first place?
So, okay, what is it? What is this? Is it, what? It's just the surface that goes infinitely, infinite. What is it?
No, listen,
I'm
we
confused.
listen. You have a compass, right? You know how compasses work. Yeah?
Yeah,
Do you know how a compass works? Do you know why the north pointer points north? You know why, yeah?
yeah.
Okay.
Magnet thing.
Okay.
Mm.
So if you go south, everybody gets to the same thing. Lots of ice. It's very cold. Okay? And then
Yeah,
when people try and travel across this ice, they're turned back. In fact, you can't even get to the ice unless you've got permission. But the point is, we don't know what's beyond the ice. Okay, so there's a continent, or you know, what's the best word? A container. There is a container of some sort, or a continent, or whatever, a higher land mass that's above sea level, and it's cold and it's icy, and as far as you can see, it's ice. That's about as much as we can verify with our group, collective, as a human race. That's as much as we can establish as truth. You go south, you get to a icy place, but everything in that, where the water seems to be contained, we have science, we have physics. We can test that, and we know there's no 8 inch per mile squared curvature, and we know there's no axial rotation. First, now we need to establish, is there an axis? We can't just say we live on a planet if we don't experience anything like that. But you would say,
yeah.
yes, we need to accept it because the authorities are telling us, sorry, the textbooks are telling us that we live on a planet in a vacuum. Do you get what I'm saying here? This whole idea is a contradiction to reality. And it's the mainstream position. I agree. So you're going to get cognitive dissonance. You're going to be unsure because obviously this sounds crazy to the average person who has never ever thought about this or questioned anything in their life. You're going to sound crazy. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. If you really actually are thinking about the question, what can you prove? All we can prove is that we live on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane.
The ice, you say, can't it be easily? You can see what's beyond the ice by using an airplane and just
Yeah, it's
can
very
that.
hush hush. Very hush hush. Some people have claimed there's green lands. Very credible people have claimed that there's more land, but we can't verify that because it's now somewhere that cannot be freely explored. You can go on little expeditions, but we can't go verify that. There's
We
a
used to,
treaty. There's a treaty that
Huh?
stops normal people like me and you flying too far south, and you'll be turned back for your own safety. Your own safety in quotation marks.
I think we have taken this guy to the point where we should, show him the method, how he can figure it out for himself. All the other stuff is pretty much overloading him now. So, Yatri, if you would like to know, you can figure it out, because that was the question, right? How can I measure Earth? We can tell you the method, and you can do it yourself for free, basically. Are you ready?
All right. How?
Super easy. Give me a second. I'm going to post it in the chat here.
Okay.
Can you still hear me? I changed to voice. See.
I hear you.
Okay, perfect. There it is. Posted by Old 2 posts up, right? See that ball?
Yeah.
Don't worry about the number. I'm just questioning if you see the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the picture that NASA has sent out, right?
Right.
Yeah. You see all the blue stuff in it. What is that?
The water.
Yeah, it's water. And notice something peculiar. It curves around that ball. Agree?
Yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing. We don't need to go to space to confirm this. We can confirm it down here. This is what you should do for yourself, so you don't have to trust us about it, right? Because most of us have done these tests yourself. You find a lake that's a few miles wide, let's say 10. You look in that diagram to the right picture, you can see over 10 miles, if the ball has the radius that NASA claimed, right, 1,959 miles, it has to curve 66 foot over a 10-mile wide lake. So you bring your friend with you, put him on the other side of the lake, and you on the other side. Get a good zoom camera if you can afford one, and I promise you're going to be able to zoom into him. Or you can buy a laser on Amazon or something, a good one, right? And then you shoot that from 1 foot above the sea on your side, and I promise you it's going to end up 1 foot over water on his side as well. When it should end up 66 foot in the air, that's a 6-story building. Or if you can't find a lake that's that wide, maybe go find a 5-mile wide and see if you can sit in a chair and see your friend on the other side, right? So there's multiple ways you can measure flat water when you know that all the water on Earth is flat, because you can do the sample, you can do the test in many places, right? Then you know that they claim that 71% of the Earth is covered by water. So it cannot be a ball logic. That means we can discard these so-called evidence picture space because we cannot confirm it down here. And that is the method. I wish you good luck. I can show you a laser test that I like that people have done out in Salt Lake over 21 miles. And when you watch that video, you can maybe you have some comments about it or questions.
Or go get a drink of water and come back with any questions, because you seem like we just fried your brain.
Yeah, we don't want to overload you, but here is the method, right? We talked about a lot of stuff. So this is a video you can go watch. Take a little time for yourself and think about it, and then you can come back. It's been very nice talking. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a link to the home server that we've got as well. We've got a lot of content on there that'll just, help you research.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
I'm sorry, bro. What was your name? Is it Yatri?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yatri. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. You're going to need to accept that so I can send you a link to the server because I can't post it in the chat.
Sure. Okay, sure.
Yeah, nice. I've sent you that now. So if you scroll down to the very, very bottom, you'll see lots of different subheadings, like rotation, curvature, gravity. There'll be any subject you can really think of. There'll be a subheading category for that, and then you'll see content all around that. So it's a really good resource, really. If you've got a question, we're not here. You can always go and refer to or if you're just doing your research, you can go and use that as a reference.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, bro. You've been a good sport. We get a lot of meltdowns in here, so it's nice to have a good, calm discussion.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, nah, you've been a good sport. A lot of people are like, "You lot are idiots. You stupid flat earthers. You deserve this, that, the other." They just start mouthing off crazy. The state of our society right now.
To be fair, it is scary, to tell somebody that everything you believed since you are young is wrong. Yeah, of course you're gonna be met with aggression, because it's
Yeah.
scary.
No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, and you're right. That's why a lot of the guys here, they're not phased by it. Occasionally people are bothered by it, but yeah, we deal with it every day. Every day. That's probably 90% of people, because their worldview is starting to contradict this information, and the more they verify it, the more that their reality doesn't match what they know to be true. And
Right.
that's pretty much what happened to me, and it's what happens to most flat earthers. They say, "Stupid flat earthers, let me prove them wrong." Famous last words of every flat earther, of every ex-globe earther: "Let me prove them wrong." So you go and you start trying to find this direct, smoking gun evidence that we live on a spinning ball. For some people, it takes a few weeks, but for me, it took a good 6 months before I started to realize, oh shit, there is no evidence for the heliocentric model. It's all a mathematical model, backwards engineered through perspective, what we see. And once that penny dropped, it was like, oh no, I'm a flat earther. And it wasn't a nice feeling, but I don't know, it is what it is at the end of the day.
Because once somebody's belief is shattered, there is a consequences of that. Now, if for example I shatter my belief of the round Earth, now it's not just gonna it makes me abandon my belief and that's it. No, I'm gonna start thinking about other things and to be paranoid, and my brain will trigger anxiety, will trigger fear of everything, and not trust. It's going to be hard for me to trust people, trust authority, and my life will be kind of worse.
The first week or so is going to be difficult, but after that you're going to be so grateful, because a lot of new truths are going to open up. But yes, you're going to put a lot of distrust into people from this point on.
Yeah.
But listen, I think Plain got it perfectly correct the way he said it. It's a short period. Everything seems worse when it's in the future, or over there. Everything just seems a lot more intense. But actually, for a couple of weeks you'll be like in disbelief. But then after a while, you're like, well, I'm glad that I'm able to use discernment and actually be unbiased and actually be able to just know the difference between belief and knowledge and acknowledge truths for what they are. You actually gain like a critical thinking skill where you're like, okay, I'm able to change my views, and we're born into this little biased club, whether it's red, blue, you know what I mean? We just all get raised in um society, what you would call culture. That's it. It's a cult culture. So we're indoctrinated from birth. So to be able to shake that off, Flat Earth is a good vehicle to be able to actually shake that off. Yes, it does separate you a little bit out from the rest of them who are still in it, but at the end of the day, you've got a lot, to gain by doing that. I believe I've gained a lot from that.
It's very difficult to explain it. We can only show you the door. You have to walk through it, as they say in the Matrix. So once you figure it out, you're gonna feel more free than you ever had your whole life, for real.
Right. Plain, that was such a good quote. It's literally the red pill and the blue pill. There is no going back from the red pill, yes, but would you rather know the truth or just
Right.
go back to an illusion?
Right. What he has in front of him now is basically go out to a lake and do that test yourself, or don't do it. That's the red or the blue pill. So we cannot force him to believe these tests, right? And he shouldn't. He should test it for himself. And look, Yatri, you don't even need a laser. You can just get a couple of mirrors and flash them from the other beach over to the other side. And unless your friend is over 66 foot tall, you shouldn't be able to see his mirror flash. So I urge you to go out and do this. You will be free, for real. Or you can take the red pill, the blue pill, and just go back to whatever reality it is you think you're living in.
The comfort zone.
You can go back to being Mr. Anderson if you want.
That's right.
Yeah, but all jokes aside, like it is something you gain. It isn't something you lose. I mean, it might seem like that from your perspective now, but trust me, there's a lot that you gain. And this isn't about flat Earth we're talking about anymore. This is just in general accepting the truth, regardless of whether it's inconvenient to your current lifestyle or not. Being able to disseminate information without bias.
Pretty interesting roots. People come in here and they ask us to convince them and stuff like that, and like give them a better explanation, give them a better story than what they currently believe. When in fact that's not even why we're here. We just want to show them the door, right? And they have to walk through it themselves. You shouldn't convince other people. I mean, maybe some weak-minded people will believe, the story and just become a flat earther because we told them so, but it's not going to last for them. They need to do a test themselves. They really do. So Yatri, that's what you have to do. We're not here to convince you. We're only here to show you the method. And it goes for everyone, all people who believe in the globe. We just need to tell you the method, and hopefully you'll go out and check it yourself. So yeah, this is a very serious channel. People think we're in here trolling. We're not. We just want to wake other people up, and they can figure it out for themselves. You don't need super expensive telescopes or build rockets to go to space or any of that crap. You just need to check the water surface. And if you want to dig in deeper, you can do infrared photography tests, for example. We can shoot photographies 250 miles out. Should be several miles covering that shot, but there is. Yeah, we have many empirical evidence to bring to people here, but we bring up the water one first. It's the easiest for people to do without actually spending any money.
Well, that was a good discussion. Don't know if anyone else wants to chime in, or if anybody new has joined, but welcome. Feel free to chime in, guys.
Hey, Roach and everybody, haven't talked to y'all since last year. Is the Earth a globe yet?
Happy New Gregorian year to you, Dave. No, the Earth's still not a ball.
I think who was it? Plain Truth has hit the point home hard there. I just want to reinforce it. Once you accept that a large body of water is not conforming to a ball, it's no longer a ball. It's up to you to make that decision, though. But just saying,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
100%. By the way, Dave, good to see you again. Someone was in here a couple of days ago and said, "Where's Dave Hinkle? I haven't seen him for a while." Well, now we can tell him, well, we saw him today, so welcome back.
you can tell everybody that I still exist and whatever this is. Back to you guys.
Good. Well, I think we lost our friend. Hopefully he's watching that Salt Lake video and thinking about this, and maybe he'll come back one day and sit here and join the panel with us.
Yeah, I have high hopes for the guy.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dave. I was just saying I have high hopes for the guy. He asked some good questions.
Yeah, I was going to say I was listening to y'all the last 15, 20 minutes. The guy seemed like at least has an open mind to actually thinking for himself. So, I mean, y'all did all you could do. You just present the information, and it's up to people to walk through the door, right?
Yeah, I thought Plain Truth's example with that referred to the Matrix. I thought that was perfect. I wasn't even thinking about that, and then it just kind of slotted in perfectly to help him realize the point. It's just crazy how it always comes back to that red pill, blue pill thing, isn't it? Every analogy.
Yeah, there's so many people lost in the sauce or lost in space. They think this is a grand, convoluted conspiracy. Why would they lie? Blah, blah, blah. And it's really so simple. It's just bodies of water not curving. I mean, what can I say?
All right, so we have some viewers over on YouTube. Hello, guys. 8 people there and 10 on the other channel. See if you guys have any comments for us today. Professor Phil is over there staring up stuff. And see, in comes Indio. Living rent-free in your heads is a win. That India is always
Quick
fun.
shout out to Professor Phil. He's been probing the globe for over 10 years now. Good job, Professor Phil.
Yeah, good job, Phil. Flat earthers don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, says Professor Phil. Bill8907, hello Bill, hello chat, he says. What's going on? Much going on in here, says Phil. Bill says it's quiet, right? I guess here the last 20 minutes or 30 or 40. I mean, I think there's been a good discussion going for a while. I just woke up and turned it on. There was people talking, so thought I'll chime in if I could.
I mean, it's just my opinion, but almost all the silence in here is basically because people have no proof for the globe model. I'm just saying, go ahead.
Right. Dr. Phil doesn't have any evidence, so he goes on to do some you are Muppets. Okay. Good argument, Phil. How about you bring something, show some evidence that water curves, for example. India answers him. What did you say? You lived on the world of the globe every day in your life, says. Oh, that's a claim. You wish, says Indio. You've never experienced the globe in your life. You looked at a screen and took the flashing lights for reality. Isn't that true? Bill says it's all flat. Oh, there we go. Join us here, Bill. We want to hear from you. Don't recognize your name out there. Bill8907. Shout out to you. It is absolutely flat. That's right. 1H says happy 2026. Happy 2026 to you. That's right. 1H. Okay, now Professor Phil says, I experience the globe every time I watch the sunset. If you don't understand this, then maybe read up on shapes and perspective. Wow, the gaslight is real. Because if anyone understands, shapes and perspective, it is a flat earther. We've been studying those things for years, so I think you're misinformed there.
Real quick, he's basically saying that he accepts that he's on a moving ball and he's moving backwards away from the sun, so he knows it's a ball. Okay, got you, Phil.
I mean, it's super weird when they say, I see the horizon, therefore it's curved. I mean, it is horizontal, for crying out loud. Well, India has an answer for Phil over on YouTube. He says, you don't experience thing by looking at something that is not the thing you dope. You are an incoherent mess. Yeah. At best, a sunset would be an inference. Inferences exist in the mind, not in the senses. Your experience with sense, correct? Why are all you goblins midwits? Okay. I mean, even if that's true, yeah, it's funny though. Okay. Goblins are midwits. I mean, in my experience, actually, but let's talk about the argument here. Okay. Dr. Phil says, I use my brain to interpret what I observe. We all do. Some of us are better at it than others. Okay, a little backhanded slight there. Everything we experience in life is interpreted by our brain. Are we going to go to the brain in the jar thing? Don't know.
Right there, he's basically saying that some of us are better at accepting the narrative instead of actually thinking for ourselves. Just my opinion. Sorry,
yeah, there's a whole bunch of sheep accepting whatever they're being told. It's weird. Devon J30 says, you can know those natural physics through your natural senses. Your senses are the resources to science. I think there was some kind of misspelling there. We have the physics to interpret the physical world. Yeah, that's right. We have a vestibular system who helps us understand that the earth isn't moving. We have our vision. We can see that things are horizontal. And we have our breathing system, which helps us realize that we are in a closed system with gas pressure. Devon J, good quote, blind belief, blind acceptance. Yeah. Devon J30 says, we know natural physics. We know the structure and behavior of the terrestrial world. Celestial is not terrestrial. That's right. They always want to go to celestial. Why are the moon round? Why is the sun round, for example? It has nothing to do with the surface property. Good point, Devon J. And he says a gas ball in a vacuum. That kind of thinking is held back. Yeah, we can't prove it. I always found that one ridiculous. Gas doesn't form into a ball. Gas fills space. Natural law always occurring, correct? Like the atmosphere. Layers of gas doesn't form into a ball. You can't demonstrate or prove gravity containing gas particles or producing gas pressure without containment in a natural way. In natural physics, okay. Indio says to Phil, everything we experience in life is interpreted by our brain. Factually incorrect. People in a permanent vegetative state react to external sensory stimuli. So try again. Good point, India. And Dr. Phil said, it's cute that you think our senses have nothing to do with our brain. India says, this is a straw man, and you sensed the sun and used it to interpret something that is not sun. Devon J says, humans determine the world through their sense, not through shade. How does our sense interpret the Earth as round? Let's see, is level, horizon is horizontal, and the ground is a plane of reference. Obviously, the Earth must be like a flat circle, not spherical. I think that was, well, I don't think it's a flat circle, because only for the reason that I can't prove it. But the surface property is definitely flat, whatever shape. The visual perspective where parallel lines converge point can only occur on a flat plane. Interesting. D1J says, the point is trusting your own senses to obtain the skill set of distinguishing fact and fiction. Yeah, I agree. Some people are just victims. Yeah, and I also think some people have fallen prey to tradition. That's all we have at this point, I think. I don't think there's many people left that actively pursuing the lie, knowing flat and telling us that it's round. If those people exist, they're very few. We are basically being taught a mythos at this point. Earth is a ball. My teacher told me, her teacher told her, and so all the way. D1J30 says, Earth is measured, aviated, navigated, mapped, charted, and built upon flat. Nobody utilizes curvature, correct? It's perceived flat and utilized as perceived. That is the end of our comments on YouTube. If you guys over there, we have a few more viewers now. If you want to contribute to the discussion, you can type in and I can read the chat. I'm going to check our other YouTube channel now. I think we have 10 people over there as well, but they weren't chattiest on Flatloid's stream, the one I'm commenting on right now. We do have a couple of comments on the other. MacGyver Institute of Ninja Tech says, that's a mod. I wonder who that is. They all have funny names. Water is flat. Flat don't care about feelings. Absolutely. And Invisible Chains 969 says, is Santa Claus real? And we have a few more viewers over on that stream as well. If you guys want to chime in, if you want to contribute, go right ahead. I'll read your comment. And also, this is a mic check. Am I still being heard? Well, I think so, because my thing lights up.
Plain and truth, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, great.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. I think this year is a great year. Did you guys see Indio's observation? That was really well presented. I retweeted it. It's over on X. If anybody want to have a look, go to Indio's profile. It's pinned in his profile. India has done some amazing observations. Like I really like the one 30 mile out container ship. But this new one is also next level. It's very good. I need to learn it and learn the numbers, and we can use it here when we show people the method. And I can probably replicate his his test as well, since I also live in Massachusetts. Should have an event where he presents his thing again. The more people can learn about it. Scrolling up chat from last night, see if anything interesting was going down. Susan, how are you? And Tisila, how are you? Welcome. Lost Susan, or Suxan, Suxan. Probably not pronounced correct. I think we're going to have a great day. People are recovered from their New Year's Day hang and so forth, and maybe they can come in here and talk to us a little bit. Tisila says, hi, I'm good. Yeah? See you here. Is this your first time in this chat? Is type. It's not my first time, actually. I'm typing because it's noisy here. Gotcha. Well, welcome back. Trying to see which names I recognize. You all. So it's a little bit slow right now. Happy New Year to you too as well. Salute. This is going to be a great year for Flat. Thought last year was pretty decent. I mean, they even had to classify NASA as an intelligence agency, so they can't be sued for all the lies propagating. That was a win. A lot of fun stuff happened. But I can't wait for 2027 to roll around so I can start mocking NASA for their failed moon landing plan. Because there is no way they're going to land humans on the moon this year. Not a chance. It's bookmarked in my X folder. I have a bunch of posts from people appealing to future possibility.
Well, they keep pushing back the Mars mission, don't they? They've been pushing it back. It was like 2020, 2025. Now it's like 2035.
Yeah. That And they've been saying they're going to land people on the moon for like 60 years now. Almost, every president says it and so forth, and NASA says it now and then. And the last few years, they've really been trying hard to push that thing. And now with AI, I mean, they might actually be able to pull off a really good one. Who knows? Sila says, last year I started workout, so I guess this year is going to be really good. I made tons of good decisions. Dude, I'm telling you, workout is the best. I've been doing it for years now. I feel better than ever. I used to be a scrawny little guy. Not little. I'm pretty tall. Over 6 feet, 6'4", maybe 3. I'm from Sweden, so I have to figure it out. 194 centimeters, whatever that is. But I went from 160 pounds to 200, so I'm very happy about it. So working out is great. Keep doing it. Keep at it. And you don't have to work out too much. Just do a little bit every day. People think you have to do like 5-hour sessions. You don't. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So yeah, no, this year is going to be fun. I can't wait for them to either release their AI generated moon landing or come up with some excuse for where they can't actually do it again.
Do you eat surstrumming after a workout?
What's that?
Do you eat surstrumming after a workout?
Surstrumming? No, that's I mean, it's for sure. It's a man test. Sweden. You eat it once in your life, and yes, to prove your manliness. But then
it's put hairs on your chest.
It's disgusting. I have tried it.
Yeah, ain't it like rotten fish?
Yeah, it's fermented in a can.
Yeah.
When you open it, it stinks up the whole place. You have to open it outside. So it's a very funny thing to do. People do it for like a bachelor party, things like that.
It's an acquired taste. Like not many people like it.
You can acquire a taste. Up north in Sweden, they actually eat it because they think it's good. So I mean, the taste isn't that bad, but the smell is absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Sila says I work out 3 times. Very good. Yeah, that's perfect. You don't have to do more than that. It's good. I'm lucky. I have a gym in my basement, so I can go down whenever I want. I do it sometimes 3 times a day, but only short bursts. I do some reps, I go up and do something else, and I go back. So we all have different systems. But yeah, it's going to be fun to see whatever they come up with this year. Did you guys see what was his name? The astronaut that Bart Sibrel interviewed, and he didn't know that they had to send up several rocket fuel just to get there. It's like, well, we got there anyway, somehow.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, all I can say is MK Ultra mind control.
That's what it looked like, dude. That's exactly what I was when I saw it. It was like, what are we talking about here? It's like someone had triggered some trigger word or something. So he forgot, and there was a follow-up interview where he said, I talked to that guy 12 times, explained to him Bart's position and things that he might bring up. And then when we were in the interview, it was like he had forgotten everything. He was like, why am I here? What is going on? He was totally stuff. What's his name? Duke or something? I can't remember. Man, I wish I had that clip of the follow-up interview. Someone posted it here the other day. It was very interesting. You do 3 sets. 10 reps. Yeah,
I think I have it. Do you want me to post it in a side chat? I think I have it.
Yeah. Do it. It's very entertaining. It's only a little over a minute. It's very.
Yeah, I'll post it in a side chat.
Let me see if I can get the music spot to play it. Post. Zila says, as for me, I do 3 sets of 10 reps for every exercise. Yeah, I do the 8 reps. And when I can do 8, I up the weight again. So I have a bench, and if I can do 10 reps, then I can absolutely start, adding maybe 5 pounds to it, and then I can do 5, do that, and I can do 8 again, and then that's how I've been doing it for a long time. Now I have to upgrade my bench. It's a little bit too weak, actually. Yeah, if you post that link, I'll see if I can play it with the bot. Probably can. I think I know the command for that. We can listen to it.
Yeah, I'm at the moment I'm trying to find it. Just give me a moment. I'll find it. And I'll post
Sorry. Take your time. I don't know if you guys have seen DJ Server. He has a feature on it called Cat Hunters, and there's a cat appearing. You have to type cat, and I'm a little bit addicted to it. I'm in 3rd place, but there's a guy who keeps beating me every time a cat appears. I don't know, and luckily it pops up above this chat, so I can be in this channel, mess around, and all of a sudden I see a rare cat. I quickly jump over there and type cat. I don't know. Probably some kind of OCD thing for me at this point. I worked. Please ask for me. Yeah, read that. What is DJ up to? He's talking to someone over in general chat. Oh, a bot. No, it's not a bot. Person. DJ says temperature gradients detect are. You are so bricked, dude. I mean, we can use this for our show while we wait for Glober to join. DJ is having a text interaction on the other server. I can read it here. And feel free to interrupt me at any point if we have some more important things to discuss, or if you want to say something. I will not be offended. I just don't want us to have a lot of dead air on the YouTube stream. So when I have a chance, I'll sit there and read some text instead. Read the first. This is Storm, the guy DJ is talking to. Read the first part of my screenshot. Oh, someone wants my attention here. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I'm going to play it for us. Do that. Music. Wait, what's the bot's name who's in here? Musox. Okay. I think I have to at Musox. Musox. And I'm going to say play. Paste that thing. And see if it does it. We don't need a tracking information for it, so we can just go ahead and do that. I don't know. Is it playing? Because I can. 57 minutes to queue. Oh, maybe we need to clear the. Oh. Can I stop it? No, I need DJ roll to stop. Okay. Jay, you can hear us. We need your help. Well, while we wait for him, he was fed up with the Glober. The Glober says, maybe if you would listen to what I type in proper order, you would grasp what I say. Alphabet goes A, B, C, D. Starts writing out the whole alphabet here. DJ says, stop spassing out. Learn to read sentences. Storm says, in proper order, because the way you speak, it's like if you read the previous sentence as order, so it's just a bunch of word salad from that guy. DJ have had it with him. That's it, bro. Your dishonesty isn't welcome here. Bye. And did he mute him? I'm not sure. Anyway, DJ, I'm gonna talk to him. When you're done with that guy, when you have time. Please, DJ, when you have time, will you please come over to where are we at? English Hub, Inghub, there, the Musoc, but Q. All right. If he picks up on that, I hate going after, but it is a little bit funny. He's in talking to someone else. We're reading his conversation over at our place. Oh, I'm the only one who can see the bot gave me an error message. Can't stop anything. You can't clear the queue or anything like that. So I have the rights to start videos, but I can't stop do so. Usually it has to be a short clip, or else we're going to be stuck here until someone has that ability. Yoder might have the ability to fix that, actually. Do you, Yoder? Yeah. Maybe you can clear the queue and kind of... Oh, there we go. Yeah. All right. All right. I'll try it again. Thank you. Funny. I can only start video, not stop them or clear the queue or anything like that. But I'm happy about that, actually. All right, let me try again. This is good practice for me. I need to know how to control the bot better. Here we go.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Charlie Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Bart Sibrel, thanks again for traveling halfway across the world to come here and hang out with me and Charlie Duke. To start this thing off, I want to basically introduce both of you guys. Charlie, you are an Apollo astronaut, one of the last 4 surviving Apollo astronauts, the 10th man to walk on the moon on the Apollo 16 moon landing mission. And Bart, you are the world's leading proponent in the moon landing hoax hypothesis, I'll call it. And this has been your life's work, basically, proving that, or trying to make the case that the Apollo moon landing program was a American propaganda campaign during the Cold War, and it was all filmed on a set, and they never actually went to the moon. So does that sum it up pretty well?
Pretty much. Half my life, anyway. The first half, I believed they went to the moon.
So, obviously, like the last time you and I talked, we thought it would be a great idea to have you debate somebody on this. I don't know, have you ever done a debate on this with anybody?
No. To me, that would be like debating if the sky is blue. It's blue, and they did fake the moon landing. I bet my life on it. Now,
a little bit pull your mic a little closer.
So the people, normally, they proposed to debate me are victims of the deception, which I have no interest in beating up someone who's a victim. I said, find somebody who's a perpetrator, either one of the astronauts or a NASA administrator, and you did. Here he is.
Here I am.
So, Charlie Duke, could you please give us a little background in your history and how you got involved in the Apollo program in the beginning?
I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force. Went to MIT, got a master's degree, and graduated 64. Went to test pilot school and graduated 65, summer 65. And I'd met some astronauts that had come to MIT. They had the contract to build the Apollo guidance and navigation system, and I was working on that system. And all gung-ho guys, and so I decided to take their advice, go to test pilot school, and maybe have a chance at the space program. A couple of months after I graduated from test pilot school in the summer of 65, NASA had another call for astronauts, and 4 of us at Edwards applied, and we all got accepted. So, and it'd be May or so of 1966, we went to Houston and started working on Apollo.
So during this conversation, I want to do I want to take some time to do some back and forth on some of the cases Bart has made in his documentaries. And but before we do that, I want to spend some time going through your personal story and your firsthand account on the Apollo missions. Does that sound good to you?
Okay.
So, at what age? How old were you when you first learned about the U.S. government gearing up to go into space and the whole space race and all this stuff?
Well, I remember the first human beings that went into space. Yuri Gagarin in '61, and Alan Shepard followed him. And right after that, I found out now that the Russians were beating us in space, and so Kennedy put out a desire of how can we beat them, and Wernher von Braun said we can beat them to the moon. And I've got a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, and he said, okay, we'll go to the moon. So he committed to the Apollo program. And that was...
Do you remember how old you were?
Well, it was in 61 or 2, so I was born in 35, so I was less than 30 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing specifically, there were interviews with, I think this might have been a von Braun interview from your documentary, where they were asking von Braun about the space race with Russia. And he was explaining it in an analogy to where he said, Russia is already in a full sprint. We haven't even started walking yet. Like, we have to gear up. We have a long time to gear up and to speed up before we're even running at the same pace they are. Before we have to do all that, before we can even think about closing the gap between us and Russia.
Well, that might be true. I don't remember that level of detail, but I do have a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, I believe it was, that said the only way we can beat them is beat them to the moon. And so they committed to the moon. And by the end of the decade, which I thought was crazy, I mean, 15 minutes in space and we're going to land on the moon in the next 8.5 years. Turns out I was sitting in mission control in July of 1969, 8 years and 2 months later, and I'm talking to Neil Armstrong on the moon.
Let's go to the point where you first decided, like how did the process work for you to be chosen to be selected for this program?
I had as I said, I'd graduated from the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base in the summer of '65. And in September of that year, I saw an ad in the paper that NASA's looking for more astronauts. Please apply. So I was in the Air Force. I had to go through the official channels. So they told me what to do, and I submitted my application along with Stu Rusa and Al Worden. Hank Hartsfield. We were all in the same test pilot school class. And Joe Engel was out there. He applied, and there was a lot of people applied. And they were looking for test pilots and my age and height and everything like that.
When you say test pilot, you mean test pilot for the space program?
No, test pilot for the Air Force.
The Air Force.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were all at Edwards Air Force Base, the ones I'm speaking about. Now, we had others selected that came from the Naval Test Pilot School, which was in Patuxent, Maryland.
And then how did that evolve into the idea of going to the moon, working on the moon missions?
I'm not sure the moon missions had been determined. That's what we were working on. Mm-hmm. And if we applied, we would have a chance to work on the Apollo program.
Was there a moment for you where you thought, like, I want to be one of the guys to go to the moon, or I want to be a part of that program to put man on the moon?
That was the call by NASA, is if you got selected as astronaut, you'd be a part of the Apollo program. So you had no guarantee you're going to fly to the moon, or no guarantee that it was even going to be completed. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to be an astronaut. It was the best job you could have as a test pilot.
And then what was that training like to become an astronaut? And how long did it take?
Well, it depends on what you call training. Our group, there was 19 of us. We reported to Houston the 1st of May, 1966, and we started learning NASA-ese. You know, how does NASA work, and who's got responsibility, this, that, and the other. And they decided also if we're going to go to the moon, we ought to know what kind of rocks to pick up. And so we started a big, extensive training in geology. Mm-hmm. And we not only had classroom work, but we also had field trips once a month, generally. And that was 2 or 3 days somewhere in the U.S., sometimes in Hawaii, sometimes in Canada, but mostly in the U.S. We did a geology trip, got into the field, and learned how to pick up the right kind of rocks.
And what was going through your mind when, you're a young guy and this is 66, 3 years before Apollo 11. You're trained to become an astronaut, learning about geology. Like, what was going through your mind at that point? Like, what was were you optimistic that this was going to happen? Were you skeptical? Were you fearful?
I was optimistic that Apollo was going to happen. I wasn't so optimistic that I'd get a chance to go. Mm-hmm. We were the junior guys. And so it turned out that some of the senior guys left. John Glenn, Wally Schirra, after Apollo 7, retired. And so a lot of the older guys started retiring. So we sort of bubbled up into the mix. And Deke Slayton, who was and Alan Shepard, who were the two top astronauts, they started picking people to train. And so they were trying to balance the crew and give us younger guys some experience. So most of the crews that were selected had a senior guy that had flown in space. He was the commander, and then a lot of the crews had 2 rookies that came from our group mostly.
And how did you come to meet von Braun?
One of my first jobs as an astronaut was to monitor the development of the Saturn V. Stu Russo and myself. And so the best way to do that was to go up and meet von Braun and sit in on his staff meetings to see how the Saturn V was progressing and was this thing going to really fly. And so every month we'd go up and sit in on his staff meeting. And he became I wouldn't say a friend, but he recognized us every time we walked in. He says, well, welcome, Charlie, welcome, Stu. And we'd sit in and listen to his briefings on his staff meeting, and then we'd go back and report to the astronaut office on Monday morning. Every Monday morning, we'd have a couple-hour meeting, and what was going on in the program. And Stu and I'd give a briefing every time we got back.
So you would explain to the other astronauts what the progress was on the Saturn V rocket.
That's correct.
Depending on like what.
Yeah.
Did you have any like personal conversations with Von Braun about this, or?
Well, mostly just he recognized us and he accepted us, and I can't say he became a real good friend, but he certainly knew who we were, and I respected him highly, and they were doing a good job. Turned out the Saturn V never had a failure, not one.
That's pretty astonishing.
And all of the flights of Apollo, they lost one engine. And I think it was on Apollo 13, but one engine goes out, you can still make it into orbit.
Wow.
In fact, it was such a good machine. Stu Russo and I went to Ames Research Center, and they wrote a program, can astronauts literally fly the Saturn V into space manually? And we proved we could. Not very efficiently, but we could get it into orbit.
Wow.
But they decided not to use that program, and so it never was implemented, but we spent a month or so out at Ames proving that you could fly the Saturn V into orbit.
What made the Saturn V so superior, even to rockets that we have today?
I
mean, obviously it wasn't reusable. But.
I think it was just good technology and simple. There wasn't anything complicated about the Saturn V. The engines were huge, and they were test fired, and it was nitrogen and not nitrogen, hydrogen and oxygen. I don't remember what the fuel was, but anyway, they were very reliable. And engines are huge, 1.5 million pounds thrust each on the first stage. And so that was 7.5 million pounds of thrust lifting 6.5 million pounds. And you were up on the top, and the only thing I remember of a liftoff was the vibration. You didn't have any noise from the engines. That was all going sideways, but the thing shook. It was like being on a 360 long limber fishing pole, and you're up at the top and somebody shaking it down here, which was the engines, and was vibrating from side to side. Not a pogo, but a vibrate from side to side.
Like swaying back and forth.
Yeah. Very high frequency though. And amplitude was maybe that far this way.
No one really talks about it, but most men's testosterone levels start to decline at about 30 years of age, about 1% per year. Ever notice like you're losing energy, sex drive, and starting to feel like you're just trudging through the day? It creeps up on you until one day you start to realize you don't feel like yourself anymore. The thing is, your body can still be producing testosterone, but it starts to get locked up by a protein called SHBG. And that is why I tried Mars Men. Mars Men is designed to help free up that testosterone so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just natural ingredients like Tongkat Ali, Shilajit, vitamin D, zinc, and boron. I started taking a handful of these after my breakfast in the morning, and I've definitely noticed a huge boost and steady flow of energy throughout the day. I no longer crash after workouts or feel drained, and I just feel overall more positive. I got their launch kit, which comes with a bottle, an organizer tin, and a free ticket to Mars. That is, if we can get past the Van Allen belts. Mars Men is made in the USA, is third-party tested, and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. And for a limited time only, our listeners are getting 60% off for life and 3 free gifts when you use code Danny at mengo2mars.com. That's mengo2mars.com and use the code DANNY at checkout. After you purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about them, and please tell them we sent you to Mars. It's linked down below. Now back to the show. And so during Apollo 11, the first on Neil Armstrong's mission to the moon, what was your role in that?
I was at Capcom. I'd done the same thing on Apollo 10, and where they took the lunar module to the moon but weren't going to land. And so that had gone well, and Neil asked me why don't you be Capcom for us? I mean, you got the experience.
Oh, he asked you?
Yeah. And because I wasn't on the crew of any way involved, but he said, "Would you do that?" And I said, "Sure, it'd be a great honor." And so we practiced for 2 months and simulations. The crew's in the simulator, we're in mission control, and we practice 4 or 5 hours a day generally, and for the landing part.
So what specifically do you do as the TAPCOM guy?
You're the voice of mission control. You don't. You're the only person that can actually talk to the crew. The crew's voice loop is heard in mission control in everybody's headsets, but the only person that can respond is Capcom, and was an astronaut. And you really told them you responded to their calls, and you responded to what the mission control team was telling you to tell them to keep them in the loop. Like we started down and we had communication problems, and if I recall, it was a 30-second rule. If you lost communications for 30 seconds, it was an abort. So we reoriented, changed attitude, changed antennas, and then the computer was overloading, and that really got everybody's attention. And but Steve Bales and Jack Gorman in the back room said, "We're go flight." They knew what the computer was doing, and it was overloading because it had 75 milliseconds of compute, and then it flipped back to the job number one. And it was always flying the spacecraft, but it was dropping off these insignificant jobs. And so we were go. And then we had a trajectory problem, and Neil we had him targeted into the wrong place. We didn't really understand lunar gravity then, and with the mascons and all of that stuff. So he had to level off and fly horizontally, 4 or 5 miles, and that used up all the reserve fuel. And so now we're minimum fuel, and we called.
They have 2 separate fuel reserves, one for the descent and one for the ascent when they leave the moon.
The ascent engine was never used on descent.
Okay, you never would do that.
Well, you'd have to stage the vehicle to get the ascent engine light. It wouldn't light unless you staged and separated. So anyway, we called 60 seconds. He had 60 seconds to land. And then I remember 30 seconds. I called 30 seconds, and he was... They were close, but not on the ground. And we were, according to my watch, we were 15 seconds or so before calling an abort when Buzz Aldrin said, "Contact, engine stop." They're on the moon.
Wow.
Tension was through the roof at Mission Control.
What was that like for you when they landed on the moon and you were sitting in that?
It's a great sigh of relief. Everybody, it was... It was tense, you can imagine. And are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? And I'm convinced now that had I called abort, time up, and called an abort, which was based on the fuel reserve in the descent engine, Neil would have said, "Say again, Houston." He's not going to abort. He's going to land at 20 feet off the moon, and he's minimum fuel, and we hit that point. He's not going to abort. He had the final say, so he's going to land.
Now, were you there on the communication with them the moment they landed?
Yes.
And how long were you there? Were you there the whole time, even when they were coming back?
No.
Okay.
That was another. We had, I think, four flight teams. Working Apollo 11, and I was on Gene Kranz's team, and we had responsibility for landing, and then we stayed around for another hour or so while they safed the spacecraft and got everything.
And how long was it until once he got back to Earth? Do you remember your first conversation with him? How long was it before you talked to him?
Well, they had to go into quarantine, and because of moon bugs, we weren't sure about.
All right, so the bot stopped. Yeah, we list 3 hours of that, but now you have the. So if you were in here and you thought that was interesting, you can just go and play it on YouTube. I wanted to play the 1 minute clip, which is the follow-up, because he was very funny. He said that astronaut guy acted like he was sunsetting or something. Couldn't remember why he was there, etc. Yeah, and then while that was happening, I had a guy in the chat who has such a weird username that you can't even pronounce it. Clouds and ice and kinds of stuff. I mean, best case scenario, it's some kind of puzzle. Maybe you can figure out his name by looking at the symbols, but what do we call a guy like that? It's weird. Storm? Think, maybe.
Can I mute you?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. So if you have some arguments you want to bring to the table, go right ahead.
My argument? Nothing.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing, really.
Right. I thought maybe your beef is with DJ also, and he's not here at the moment, so maybe try later. We have another guy in here, Dennis 0121, welcome.
Where
How
from?
are you?
Plain and
Workstone, how are you? Welcome.
Good, thanks. What about you?
Great. Having a good day here.
Plain and truth, where from?
I live in America, but I am originally from Sweden.
Hello. Yeah, I was hot micing because I was AFK actually.
Good.
Yeah, Storm, you can maybe mute yourself. Thank you. All right, Orksan, it's your first time on this channel?
Yes, it is first.
And are you here to practice English or to talk about the room topic?
Practice English. I'm here.
Mostly English?
Yes.
All right.
Because I'm new to English.
I understand. Well, we're talking about the Earth.
Do you think Earth is flat, huh?
I know it is, because I measured it over water, and water is flat. Have you thought about that?
That's pretty poor reasoning.
No, it would be if that's all I told you, right? But we have a method to figure it out.
I guess you've never seen a wet object before.
Who's talking now aside from Orkson?
What?
No, I thought someone else is chiming in here. I don't know who it is, though. Want to be able to address them. Anyway, as I said, have measured flat over distance. So we know the water isn't curving, and therefore Earth can't be a ball.
I don't know. I
And
think
how exactly did you measure it flat?
Look, Storm, I'm having a conversation with Orkson here. We have measured it flat, yeah.
How exactly?
How? I can demonstrate it.
I'm asking you, what was your measurement? Did you do some sort of arbitrary laser test that actually does not measure any flatness?
We did a laser test over 10 miles.
Okay, you did a laser test with 10 miles at a place that has a high atmospheric refraction on salt flats in the salt water. So you're cherry picking a place where the atmospheric refraction is going to be at its most extreme to claim that the Earth is flat. You're doing something wrong there.
No, I'm granting you your refraction. I don't even need to have that discussion. You can have 20% if you like to. You still have 250 foot of curvature that's missing.
Yeah, and you have other factors behind that, such as ducting and the temperature gradient effects.
Doesn't matter. I'm granting you 20%, which is more than you can do in any lab or any place.
When it comes to the Salt Lake observations and laser tests, like you say, it only works on Salt Lake for that 10 miles thing, and we know why. We know all the
we've done it in many more places.
There is no violation.
Tried this in.
Now, when it comes to doing this laser test on any other place that is not cherry-picked, you do not get a flat water bed. So, you are wrong.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll grant you, sure. Let's discard the 21-mile test then. How about that? Now you feel better? We can give you 1,000 other ones, and you can't discard every single one of them.
Every single one of them is at a cherry-picked location with a cherry-picked time frame and so on.
Like yesterday, we had a guy come in here who has done a test over water where the water was the same temperature as the air.
Okay, and?
Yes, you can't claim
you take all factors into account. I'm pretty sure there's nothing fuzzy going on. But again, you guys don't like other factors. You just like, oh, laser, I think that laser might not bend, so it must be flat. No, the laser is bending. Sorry.
No, you don't have any evidence for that. Give us some proof that laser is bending over that
distance. You granted me that refraction occurs. Refraction is the bending of light. This applies to lasers.
I have that because it's unfeasible in any kind of environment. Even if in a lab, you can basically not even get 20%. That is incorrect.
You are lying now.
Oh, if that's your claim, then you have to prove that you can bend laser.
I think so. I think so. You all of you are lying,
and is affected by all sorts of factors such as temperature gradients, even the air ducts, and so on. So it's not just going to be one static factor when you're going to do a laser test. You have to account for everything. When you're doing something scientific, you have to account for every single variable. You don't just get to exclude 10,000 variables and say, oh, they're just fake magically. No,
laser over that
you have to account for them.
We have accounted for them. And I even granted you something.
No, because I've done the research on many of these things that would be too far, and every single time there is sufficient explanation in factors.
No, there isn't.
There's nothing fuzzy going on. Try again.
Baseless claims. We have evidence of flatness over distance. We have thousands of observations.
You do not.
We have showed those videos. Showed
the consequential fact that the laser bends. You're denying that. So you do not have that evidence. You are claiming that the laser doesn't bend when it does.
If you overtalk me, I'm going to have to mute you. Don't do that. All right. So we have thousands of different tests, and I'll grant you standard refraction and a little bit more for each of them, and you still can't explain how we see so far.
Actually, I can, and I have multiple times. Again, when you account for every single factor, everything works. When it comes to the Salt Lake and etc., that is the extreme upper limit of refraction that is possibly achievable. Why? Because there's salt flats. Also, when it comes to the shoreline on the other side, the shoreline itself is above sea level, not at sea level. So that's another factor that you guys don't account for.
So how far does one need to see? How far must we see for you to acknowledge we see too far, given the entailment of your SE, spheroidal Earth?
Farther than all the factors combined can ever go.
Like, that's not a specific distance. How far?
There is no specific distance that I can name that is literally impossible under all factors. Unless I do something like 12,000 kilometers. Yeah. 12,000 kilometers. Try that.
12,000 kilometers. 12,000 kilometers? Are you serious?
Yeah, there is no refraction that's going to allow that. None at all. So if you got a laser not hitting anything such as the curve over 12,000 kilometers, good job.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Can I?
He only came up.
Can I ask?
For the record, 12,000 kilometers is a quarter of Earth. Right?
Do you know what the radius? Do you know what the radius value is of the Earth? What's the radius value?
3,959 miles. Yeah. So
yeah, he learned that.
And how many miles is 12,000 kilometers?
I don't exactly know. Probably something like 5,000.
It's more than twice the radius.
But you know, there's a difference between a radius and a circumference. In case you didn't know, and the radius is directly related to the circumference.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You're just so gung ho to assert what you want to believe. Okay. I'm exposing the absurdity.
There's nothing that I want to believe. I don't want to believe anything
myself
except
until you
the
stop
truth.
trying to overtalk everyone who tries to rebut you. So you just asserted that 12,000 miles, 12,000 kilometers is what would convince you to acknowledge that we see too far. So we have to see twice the radius value of your alleged SE.
Because no refraction would make that possible.
So you believe that's irrational. We have to see twice the radius value of the alleged globe Earth.
It's no more irrational than your own standards for proof.
Are you kidding me? The standards of proof for our position is not observing curvature. But what you people do, because it's easy for our position, like if you actually examine, I'm not done. Because clearly hear me in the swing of replying to you.
First thing you said, because I don't want to
clearly hear me in the swing of replying to you. Stop talking to me.
Yeah, but you're replying multiple things. I want to address things one by one.
I'm not replying to multiple things. I'm finishing the one reply I haven't finished saying to you yet. It's irritating. Stop doing that. For our position, all we have to do is account for the shorter observations, the closer observations. The longer observations is obvious on its face. We're looking at the horizontal surface of the Earth, at the extended observations. What you people have to do is you have to account for the longer observations. But what you don't acknowledge and won't allow for, and you don't have any reason for, it's not like you have a whole bunch of knowledge about the factors upon visibility or anything. You just irrationally threw out some figure, 12,000 kilometers, because you have to account for the longer observations. And what you people do is that no matter how far we see, we're still on a ball. No matter how far we see, it will never falsify globe Earth. That's the problem with you people.
Wrong. See, this is why I was trying to cut you here. First premise there. First thing that I have to mention is, I mean, it all comes to how you present it. Like you say that, like your claim hinges on no curvature, but you forget the aspect that scale matters when it comes to these things. So when you're just going to say, well, there's no curvature, but I don't, I'm not done. but I don't care about the scale. Well, I mean, if you don't care about the scale, how are you going to be accurate or even remotely close to the truth on your things? Now, when you say about accounting for the longer observations, we do account for them. And when you say, no matter how long or how far it is, sorry, 21 miles when the refractory limits and all the other factors and salt flats and so on, the cherry-picked location, all allows this. So 21 miles is not insanely absurd. It's just on the limit of what's physically possible. There's no problem. So maybe even 50 miles would be too far. But I don't know this exactly because I don't know how much the maximal refraction and if there's one spot on Earth that maybe you can see 50 miles further.
You don't know
maybe there's one spot on Earth, but everywhere I doubt it. So
you don't know anything about refraction. You appeal to refraction to rescue your doctrine.
To understand.
You appeal to refraction to rescue your doctrine. That's why you appeal to refraction. It's not until you actually understand how refraction would actually work at these distances.
You're just denying at this point.
No, you don't know that. I'm pressing you, challenging you to prove that you actually know what you're talking about. It's easy to just appeal to refraction as the account of why we see that far when we wouldn't be able to see that far given the geometric entailments of your globe.
Okay, refraction is the bending of light through a medium affected by the temperature, the density, the pressure, and multiple other factors that to which the light, the physical light there, bends through the medium up to your eye, because that's how we see something. It's the light
at an angle.
Your eye.
Bending at an angle.
So if the light is bending according to the
light would not get to you.
It will feel like it's straight.
Yeah, so the light would not get to you.
No, it will get to you.
No, it would not get to you. It bends at an angle. What you have to do is
it bends
the only option you have left. The only option you have left is to assume the light is trying to curve around the curvature of the Earth.
It is. It is.
And you don't know that.
It is.
And you don't know that.
Yes, we can calculate the refractory index and actually see the fucking laser.
Right. The bending of light when refraction happens is not the curvature of the light.
Look,
the light in the atmosphere are not striving to curve the sunlight around the Earth so that you can keep your emotional commitment to your doctrine. That's not what's happening.
The Earth specifically, it's just conforming to it because that the refractory index gives it a degree of curvature that is similar to Earth.
Yes, can I have a question? Yeah, can I have a question about the bending light?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So like when the light is bending, okay?
Yeah.
Does it mean the Earth is flat or does it mean the Earth is round? Because like I got no idea.
It means neither. See, it's not one single thing that's going to prove either Earth flat or the globe, okay? Things are proven by bodies of facts. A body of fact is multiple facts together that work together without contradiction. So when we look at the globe Earth, we have a body of observations and facts that which the globe Earth not only predicts and have predictive power over, but is empirically verifiable. And when it comes to the flat Earth, okay, you can cherry pick any one thing like the day and night cycle and so on and make it work on the flat Earth. But can it work with everything else at the same time? No, it cannot. That is the problem.
Calling it cherry picking is not an argument. Just because you insist on using this denigrating rhetoric, calling things cherry picking, is not an argument. That doesn't refute anything. We could easily use your rhetoric that you're using against us, against you, and if that's valid, then we refute your doctrines as well. Calling it cherry picking is not a refutation. The issue is, no matter how far we see, you won't acknowledge that it falsifies your globe. You pretend that you understand refraction when you don't. You don't understand the facts about refraction.
I do. You're the one that you didn't even know why the light bends in the first place. I understand how the light bends.
I'm going to keep talking through your disruptions. I want to say what I want to say in this channel. It's not just you.
I mean, you want to say what you want to say, but you want to say lies and accuse me of things and say that I don't know this or that when you're wrong about that.
All the time. There are other people on this channel. Just because you speak up and press your voice to everyone else doesn't mean anyone else will yield to you, dude. So stop.
Okay, but don't lie.
So stop pretending you understand refraction. You don't understand refraction. Refraction does not behave the way you need
how
it
is
to
it that I
behave.
don't
You
understand
need refraction to conspire with the atmosphere and curve several dozen, if not hundreds, if not thousands of miles so that we can actually see what we see. That's what you need. You don't have any argument to prove refraction does that's a thing at all.
So you're telling me that a rock on top of a box won't squish the box, right?
Obviously not what the fuck I said to you.
It's an analogy. Try and understand.
There's no point of analogy doing what I said.
When it comes to refraction, okay, light has a physical particle. It's both a wave and a particle. It is treated as so scientifically, a wave and a particle. Now, light is physical. Also, air. Let me see.
Contradiction. Hello.
You're complaining of exact. When I cut you, you complain, but you don't stop cutting either, huh? You have the same habit.
Contradiction.
Stop judging. No, I'm not.
A wave and a particle simultaneously.
You're not listening.
Contradiction.
Yeah, you made plenty of contradictions,
my objection.
and you still don't let me cut you. So let me finish.
Address my objection.
My so-called contradictions.
Address my objection.
I am.
Right? It's a contradiction. I'm not gonna just let you take that for granted. It's a contradiction.
What? There's no contradiction.
Yeah, so your argument about your appeal to refraction rests upon this contradiction about the ontology of light.
What contradiction?
It is a contradiction. If it's a wave, it's not a particle. If it's a particle,
tell me
it's not a
what's
wave.
contradictory.
If it's a wave, it's not a particle. If it's a particle, it's not a wave. That's the contradiction.
No, that's not a contradiction. It's both a particle and a wave. Something can be a particle and a wave at the same time. Did you know that?
That's not
you understand that?
That's illogical.
It's not illogical. Look it up.
It is.
You're the one that doesn't see. You're the one that doesn't understand how things work, not me.
No, you.
I understand. I understand how light is both a particle and a wave.
No, you don't. Okay, so if it's a particle, then what's the form of the particle?
Yes, we do. Have you ever heard of the double slit experiment? Of course you have, and you don't know anything about it or how it works or why it proves that light is both a particle and...
You're not listening. You're just yapping. What's the form of the particle?
The form of the particle, the shape, they call it a tryon ray, if you want to look that up.
It's a what?
They call the shape of a photon a tryon ray.
The fuck is that?
Well, you see, you're the one that doesn't know. Not me.
No, just because you throw out some fancy highfalutin
I didn't see some fancy blah, blah.
What the fuck is that?
I understand physics, and I go to universities, and I go to observatories. I educate myself.
What the fuck is it? Prove you actually know what you're talking about.
Sure you do.
An arcane term.
A photon.
If you can't explain it to me and help me to understand it, then you don't.
The double slit experiment, when it's used with both electrons and photons, both act as a particle and as a wave. So this means that particles have wave functions. That's not contradictory.
You're going on into a whole ass lecture that I didn't ask you for. What is that big ass word you just said, and what is it?
What big ass
I asked
word?
You what's the form, and then you said some arcane term, pretending you know what you're talking about.
The tryon ray.
Tryon ray. Has anyone else in here ever heard of that shit?
I still don't even know what he said. The crying wave?
The tryon ray, refers to a concept in sacred geometry and esoteric thought described as individuals like Michael Evans as the smallest fundamental building block of the universe. A dynamic solid with curved lines, potentially representing a photon or the basis of other Platonic solids, contrasting with standard physics, but explored for applications in materials and spirituality. It's a shape that connects light, consciousness, and fundamental structure, often linked to the cross in Christian symbolism, despite little scientific recognition.
Okay, look. That whole ass paragraph you just read is not helpful. Okay. Go ahead and spell that word in the open chat.
Trion space RAY.
Space ray, huh? So that's why it's bending. Because most rays are just straight lines. It's fascinating.
What do you mean space rays? I spelled out something that is in two words. Space referred to the space between two words, not outer space or space rays.
Okay.
You spelled it T-R-I-O-N.
Confusion.
T-R-I-O-N. Yes. Tryon.
And what's the
Hey guys, what you guys are talking about?
What's the rest?
Hello. What's that?
Hi.
And yes, it's a hypothetical, a speculation, but it would be what we consider the most dynamic shape for the speed of light.
What is the rest, dude? What's the rest of the word?
What do you mean, the rest of the word?
You said Tryon what? You said Tryon ray? How do you spell that?
R-A-Y. You don't know what a light ray is?
Oh my god. What
Seriously, the guy doesn't know how to spell ray?
It's spelled
R-E,
not R-A-Y.
I mean, it's spelled both with R-E or R-A-Y, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, when you talk, can you not talk like you're having a stroke? Killing my eardrums.
Anyways, it shows that all you guys want to do is mock everything instead of try and learn and
Show
understand.
an image of this shit. Ask
Why, dude, you're in a very bad mood,
I
I
can't even
think.
chat in the chat, so I can't even post images.
We have a problem
How
though,
about
because
this?
you guys say that refraction.
Google.com, type Tryon ray, press enter. You'll have all the images you want.
No, you don't. Actually, when you tap images, it doesn't give you a single image that is the shape or the form of the
Actually,
thing.
I do see the shape right now. I have it like right here on copy paste.
Okay, then send it to me, then I'll post it.
Three sides like that.
Hey, it looks a lot like a Rouleau triangle. That's funny. I'm reading this here, and this is fascinating. Tryon ray, three-sided shape with curved edges and two vertices. Huh.
So it's an oval. A 3D oval.
What? It's a Rouleau triangle. This is getting back into spherical geometry and like calculus and trig.
Well, I guess I can't post images in here yet.
Right, but
yeah,
he's dealing with something that isn't even
To make it simpler, you can also ask Google if light is a particle or a wave. It's considered as both because particles have wave functions, as proven by the double slit experiment and other variations of this experiment.
Yeah, you said it right that time. It's a particle or a wave. Before you were saying it's simultaneously a particle and a wave. It's a particle or a wave.
No, it's both.
So what state of matter is the photon? These questions, before you complain and whine,
I mean,
are valid.
Not knowing everything. See, this is an argument against knowing everything, not against the globe. So if I don't know everything, it doesn't mean that I can't know the Earth is a globe. There are things that can be known.
That's not what I'm doing. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm asking
everything.
you these questions. I'm telling you what I'm doing. What I'm doing, I'm asking you questions that press you to demonstrate the tenability of your doctrine. And if the questions expose that you cannot say coherent answers,
Sorry, but an I don't know
then
does
obviously your
not
position is
invalidate
wrong.
what you do know.
That's what it does. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
So I don't need to
you
know
said that
the
reply,
exact
obviously, 'cause you
shape
can't
of a
tell me what phase of
photon
matter the
or
particle
the
is.
state of matter that it's in exactly to know what a photon is, or like understand that photons are particles of light.
What do they smell like?
Okay, so you just conceded. Basically, you just threw up your hands because you're frustrated because you know
No.
your position is not tenable on this issue. Right? You have this asinine metaphysical beliefs about light, so that you can. All that is underlying your
there's no double
defense
slit
about appearance of
experiment that
refraction.
proved it. Okay,
And
I
you're,
get
you're
it.
just talking
There's
to every
no-
reply and not letting any coherent conversation happen. Okay.
I mean, you're
So
just
you're
lying.
saying you
You're
have this
lying.
whole lore again. You have this whole lore about light.
There's no lore.
It is. Stop. You have this entire lore about light, all to defend and support your appeal to refraction to escape the refutation that the long
No,
distance
that's a
observations
clear
falsify the
straw man.
globe.
You see, you can't even be honest.
That's what you did. It's not a straw man at all.
It is. It is. You're completely misrepresenting
When we
everything.
tell you we see too far, and we show you the facts that we see too far,
And I
then
gave you multiple
reinterpret that
factors for that,
evidence.
and you're trying to
You
cherry pick
reinterpret
what
that
does a
evidence.
photon
You
look like.
reinterpret that
You're
evidence.
trying to
You
invalidate
reinterpret that
whatever
evidence.
I said.
I
Wow.
can raise my voice too. So just because you raise your voice doesn't mean I'm going to yield to your disruption to my reply to you. So when we show you the long distance observations, this is what happens. We're on this because when we show you the long distance observations, when we show you the photos, when we show you the
And when we
measurements
show you the
that
same
are
long
too
distance
far, given
observations
the
at different
entailments of your
places
SE,
showing
given the
different
entailments of your
results,
globe,
you don't
then
care.
you try to talk back, right? Then you reply with, well,
You're
no,
manipulating
it's
the
refraction.
narrative
Refraction
and
is
lying,
curving the
and
light
I'm
around
not
the Earth.
letting you
So
do
that's why
that.
we
That's
see
why
that
I'm
distance.
taking over
And
you.
then underlying that appeal is your whole idea about the nature of light and how it can interact with various mediums. That's why you're talking
I'm
about
sorry, but you do not know what I think, what I uphold, and how I do that.
This is what you
are
just said to us. What are you
making that
talking
up.
about?
You are making claims about me.
This is what you just
don't
told
know
us.
anything about me.
This is what you just told us 5 minutes ago. Stop lying.
No, you are misrepresenting what I say. As
Okay, go ahead and say your position again and stop making it impossible to recount your position to make the conversation go forward to the conclusion.
Again, like I said, when you account for all factors into the observations that you claim are we see too far, there is nothing wrong. We don't see too far. We see exactly what the model predicts. Now, if we do the same experiment somewhere else, we have a different result because we don't have salt flats and all those other factors making us see 10 miles away because the Earth is not flat.
What is it?
You didn't predict anything. You people always gap about predictions. It's not as though you said all your whole entire doctrinal system.
Right
before
now,
all these
we have
observations.
1,000 years of predictions on eclipse.
No, stop
we know
saying dumb
we
shit.
know exactly when the eclipse in 1,000 years.
No, that's a Saros
Talking about
cycle.
the terrestrial observations. Talk about observations on the ground. You didn't predict all these things before we did them. We're doing these things and then you yap about predictions. That's what you're doing. You didn't
Show
predict
your
anything.
observation. Show your observation, Storm. Go on, put it in the side chat and show us how you accounted for everything that you're talking about.
I'm not
and how it
the
matches up with the
authority
globe.
on what the science is and the globe is.
No, no,
I'm
no.
an educated
You just made a
person that's
claim,
only trying
and
to
now
answer your questions and make you understand some things that
you just made a claim, Storm. Right? You just made a positive claim, and now you need to back it up for the conversation to progress forward, or admit that you can't produce what you just claimed existed.
What?
You, okay, all right. Okay, so very, very slowly for you. You just claimed that when we go out and make observations, it matches up with the globe. Once you account for the variables, okay, and that happens over and over again, and in different locations you'll have slightly different variables and it matches up with the globe. Now it's time for you to present that. If you don't present it, you can admit that you can't present it and you don't have that.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to Google through a sea of 10,000 observations.
No. We just need one observation. Okay, so you can't make a claim that you have all these observations and then not present anything.
I wasn't done speaking, first of all. Again, there is substantial evidence all over the internet. You have 10,000 observations like this that do match.
Okay,
the
so you
globe.
can't produce one
Let me
observation for
finish.
us, though,
Let
can
me
you?
finish. You're free to Google them. They're not hard to find.
No, there aren't any. I checked.
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
you made
Find
a
one
claim.
for me. Find one for me.
That each one that you are presented with, you discredit and dismiss.
No,
and
you didn't present one.
That's not an honest position.
Dude, it's no good then if we can just discredit it. You got to find one that's good.
Yeah, you haven't given us anything to discredit, Storm.
Just do what he said. Stop yapping. Just do what he said. Since your position is so rock solid, do it.
Yeah, just find there's thousands. You just said there's thousands. It should be pretty easy to find
that
one.
humans exist on Earth. You can go touch
You're
grass.
gonna
and see that
change
grass
the topic
exists,
now,
my
are
friend.
you?
Yeah, so you're
Touch grass is like 2020 is touch grass, dude. You're way behind. You're 6 years behind now.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, so you're pretending that your position is rock solid, right? If it was so rock solid, you would have been presented just one like he asked you, but you're refusing to do so because you don't have any. That's
Nothing
why.
burgers. First of all, when I post whatever video of that, it changes nothing, and you all have the same excuses.
You don't have it.
Always.
That's why you're not presenting.
I don't care about petty semantics. If you want,
You don't
to
have it. That's why you're not presenting.
Hold on, Gregory. Hold on. Hey, dude. Post one, since you know what we're going to say about him, post one that we're not going to say that about.
How about you go on?
Why do I have to go there?
Go on McToon's channel.
You show the proof.
I already bought all my equipment. I got this guy.
How about
who's
you go on
who's McToon and what does he have to do with flat Earth?
McToon?
Yeah.
He has plenty of videos which does experiments that prove.
He doesn't. He's never done any experiments. Tell me what an experiment is.
Tell him.
You take a hypothesis. After that hypothesis, you test upon that hypothesis to see if it's valid, and you test it rigorously against other information and all current information that you have. This is a simplification of it, not the word-for-word explanation of it.
Great. Give me a McToon experiment. Yeah, that's what I thought.
What? I'm supposed to be able to teleport my hand.
You just suggested we have to go to his website to get your proof, and I want you to give me what a McToon experiment is, so we can all go watch it.
You're doing exactly what I said. You were asking me to post a video showing or demonstrating one of my claims, and when I'm directing you to a whole YouTube channel full of videos like that, you're already discrediting that and mocking that.
So when I go and pick one of those, when I go and pick one of those videos, and then I discredit it, you're going to say that's not the video I wanted. So I want you to go and find them for me. I don't want to just go to every single video and then you say no, that's not the one I meant.
Telling you to show your proof for your proposition is not discrediting the
How
evidence.
about you address this? When you guys claimed that there were shadows being manipulated or that they didn't
Now he's
match,
making a hard segue.
McToon made a video about the shadows matching.
Now you're
all
making a
the-
hard segue.
That's not an experiment. You retard.
Okay, so you obviously don't have what you need to prove your proposition. You don't have the evidence that you keep yapping about. That's it. Okay, so the issue is, like I just said, to cut to the chase.
We have
We make the
the evidence.
observations.
You just
we make
deny
the observations,
the
and
evidence.
for
There's a
some
big
reason you decide to
difference
speak now.
between
For some reason you decide to
having
speak
no
now.
evidence
When it was your turn to
and
actually say your
being
evidence,
blind to the
you
evidence.
remain silent. But now when I'm speaking, now you want to decide to talk. Ridiculous. So the issue is this.
I'm
You can hear
responding
me-
to what you're
you
saying
can hear me
directly,
you can hear
and
me
you don't
summarizing
like
the
it.
issue.
Okay.
We can hear you can hear me clarifying the current issue. You don't have to talk through that. So to finish the clarification, we show you the photos and the measurements. We see
Yes,
too far than what's
and
entailed
I
on your
look
blur.
them up,
And this isn't the
I
time for you to
find
start trying to
explanations that are
prevent me.
Hold on one
satisfying.
sec.
So they are nothing burgers. Why are you
Storm, I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you, Storm. Hold on, don't speak. Just wait. Storm, I don't want to mute you. If you're going to let somebody
We will
finish before you jump in.
not get anywhere with the see too far thing.
Storm, you don't make the rules here. If somebody's speaking, you let them finish. Go ahead, Gregory.
Thank you. So the issue is this, right? We make the observations, we take the photos, we get the measurements, all that, we show them. We see too fucking far on your glurf, right? There's curvature that would be there, that should be there, that isn't there, because we see too far. Well, no, We don't see too far because refraction. Because the light, the atmosphere, and the sunlight is just conspiring together to make the Earth seem to be horizontal, but it actually isn't. So that we can actually see farther than what's actually possible on the GLURF. And then the whole lore about the nature of light and all their metaphysical garbage and da 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 da. That's why we're here. That's the issue.
Okay, I'm gonna mention someone that you're just gonna mock, and you're gonna mock me for mentioning him.
Then mention somebody that we're not gonna mock.
I don't care, because this is sufficient. You have Mr. Professor Dave there that made a video.
No, he's not a professor.
I don't care if he's a professor or not. It's his YouTube name.
Yeah,
so
but he makes up his own flat Earth, and then he debunks the one he made up. He doesn't use our flat Earth. Dave doesn't use our flat Earth, though. Dave doesn't use our flat Earth.
You're speaking over me instead of letting me finish.
Yes, because Dave doesn't use our flat Earth. You're in the wrong place.
Doesn't
yes, it does.
matter. You don't know what I was saying. So
yeah, Dave's a straw man builder. Dave builds straw mans and then burns them down.
See, I just brought up one name and you broke down.
Wait a sec, Storm. Wait a sec, Storm. While Professor Triangle is right, go ahead and finish your point. Even though he's right, but go ahead.
Mr. Professor Dave responded to a video of 200 proofs for flat Earth, to which there's about 160 accounts of We See Too Far, where he offers explanations as to why we don't see too far. Eventually, he stops giving the explanations because it gets redundant, but he does so. And when I look up the information, not because I'm not going to use Dave as my authority, no, I'm going to look up the information and do the exact same things and check the explanations. And they match. They're right. They're accurate. He's right about them. We don't.
Right about what? He hasn't done anything yet. He built a straw man out of a disc that spins in outer space, and that's not us. And then he then he debunked the disc spinning in outer space, but we don't believe in that. So what did he actually do?
Like I was explaining, in those 200 proofs, most of them were claiming...
They're not our proofs!
Again, these See Too Far things included the same oil rig you use, the Salt Lake you use. So yes, it is...
So are you telling me that water is not flat and level when it's at rest?
See Too Far things.
Are you trying to tell me water is not flat and level when it's at rest?
Water is never at rest, first of all.
Why?
Because it just physically can't be at rest.
What's it doing?
Do you not know how liquids work?
No.
You're scrutinizing.
Tell me.
Well, I'm sorry, man. I'm going to let you go to school for that.
Well, I just want to quickly call you out on a few lies that you just made again. Okay, so you said that in the 200 proofs, the oil platforms were mentioned. No. And that the Great Salt Lake in Utah was mentioned. No, none of those were mentioned in Eric DeBay's 200 proofs that Professor Dave was trying to debunk. So why are you lying? And look, this is what we have to do.
Okay, look,
we have to get back.
About that, but I'm not
you are completely wrong about just about everything you say.
There's no intent
Hold on a
to
second,
lie.
bro.
But
Don't make me mute you. Just do it. No hesitation. Okay, Storm, you're not in control here. Okay, now this is where we were at. You said that there's thousands of observations that match up with the globe where the variables have been accounted for. Okay, you failed to provide one. Okay, we can just move past that. Okay, we can all acknowledge you failed to provide a single observation. Then you said you can provide an experiment. Okay, so you posted the McToon Shadows video. Now you need to explain to everyone how that's an experiment. Go over the dependent and independent variables. Explain it to us.
I'm just trying to show you guys a way to answer your own questions. And you're just refusing.
Not with Professor Dave, though. Because Dave doesn't have anything to do with us.
But what
Dave doesn't have anything to do with us, right, dude? Dude.
Use the right information.
Do you realize Dave doesn't have anything to do with us?
I don't have everything.
So, yeah. So, do you realize Dave has nothing to do with us, or he would have come in here already?
Okay. Dave is irrelevant here. The point was about the See Too Far fallacies.
And then you said Dave said a million times, and he stopped talking about it.
He pointed out explanations about the C2 FARs, which are correct.
What are they? What are the explanations?
About the C2 FARs,
and how can I repeat them?
Correct.
What are his explanations, and how can I repeat them?
The fact.
So I want to tell the military the secret of being able to see around the ball. I want to tell the military how to do it.
See, you don't even have the good faith to try and learn anything.
Dude, every time we ask you to prove your
first of all, I'm going to say
you
this.
yap and whine and moan and talk about everything else except actually
Let me say this here.
the argument that proves what you're talking about.
There's a reason why we have surgeons, anesthesiacs, and different doctors
and maniacs like you.
I'm not done speaking. So there's a reason we have
either.
Not done speaking either.
Of doctors.
I wasn't done speaking either, and I yielded to you. How about you stop being a hypocrite?
I was talking before you spoke, dude.
No, I was talking to you before you began on your tirade now. No, I was talking before you began your current tirade. Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
I was.
No, you weren't.
So
what you talk over me all the time. So of course, you think that you're the one that initiated.
I'm going to keep talking.
Over
keep talking to you until someone mutes you or mutes me.
Again,
I was speaking before you.
Doesn't matter.
I don't have mute buttons, so I only have these other options available to me. So what you keep doing is every time we press you about one of your beliefs, one of your doctrines, what you keep doing instead of actually saying or apply that remotely resembles an argument that actually verifies that actually.
Well, hey, we're on Discord here. We're not in a laboratory. Of course,
here we go again with you talking through someone else because you just think for some reason that you're the one who's standing on top of everyone else, and you're just going to bully everyone else's voice and push everyone else's voice out of the channel because you have something to say. Ridiculous, but it's not going to work with me.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, dude, what if I'm in a laboratory and talking on Discord at the same time? Does that count?
Am I with you in the laboratory? Are we together?
I can turn a camera on.
Do we have all the equipment for what is being demanded? Are we?
Yes, I do. Yep, I do. I have it all. I have it all, dude.
Anyways, back to what I was saying. There's a reason.
No, back to what I was saying. Because Radwin.
There's a reason why.
That comment, and then I was because I was speaking before.
See, I was starting before, and then go. Oh no, go back to what I was saying. You see?
No, back to what I was saying. I was speaking before you. You shut up. You shut up. I was speaking before you. You shut up.
Well, look, if you don't want to listen, I won't listen.
What you keep on doing is every time we press you and ask you a scrutinizing question that provokes you or prompts you to actually say some argument that actually proves your given proposition, you say everything else but that. Anti-globalist just asked you to explain how your appeal to McToon's whole thing about the shadows is an experiment, and you just deflected from that instead of saying a reply that actually explains how it is an experiment. That's reprehensible and contemptible. I don't respect it, and none of us in here respect that.
Because this isn't what I was trying to talk about, and you're trying to shift the narrative and gishgallop me instead of letting me speak my arguments. So, of course, I'm not providing the arguments that you're demanding because, one, you're not demanding fairly, and two, I am already trying to, and you're not letting me speak.
Hold on, Storm. You interrupted. Hold on, Storm. You interrupted Gregory.
Before we get to any proving or blah, blah, blah,
hold on a sec.
We have to clarify some communication dynamics first.
Okay? Yeah, Storm, can I just jump in a sec here, mate?
No, I have
when Gregory. No, you said because. No, listen. This is what just happened. You said because we're on Discord, you can't present evidence because we're on Discord. Is what you basically said.
No, that's a straw man again.
It's a pretty weak argument, dude, because if something's real, then it's testable, it'll be repeatable. We will have examples of this, direct evidence that you're talking about. Okay. There's a bit it's a bit of a silly answer to say because we're on Discord. You know what we're after.
Yeah, but first of all, what's needed. Define some things and clarify things that are not clarified. To understand that the demands that are being made are not necessarily in good faith as well. Now, let's start by this thing that I was trying to say earlier. there is a reason why in the medical field you have different types of surgeons, ORL, neurology, cardiology, pneumology, and all those types of different specialists. You know, we call them specialists because they, to know what they know in their field, have to spend their entire lives studying this field, leaving the other field to another person to study their entire life. No one doctor knows absolutely everything medical. No doctor knows all of neurology, pneumology, cardiology, vascularity.
No doctor is not what we're talking about. Fucking medical doctors in here, you weirdo.
Fucking finish instead of cutting me off. Thank you. So, that being said, in science, we have the same problem. There are so many fields, it's impossible for one single human to gather all the knowledge.
Unless you're me. Unless you're me.
I'm not done. So, that being said, there are people who specialize in certain fields, do certain things, and post their results. These results are also public. You guys call this an appeal to authority fallacy because these people have spent their lifetimes doing something that they know how to do empirically and better than you, and you deny their work.
Dude, I'm back.
You think you know better than them.
Are you ready? Dude, are you going to stop acting like this?
And when he says acting like this, what he means is you're exaggerative,
And anything I said, right?
droning on
You didn't absorb anything
rhetoric.
I said.
You just
So you had two straight minutes to talk, and you didn't give us any proof. You spoke about how we do things.
I was trying to clarify something, and
so I don't want any more clarifications from you. I want you to go ahead and start giving us what we asked for.
Yeah, that speech didn't really help you, dude. Like, it is an appeal to authority. Even your example with specialist doctors, you're acting like there's no general practitioners. It's a ridiculous claim. Like, at the end of the day, there's multiple subjects involved with the topics we're discussing. So a bit of general knowledge and a bit of generalism is good. Now, generally, you go to the GP before you go to a specialist. And we're still at that stage. Yeah, we've got some symptoms we're trying to diagnose, and the symptoms are coming back flat earth. So we're not going to go into the specialist globe guy, are we? Not at this point. We haven't got there yet.
Seismology?
We don't have a specialist globe guy anyway. He won't tell me who it is.
Have any of you looked into seismology yet?
Yep. Requires a flat and stationary Earth.
Does it? How?
Yes. How are you going to get readings if the Earth is always moving?
What do you mean by that?
You know what I just said, and it just stumped your fucking head.
No. I mean, what do you mean by that? How are you going to get a reading?
If you're trying to record the Earth moving, how are you going to record the Earth moving when it's moving?
You're being incoherent right now. So you're asking me how do we record the surface shaking or tectonic plates, something that's inside the Earth when the Earth is rotating?
That's not what he just asked you.
Well, it seems to be that, but he worded it in a strawman way. Well, how do you record moving when the Earth is moving? Maybe because the two movements are different. One is rotational and the other is a shaking object.
The question again.
That is an answer to the question.
You missed his question. How about you listen?
So your seismic plates require a flat stationary Earth.
No, not at all.
Yes, you cannot put a plate on a basketball. You'd have to balance it on there.
When we call them tectonic plates, you're assuming that they're like these square, flat plates? No.
Yeah, because they're called plates. They're not called bowls. They're not tectonic bowls that go around a ball, the outside of a ball like a bowl would. Are they called that?
Definition of what a tectonic plate is?
Yep. Yeah, they actually called it what it really is, and you guys tried to turn it into a bowl. It's amazing how you twist things around.
No, it's amazing how you're the one twisting things around and not
What did I twist? Did I twist the word or did I twist the meaning of the word?
You're twisting meanings. Yes, you're twisting context and meanings and like assuming that because we call it a tectonic plate, it has to be a metal plate or something like that.
No, it has to be a plate. Yeah, it has to be plate shaped, not a bowl, curved bowl shaped. Correct.
Do you know that there's like several tectonic plates, meaning that?
Yeah, so there would be several bowls running around the outside of a ball, right? Not flat plates that are just kind of going everywhere.
In good faith here.
Here, let's look at what a flat plate would look like on your ball.
And then you guys get mad when people are like, "Oh, you guys believe in a flat disc?" And you
no, it's because we don't believe in it. Yeah, we don't believe in it. You do.
We don't believe in the shit you're saying about balls floating on balls.
Here, I'm going to show you what a plate looks like on the surface of a ball. Go ahead. You can see that, and also standing up on its edge. But that's what a plate looks like on a ball. So how do those work on a globe? How do tectonic plates work on a globe?
Look, dude, just because you don't get what tectonic plate means, and yet you're trying.
Oh, you brought you
answer the question.
You brought it up.
Seriously, plate tectonics, okay, are not referring to flat plates.
What are they referring to? Bowl-shaped plates.
A massive, irregularly shaped slab of solid rock.
So a bowl-shaped slab of rock.
Where's that? Where does that say ball-shaped?
Bowl, like your cereal bowl that you just ate Fruit Loops. That you just ate Fruit Loops out of.
Are you serious?
More like continent shaped, or pretty much more like continent shaped.
So shaped like the United States. So the United States or continent. Oh, so like Australia. Everything's shaped like Australia.
Continent isn't a shape, dude. Freaking idiot. Not a single not a single mathematician is going to talk about.
Hey, dude, do you even know what a triangle is? Do you even know what a triangle is?
Okay, I don't know what a triangle is. That's what you want to believe.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and post in the chat and see if you can answer this NASA IQ test question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
D.
Is that your final answer?
Yep.
All right, let's see what the answer is. It's from NASA now. B, the second one, is not a triangle because it has one curved side. D is not closed, so it is also not a triangle. So you got it wrong. Yeah, I don't give 50% on tests.
I'm sorry, but see, I can agree with the B here. I have no problem with being wrong about B. But you said which one of these triangles?
Which of the figures below? Which of the figures? There's more than one figure are not triangles. More than one figure are not more than one figure.
That's
more than one. Which of the more than one figure below are not more than one figures below?
Yeah,
you failed to read the question, Storm.
I get that,
you're lost.
But that's not what you said.
So we know you don't have a reading comprehension. That's really what this is for, dude. Dude, that's really what this is for. So I can understand if you can even comprehend when people are talking to you, or even when you're reading. This is a bigger test than me knowing what a triangle is. This is not about the triangles, dude. This is not about the triangles. Do you understand it?
This is just you being dishonest and of bad faith. I get it.
Oh,
every time your errors are
can't be of
exposed, you
good
keep
faith. I
yapping
get
and
it, man.
denigrating
I
us as being
understand.
dishonest. Every time. You refuse to actually engage with any basic decency as though you were raised by parents
I'm
who
not
were
the
worth
one that's
anything.
being indecent.
Every
He's
time we
having
ask you a
clearly
simple
mocking
scrutinizing question
tone.
about
He's
your
throwing
worldview,
nothing
every
burgers
time we
and
ask you a scrutinizing question about your worldview, you begin yapping and trying to verbally wrestle and bicker with us every time, acting as though you pushing your voice to the channel is going to give you the time for you to dominate the VC. This is not your VC. You're not going to dominate it just because you keep pushing your voice.
Nobody's trying to dominate anything.
So then quit talking to people every time they reply to you.
Talking about you, dumbass.
So then quit talking through people every time they reply to you.
I'm talking through them when they're lying and being dishonest.
Goddamn
ridiculous. So we can do that to you then?
Now, can I go back to my main argument about
Well, hold on. I just want to know. Can I talk through you when you're lying?
Yeah, if I say a lie, sure, but I'm not lying.
Okay, because you get ready for the greatest interruption of your life, son.
Yeah,
He
sure,
just halved his airtime.
So about seismology, we have locations with seismographs all over the world. Okay? And we have P and S waves. And
That has nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with the globe.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it requires a flat and stationary Earth for that to work.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
I don't have any curved surfaces to put my seismographs on, but all the flat, long tables that I have work very well.
Points. We have seismographs around the world. And when
Do you have to
earthquake,
do you have to level those?
When there's an earthquake.
Answer my question. Do you have to level those?
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, then stop talking about something you don't know anything about.
I know something about it. Just because I don't know one specific doesn't mean I know nothing. So stop.
Well, start Googling it, and so you can answer these questions, so you can learn something.
You're really afraid of letting me say what I want to say.
Yeah, you can't tell me if they have to be level to work.
You're really afraid of what I got to say.
No, you're afraid of the word level.
You're not even letting me finish. Like, you guys complain about
change your battery. Change your smoke detector battery. Your battery's low.
I can't even say 4 words without you interrupting me.
Your battery is low, dude.
That's not mine.
You don't like that, huh?
That was 9 words and nobody interrupted you.
Anyways, seismology.
That's funny.
So, when an earthquake happens, the first seismograph records that both the P and S waves.
Can I lay the seismograph on its side, or do they have to be level?
Why are you interrupting me again?
Because I'm trying to get this in my head how this work.
Then stop interrupting me.
Well, you're not telling me the basic part of the instrument you're using in the first place. Do they need to be level, or can I stick them on the side of a building? How do they work? Can I put them on the side of a ball? Can I stick them upside down underneath a roof overhang? Where do you put them? Do you level them? Do you stick them on the ground?
You're red-herring me on some.
How is that a red herring when I'm asking you a question?
No, you are asking me a red herring about something that does not matter to what I am about to say.
Yoder.
Literally a red herring.
Yeah, right
so
there. What is that noise?
I'm going to continue now.
That's a smoke detector battery needs to be changed.
Yeah, someone's smoke battery needs to be changed.
That's yours. Every time you talk, that goes off. It's in your house. You don't even change your batteries.
I doubt that it's mine.
I've never heard that yet. Like, what is that? What is that noise? That crisp ding.
You got to change your battery. That's what it sounds like when your battery is low in your smoke detectors. Mine are powered, so they don't use batteries, but that's what they sound like.
Well, I mean, why would I waste the money on that when I can build a bigger house, with all the money I save not having them?
The first seismograph records the P and S waves. And as the earthquake propagates, therefore the P and S waves propagates, what happens?
How do I set up my seismograph?
Is that other seismographs receive the P and S waves. And when they do, we have somewhat of a map of the interior of the Earth, like an X-ray. Because
an X-ray?
I'm not done speaking. Some of the P and S waves go through liquid and solid, and one doesn't go through liquid and solid. And therefore, when we receive different P and S waves from different places, we know exactly where they went, how they crossed, and if they were blocked by liquids or solids from the absence of P and S waves and the presence of P and S waves at different locations, giving us a clear interior map of Earth with a core.
Can you show me what the the center of Earth looks like? Hold on, Gregory.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Dude, can you show me the map they made of the center of Earth with the core?
Oh my.
Dear AI, can I get a map of the center of Earth made with seismographs?
That is a no ghostwriter.
Now maybe I'm dreaming this,
I
but
see why he's angry.
I could have swore I saw a video that somebody was able to X-ray the Devil's Tower and see that it's just full of all kinds of rooms inside there. I might have been dreaming. I don't know. Maybe somebody can look that up.
Not even Batman's super sonar in The Dark Knight 2008 even did that.
You know what's funny? The new stuff that we have for penetrating rock is it's only good for like maybe 50 feet deep. And that's pressing it, right? It really is.
According to their lore,
but
how far away is the core of the Earth from the surface? Like 4 figures at least.
Yeah. How big is it? I think it's like the size of my garage, the core. What size is it supposed to be?
Core. I think these guys just watched a lot of sci-fi movies, and that's what they're just regurgitating.
Well, they think that lava shoots out from volcanoes from the core. I think it just shoots. It travels 4,000 miles and then shoots up in the air like a happy birthday. Happy birthday!
Wow.
All your questions answered in that one link.
Well, there's land chemistry that actually tells you how lava's formed, but that's a whole nother thing. That's an area of science that most people don't get into.
Storm, how far down in kilometers is Earth's core from the surface?
The last time I talked to a Glober and debate about the size of Earth with distances and pictures and things, they said it was a huge ball, bigger than what they originally anticipated, so that the core could be bigger than the sun, you know?
Well, then you can't have a level. You can't have level curving levels, because if it's so big, your gravity would point in all different directions. So it has to be really small. So they all point to the same spot, so you can be precise. Can't be really big.
Yeah, Storm. How far down is the Earth core below the surface? Can you get this point of lore correct about your worldview?
I think he's trying to figure out how many smoke detectors are beeping. I think he thought it was just the one and took out the battery, and something was still beeping.
It's about 1,800 miles for the boundary of the core.
How big is the core?
Well, if it's at 1,800 miles, it's pretty much half the size, or roughly a bit smaller than half the size, maybe 40% of the whole circumference.
So what's the figure?
Well, the cross is about 8 to 40 kilometers. The mantle is about 2,900 kilometers. The outer core, 2,000 kilometers, and the inner core, the actual inner core, would be about 1,300 kilometers.
Who measured that?
Seismology.
No.
Person, goddammit. Holy shit.
I even posted a link which explains how they come up with everything.
Hey, you managed
Okay, so first off, In order for me to read that link, you're going to have to show me that the Earth is actually curving for me to believe your curving ball link.
You're free to get $500,000 and buy a trip to the ISS because you're allowed as a civilian to board the ISS.
Space is fake.
Go ahead.
Space is fake. Space is fake.
Okay, well, you
you're
can
not
say
going
that,
anywhere.
but,
You're not going anywhere. It's only $500,000. How come they say it's like $45 million to do it?
Hey,
Now it's only
hey.
$500,000.
Hey, if space is fakes, how come I can go
Dude,
to my local...
I have $500,000. If it's so easy, how come people aren't just doing this?
Maybe because they don't want to be on the ISS?
I thought all Globers wanted to float. I thought that was the whole point of going into space.
I wouldn't go on the ISS even if I were rich. I don't care about that shit.
Uh-huh. But you brought it up. You don't care about it, but you care about other people going on
You're
it.
the one that wants to see the globe and its curvature. You can.
No, you should be able to measure it.
I mean, unless you would be about 10,000 kilometers in size tall, you wouldn't be able to measure something that is way bigger than you.
Hey, Storm, I got an off-the-wall question, just a silly country cowboy here. If you don't care, why are you here talking to us and showing us how much you
I don't
do
care about going on the ISS. I do care about helping people learn stuff and educate themselves and get rid of their delusions.
Okay, well, differential leveling on the Florida coast, right? If you do that along the coastline, you'll have whatever the surface purports to be after, say, 2-3 miles. So you and a couple of buddies and a case of beer and auto level, and you should be able to find the curve in a weekend.
And we can.
Nobody's done it yet. That's why this room is still
Nobody's done it yet? Oh.
That's why I'm not a
We've never
Glober.
seen ships disappear from
No, that's not a measurement.
Oh, measurement. Oh, yeah.
Argument.
I forgot to tell you, like I just said, at the size of Earth, you won't measure it. You're too small.
So it's not a globe then, because we don't know, because we're too small, so it's actually flat.
We don't know. You can't measure it directly because you're too small to measure it directly.
You don't know.
But you can have indirect observations that still empirically prove that.
No.
Sorry, but
No, you
measuring
can't.
something
No,
directly.
I can show you a hologram of
figuring something
I can
out.
show you a hologram of Tupac singing. Does that mean he's real?
What?
That's indirect evidence.
I mean, differential leveling solves this, because if you can't measure it, then you can't tell me that there's a measure of it. And then now you have to take me to like outer space that you say is real, that you don't want to go to, for me to look at the thing that you. Hold on, bro. Why are you talking through me? Oh my God!
Indirect measurements. I want direct measurements.
I'm not lying. So why are you talking through me, bro? Right? You talk through liars, but you don't just talk through people that are actually trying to have a conversation with you. So why are you talking through me?
Because you said something empirically wrong.
I didn't lie.
Okay, maybe not.
I'm postulating an interesting idea, and
something empirically wrong.
You're only talking through me to not get it on the live stream so that other people can't learn. That's the problem.
No.
Yes, or you'd have some manners and you'd wait your turn like everyone else did. Bro, I've been quiet for a long time listening to you monologue.
Off, and then I just continue speaking until I'm done, and then you complain.
I just once complained because you, for the 5th time, have interrupted me while I've tried to talk to you.
Am I interrupting you now?
Well, now that the point is gone, what's the point of interrupting, right? Nobody can learn now.
The point of interrupting is if you say something demonstrably false and you're going to go continue on a tangent based on that false premise, it's best to stop you at your false premise before you say a bunch of other nonsense based on the false premise.
No. See, you're in a debate. You're in a debate. We're not in your house.
I wouldn't call this a formal debate.
You want a formal debate then?
You don't get to let me on the nose.
Would you like a formal debate?
Not with a person like you. You're too dishonest.
Well, you can't debate Gregory. You can't debate Gregory. You should have debated me. You won't be able to debate Gregory because you won't be able to debate Gregory. He'll piss you off because he'll win so fast. You'll start screaming at everybody. So you can't debate him either. So pick somebody else. Not me, not Gregory. Now pick somebody you want to debate.
I'm not looking for a formal debate. I'm looking to point the direction to informations that you guys misconceive.
You haven't presented any information. We keep asking you for it.
I mean, I presented imaging the interior of Earth 3.0.
No.
Seismology.
It's a computer program. It's a computer program.
No, it's not a computer program. You just
who did it? Who wrote it all? Who drew it then? Who drew the map of the center of the Earth? It's exhausting being a glober, isn't it? You got to think of all these lies and try to remember all this lie shit that you're worried about.
What? That's not the point here.
Yeah, the point is you got to try to remember all of their lies and get it all together to repeat it back to us.
Remember or anything.
Well, you've got no proof of anything you're talking about.
Look. The fact is, whatever evidence, proof, or anything that is posted, you're unable to interpret the data. So, what's the point of asking for proof if you're not even going to interpret the data? Like,
MC2's final
and then you're going to go, but that's not proof. Well, then okay, nothing's proof then.
Yoda, you're breaking up.
By the way, in case you didn't know,
Storm, stop talking, bro.
Storm includes the argument.
It's like he hears you saying
the final experiment.
You're kind of breaking up.
Who, me?
Yeah, or echoey, or not close enough to your mic,
It's
something
echoey.
like that.
It's not too bad.
Okay.
All right, is this better?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay. Storm, you posted the final experiment by MC Toon as an example of an experiment.
Not the final experiment, only something about the shadows. And I was posting that as like an example of when they were claiming that the shadows are wrong in the final experiment, that there is something that Nicktoon has done that demonstrably proves it false, which is replicating the same shadows.
All right, what does that prove?
Final experiment in the title.
Hold on, Gregory. I know where Yoder's going with this. Go ahead.
Yeah, what are the shadows proving?
That there is no inconsistency in the footage of the final experiment regarding shadows.
Okay, so he's established internal consistency. So what? Right? Because guess what? Good liars have internally consistent lies. That's what makes their lies so good.
Yes, like Eric Dubé.
Like what? What did he say?
Well, like Eric Dubé. A very elaborate liar that knows how to lie. Wise and Dubé, both of
Does anyone
them.
else recognize
David
what
Wise
he said?
too.
Like what?
I have no idea what he's saying. Listen, dude, like internal consistency doesn't prove anything other than internal consistency.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so just because somebody's proven that shadows appear as they predicted doesn't mean that they've proven anything else external to those shadows, like pause.
And was I saying that? No.
Then what are you saying? Like, what are the shadows supposed to be proving? Oh, internal consistency.
Nothing.
Dude, you didn't prove anything about the globe with those shadows. Neither did Mattoon.
The point. The point.
Okay, well, that was supposed to be your point.
That you guys don't want clarified.
Okay, well, guess what? I just clarified it for the audience. Maybe you can post something that's like really good globe proof that we can sink our teeth into.
I could post an actual image of Earth from the moon. Oh no, those are all fake. Even though I have no standard to call them fake.
Whoa, nobody said that yet. I'm going to ask you for the provenance of those images if you can prove it.
You want a standard? I can give you a standard too. I'm ready.
I could use a standard blue marble image that you would call is computer generated when it's not.
No, don't. Hey, listen, you're poisoning the well. I want you to prove the provenance of the image. Right, just like when somebody shows up with fine art and says that this is a Da Vinci. You know, do you just accept it based off of face value, even if an esteemed institution presents it? No, the inspector is going to ask for the provenance. You know what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so same thing here, okay?
Okay, so
we're just doing our due diligence.
So it's up to me to hack a satellite and get its metadata from the images and send it to you, really?
Well, it's not my homework to do, right? That's absolutely your job.
You don't know how to do that anyway. I do, but you don't know how to do that.
Because you can't accept that a picture in metadata is clean.
It's not.
It's not about that. It's about listen. It's about the provenance. Again, we go back to that. We don't just accept anything at face value, especially if I'm like an insurance adjuster.
Okay,
and I'm trying to prove that this is legit.
But when the data, I mean, when something is presented, okay, such as an image here,
yeah, like a chain of custody in court, right?
And there is data that comes with the image, such as how it was taken, the angle, the distance, and all the data.
Telling us about it.
All the information about the image is public.
Yeah, that's detailed. So listen, that is a claim, okay? It's like presenting a speeding ticket in court.
I wasn't finished.
Right, so claims are not evidence.
I'm not saying that claims are evidence.
Get to the part where you show us.
The metadata is a claim. Okay.
Okay.
You need to establish the provenance, the chain of custody. We need external verification. Just like a good lie is only internally consistent, it needs external validation.
Okay.
So we're going to need some external validation of these claims.
Yeah.
Not just to demonstrate internal consistency. I can accept that they're internally consistent. I want external validation.
Stop making red herrings here. The claim is
what is red herring? I'm just describing. I'm setting a standard. Calm down. Shh. I am setting a standard. I'm not giving you a red herring. I am setting a standard for evidence.
Okay. Is your standard of evidence reasonable?
Yeah, I'm actually using what would be considered reasonable in court.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
So if I were to take a picture of myself, let's say, and send you that picture, you would demand me to prove that the picture actually comes from a phone's camera and is of a real person and so on.
No, I would. You have to prove that that's actually you. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be upon. Yeah, that's called the burden.
Talking about
the burden of evidence, right?
Your doctrine.
Okay, so suppose the image is not me. Is it a real person?
I don't give a shit. You have to prove that you took the picture and it's you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your job. You have the burden of evidence here. I don't.
So when it comes to let's say you come to someone and say, "Hey, earlier today I ate this epic hamburger. It was delicious." How are you going to prove it?
You don't.
Yeah, it's not my job to do your homework to prove that your evidence is true.
Whoa. I'm saying, suppose you make the claim.
Did I make the claim?
And it was delicious.
Well, then I would have made the claim after videoing it and sitting next to somebody who said, "I agree, this is the best hamburger ever," and then I'll show it to you, and then give you the address and give you the coupon the manager gave me to send you there to have one, and then when you go there and have one, you're going to tell me, "Yep, you're right," and that's how we prove it.
And if you can't prove it, guess what? You probably shouldn't be submitting this as evidence if you're incapable of demonstrating
anything as evidence. I'm trying to make you understand the perspective, but Like, you guys are too busy trying to discredit, dismantle, deny.
I'm not. I'm asking for evidence, and nobody's presented anything so far of anything.
Well, we
Okay,
have to clarify the evidence first, because like you're asking for evidence, but like
I've clarified the standards. Okay, so I've clarified the standards. It's your job to go get evidence.
And I'm trying to clarify that to you there, and you're not letting me. You're not letting me establish anything. You're just gish galloping and everything.
No, I'm ready for your evidence now.
Matter, and then I'm going to hand it back to Yoda. Right? Your doctrine is so laughably implausible in contrast to taking a photo of a hamburger or taking a photo of anything that's actually routinely a part of human experience. Your notion is that humans are going 6 figures in distance in any unit of measurement away from the Earth into the black void, turning around, taking photos, and doing all sorts of other dumb shit in the black void, and then coming back. That's tremendously implausible. So yeah, we're going to be far more doubtful and skeptical of that shit than what's actually a part of regular human experience.
Gregory, you're right that that's completely implausible. You know why? Because that is a straw man of the actual facts presented about the global model.
Okay.
So
go ahead and
you
present
say it like
those.
that and frame it in a straw man that nobody believes in.
All right, I've muted you, Storm, so that I can get something out. Hold on, Gregory. It's time for him to provide evidence. I'm tired of this meta narrative right now. Okay, so Storm, you're not going to provide evidence. You're going to provide substantiation for your evidence, some justification. Okay, I'm going to unmute you.
A terrible misconception according to him, because according to him, we got a flagrant straw man. Because I just said, well, we all know what his world.
Yeah, Gregory.
Like,
let's let it play out.
Yeah, we want him to just submit his evidence. You know, we got to just hold him to it, because he'll use anything else he'll use to wiggle out of it. All right, so
no, it's not
just
wiggling
hold him
out.
to it.
Listen. I just said what his worldview is that we want evidence for, and then he just told us we're committing a straw man. That's what he just did. So now we have to clarify what his position actually is. Because I just said to him, what did I just say to him? I just said to him, you believe humans hopped up on a ship, went 6 figures in kilometers or miles away from the Earth, right? 200-something thousand miles to the moon, yada, yada, yada. Turned around, got some photos, and then came back. He said that's a straw man. But well, you know his worldview. So what actually is his worldview?
Let's let him present that and defend it, Gregory, right?
But no, he just said what I just said is a straw man.
Gregory, yes, it is.
Yeah, we're not going to get into semantics about what was a straw man, what was not a straw man, and he's going to use this to stop presenting his evidence. So let's get to the evidence, Storm.
In the most ridiculous way as possible to weaken it, instead of trying to.
So really,
all right.
Is
both sides quiet. It's time to submit evidence, so nobody's strawmanning anybody's submission of evidence.
Gregory, basically, when it comes to your straw man, when you're saying, "Oh, the Earth is
no. Gregory's on mute. You're on mute because you guys want to go back and forth about what was a straw man, what was not a straw man, what's your worldview, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to get to the evidence now. Okay, Yoda, can you press him on that evidence?
Yeah, please present your evidence. I want to see your evidence along with justification.
Evidence of what? That the Earth is a globe with no standard of evidence and no clarification of what evidence is or means. And by the way,
I'm not going to strawman what you're supposed to be providing. You claim to have it.
Stop asking for semantics. Like, if you want evidence, I can post a picture, but you're not going to accept the picture. So stop asking for evidence when you clearly will deny the evidence.
Wait, is all you have a picture, though?
No, it's not all we have. The example is that every single piece of evidence we have, you will just simply deny blindly.
You're poisoning the well. Can you stop poisoning the well?
About it. So the evidence.
All right, you're poisoning the well.
Is already presented.
No, nobody's presented anything yet. You're going to present your evidence, and we're going to talk about it. And if you do anything but present evidence, you're gone. Okay.
There's no presenting evidence when there's no standard.
Okay, so you're choosing to.
I booted him.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was even worse than poisoning the well, because poisoning the well is when someone's talking to say a proof of their position, and then the opponent is criticizing them before they even say their defense for themselves. That's not what we're doing. We're just pressing him to show his defense for his position. and he's just deflecting.
He's back.
His burden of proof, and now he's here again.
No, you're the one
Yep.
deflecting.
So you're here to present some evidence, okay?
No, I'm not here to present some evidence. I'm here to provide argumentation.
Without any evidence.
No, I told you
don't have any
you're here to
argument.
You're here to present evidence. You're going to present evidence.
I'm sorry. I'm going to do what I want to do, not what you want.
Yeah, you're gonna get yourself banned, bro. Right? Like,
Well, we can go argument, okay? How about this? I want a formal logical deductive syllogism. Okay? Can you put one together in order to logically prove that Earth is a globe? I'm going to unmute you, and you're going to try to cobble one together, okay?
Watch this.
Go ahead. A logical deductive syllogism. Logically proving that Earth is a globe. You wanted an argument? Go present one.
Not going to entertain that.
Okay.
After you just said you wanted to say an argument, now you don't want to present an argument.
All right. I booted him. Let's see if he comes back. And he's back.
So you must really want to be here. Let's go ahead and present your argument.
Well, I mean, there's no good faith established, so I'll wait for that first.
Okay, good faith is established. Now go ahead, present your argument.
Yeah. Like, that's very credible.
All right, so go ahead. Go ahead, test it. Test it.
I booted him. Let's see if he comes
back. Good faith is established. Go ahead, say it. I'll prove it. Begin. Say your argument. Test that we're being in good faith.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll say what I wanted to say earlier about the imageries. So, really.
So what's the argument?
Now say your argument that proves the Earth is a ball. Go ahead.
So, no good faith, I see.
What's the argument?
Yeah,
Well,
what's the argument?
I'm trying
They're
to
going to
speak
curate.
with-
Look, the moderators are going to wait for him to come back.
Mm.
Okay, so they're going to curate like what they want in their channel, right?
Good faith.
Okay, so if you do something that's going to provoke them to take you out the channel, then
I'm not doing anything to provoke. You're the ones that have no good faith and don't want to listen to anything I have to say.
Look, it's not that hard. It's not that hard, but you are. So go ahead and present your argument that proves.
Can I say what I want to say, not present whatever you want me to present? I'm sorry.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Yeah, but what you don't understand is that you've exhausted people's faith in you, right? You've demonstrated that you're just obnoxious and pestilential. That you're just an annoying pest of a person, right? You don't actually want to have a conversation. You just want to verbally wrestle and do all this other nonsense, right? But we need you to present the evidence that you're of good faith, right? We know what the channel is designated for. We know why you're here, right? Unless you really didn't want to actually, in the first place, present an argument that proves the Earth's a ball in the first place. Is that it? Is it the case that you didn't want to present an argument that proves the Earth's a ball in the first place? Is that the case? So is that the case, Storm? I guess you could decide to not speak.
Wow, writing paragraph.
You're unmuted, by the way, Storm.
Yeah, I
so
know.
you can answer my question.
Your bad faith question?
Bad faith? I'm asking you, did you want to present an argument that proves the proposition the Earth is a ball, a spheroidal Earth,
Something
in
that
the
I
first
want
place
to
or not?
say that you've been preventing me from saying. How about we?
You said you wanted to talk about images, and then you started talking about how you're back and how everything else, except for what you said you're going to present an argument for. I'm patiently sitting here waiting, even through all your boots and everything. Go.
Yeah. Okay. So back to how it works. So there is a specific blue marble image that has been called a composite image, to which multiple flat earthers, due to it being called a composite image, claim is a false or computer generated image. So
I posted the file for you. If you want to take it, you can bring it into Blender and do it yourself. There it is. You can get that at NASA. That's how they do it.
Yeah, so Yoder's tired of him, understandably.
Okay, I get it. I got to get going.
Okay, so moving on from him, I guess. Yeah. So who in here actually wants to educate, right? The Glober that wants to educate someone in here, right? Or test that they actually know what they're talking about. Like we're looking for people who's gonna like have a conversation and or debate and actually subject their worldview to scrutiny. Right? Not just presume they're just gonna lecture us.
Yeah, but everybody I have that with them ends up becoming a terrariumite just like me. There's no such thing as a Glober out in public.
You think it is a fake voice voter? I think some people just have silly voices.
I never did. I probably should have, but yeah, there's tons of it. I mean, welcome to the internet, bro. You're talking like ICQ and Yahoo before MSN Messenger was
enunciating on purpose. Purposely mispronounced words. That's totally plausible. I wonder if that is true.
The worst part of the whole thing is that he started off that refraction was proof of globe, and then he said it wasn't the only proof of globe, right? So he like kicked the crutch out from underneath himself.
As soon as we exploded his presumptuous lecture about refraction, which is what they have to run to that because there's only two options available to them in light of the long distance observations. Right. The longer, what I'll call the longer observations and measurements, right? They have to account for the longer observations and measurements, which are not possible on their SE. But of course, they make it possible by appealing to the ad hoc rescuing device that is refraction, right? This whole this fictitious super looming, and this whole pseudo lore about the nature of light. It's what you have to do if you want to clutch onto this and convince yourself that it's actually, empirically veracious, substantiated.
Yep. They have to have so much refraction that the Earth would just appear flat. That's the crazy part.
Now, how long? Because history is important. Now, how long have they been saying that argument? Because I think they've only been saying it since, like mid second decade, like 2015, 2016.
Yeah, sometime around. They used to call it fluff perspective, and they would deny refraction and say it's a flat earther argument or something like that. Around 2015, 2016.
Yeah, because around 500 years at least, they've been appealing to the simplistic notion that bottom of disappearance, bottom of obscurance is bottom of obstruction behind the Earth curve. But then you have to account for why we still see with the aided eye, the longer observations and measurements. Well, now because of refraction. I don't think they've been saying this for 500 years. I don't think they've been saying it for 30 years. I think it's a new apologetical trick.
Well, for the anti-flat earthers, sure. Whereas the actual, people that are subject matter experts dating back into the 1800s, they will say it can happen, and that's how it happens. The deviation of light within a medium due to the difference in the refractive index, but they'll be honest and say that there's absolute limitations to that. It's not going to allow. It's not just like a magic word you can say, and then all of the observation, like it's not just going to flatten out all the water in every single observation and make it just look like a flat Earth. That's not what they claim
10 miles
happens.
further, 20 miles further, 50 miles further, 100 miles further.
Yeah, exactly. They'll say like something like it'll be like 7 to 10% in standard conditions, which will allow you to see a little bit further over the curvature of the Earth. And in extreme situations, it could be up to like 16%, 20%. Some even go up to 30%. But we're looking over distances that it would have to be thousands and thousands of percent, which isn't meteorologically possible.
And then, of course, demonstration. You can assert all these notions all the live long day, but then you press them to give a demonstration, and the demonstrations fail on every point of analogy, every significant point of analogy. Like the demonstration on a microscopic scale or a smaller scale is supposed to be demonstrative of the points that are in contention, right? So refraction is supposed to make the curved surface appear flat. No demonstration makes that apparent. The refraction is supposed to make the horizon stretch back into the background, not just move up a little bit, like in some of their pitiful little demonstrations. I just ascend the frame up to the top of the shot, stretch it back away from the observer into the background. Right? Doesn't do that either. It's supposed to also make the light curve, not just bend. They're hiding in that ambiguity, right? When they say bend, what they really needed to do is to curve around the Earth. No demonstration of the air doing that either. At best, when they want to show a light curving through a medium, they have to get a laser, right, which is a coherent, concentrated beam of light, not an incoherent, divergent beam of light or area of light like the sun. And it's curving through glass, which is obviously a categorically different type of medium than the air. Those are the main 3 points of analogy that they have to demonstrate on any scale. All right, but they fail to do it every time. They have no proof, no demonstration that refraction does what they needed to do to rescue their glare from the longer distance observations and measurements.
I found my best argument is asking them for the point of incident, and they lose their minds. It's actually kind of entertaining. Because they say it's refracting. Okay, cool. Now, where's the point of incident? Well, you're just making words up. No, you're telling me it's doing something. I need to know where at it's doing the thing.
Right.
Simple.
Point of the incident.
Right. I'm just a country boy, bro. You tell me the cow stuck in the fence. Which part, man? Where at? The east field, the west field, the north field? Exactly. Like, in the middle, at the quarterway, near the northwest corner? Like, near I need river, data.
Near the big boulder.
Right. Yeah. They just don't get it.
But again, anyone listening, the average person listening might get the impression that this is just an endless discussion that doesn't actually get to a conclusion. Now, the conclusion is this. We all live on the Earth, right? We've seen the Earth our entire lives, unless your eyes do not have the ability to see. Okay, we've seen the Earth our entire lives. Some have seen more of the Earth than others. But regardless, the conclusion is this. Do we actually ever observe curvature? Right? Do we observe the entailments of the Earth being a ball? Well, the entailments are what they are of the Earth being a ball. We don't observe them, right? We observe farther than what's possible on their ball, which proves that the horizon is not the horizon of their ball, which is why I call it the SEH, spheroidal Earth horizon. Their term is geometric horizon, which is Again, not very precise analytically, but it's more precise because it's the horizon that they need it to be, or that it's entailed by their specific doctrine about the Earth. So their SE entails the SEH. The spheroidal Earth entails the spheroidal Earth horizon. They need that line, that is the water or whatever, what have you, easily the water for people to understand. They need that water line to be that line that is the surface of the Earth wrapped around, right? The surface of the water, the oceans wrapped around the lopsided rock that allegedly is wrapped around, and it allegedly is flying around through the cosmic void, right? We all understand that. Okay. That's supposed to be, as it were, the summit or the peak or the pinnacle of the water hill, so to speak. Right? The oceans are wrapped around the ball. They need that line to be that cutoff point, right, of the water hill. That's what they need. But we see further than what's possible with those entailments. So obviously the horizon is not that physical external geometric feature of this water wrapping around this rock that falsifies what their SE entails the horizon to be. And so propositions that imply false implications are false. If you falsify the entailments of a given proposition, that falsifies the given proposition. So if you falsify the SEH, the spheroidal horizon, which is an entailment of the SE, then you falsify the SE. That's the conclusion.
Hello, guys. Earth is completely sphere, bro. It's not flat, it's sphere. Fucking eat it.
Okay. So you believe the Earth's a ball. We're gonna see how you reply.
Do you have any proof that the Earth is flat?
But hang on. So you believe the Earth's a ball. Okay. Do you have, because we're gonna cut to the chase, right? See what you understand. If you don't understand this, then we might have to teach you some things. So you believe the Earth's a ball. Okay. So do you have the measurement to the geometric horizon? The measurement of the distance to the geometric horizon. Can you present that to us? Be that.
What? Repeat again.
Do you have demonstration of the distance to the geometric horizon from any point being measured? If you do, show it to us. Okay, that's your answer.
I'm excited about the new 5th gen optics because, well, there's no need for light.
Is anti-globalist talking? Is DJ talking to Pariksit or Pariksit? DJ, did you say did you say what did I say? Did you say getting VC Puss to Pariksit, DJ?
Oh yeah, just whichever glow. I thought someone was talking crap about us, about echo chamber or something, but turns out he was talking about some Hindu argument in some other channel. So ignore that.
You know what's funny? The thermal optics are so good now, you could get a pretty good long distance observation, 2,800 yards. I'm liking that. I'm really liking that.
This dude is haunting me. My DMs, freaking Storm, asinine, a clutter of symbols in his account name. Spot.
Welcome to the fan club, I guess. I don't know. We all get them.
Right, that's the issue. The globalists, the globers, the SE believers, the Surreal Earth believers, those who believe the Earth is a ball. You need demonstration of measurement to the distance to the geometric horizon. What you need. That's the symmetry breaker. You need exclusive proof. You need evidence that is exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball.
Gregory, I never got to dive into my stuff with any of the Globers. I could actually beat them at their own game, but they're not going to like it.
Of course they won't.
Because a terrarium requires a covering. Covering that has to be solid, right, to maintain the pressure. Well, what if just one side of what we have is just the whole of another side of something we don't know about yet? Just part. Always kind of thought that whole Helmgard Asgard thing was interesting.
FE simply requires the absence of curvature. SE requires the presence of curvature. They require direct, exclusive proof. Something that is exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. So once they get the direct demonstration of the distance to the geometric horizon, so-called, according to their clerics, then they'll actually have a case. Then they actually have legs to stand on. Because without that, all they have is a weak induction and or affirmative consequent that just reinterprets all the phenomena, but is not exclusively indicative of their glyph.
But they also don't have as.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Greg. Well, I was just going to say what the crazy thing is with all of their refraction claims. You would think that they would have one observation throughout all of history where one person's gone out and perfectly accounted for the so-called refraction that they're claiming, and that it matches up with the globe. They don't have that. They don't have a single account of that throughout all of history. Not one person.
One. Not one.
The Earth is flat because if we had any middle-aged pastors here, he would say so.
What?
Yeah, so you're mocking the FE premise as though it's some sort of medieval nonsense that we've been graduated beyond, of course, according to your worldview. So let's cut to the chase. Do you have demonstration of the geometric horizon? Right? Do you have direct measurement of the distance to the geometric horizon? Talking to you, Jothane.
Yeah, can you say it again?
Do you have at least one demonstration of the distance to the geometric horizon being measured?
I mean, I probably do, but like if I look up for it, I probably do.
Okay, so you don't have it now. You have to go find it.
No, I mean, I don't have it saved on my computer's hard drive.
Yeah, okay. So you don't have it now. You have to go find it.
I don't have it printed on some A4 paper either.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, so you don't have it now. You have to try to go find it if it exists. Okay.
Explain what happens in it. Jothane, just just tell us about it. What do they do in the
I don't know,
test
bro.
that you're
I'm just
talking
trying it. I'm just trying to fuck around. I'm not really serious about the flood or globe Earth thing. Yeah.
All right. Anyways.
Yeah, you guys keep with your talk. Yeah, ignore me. Okay.
All right.
Will do. Thank you. So yeah, Indio just made an observation that like completely destroys any of their refraction claims. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's a pretty good one.
Show us.
Yeah, I'll just I'll pop it in the side chat in screenshots. 1 second. So he used he went to the ocean and he waited for a day where he knew the water temperature and the air temperature were going to be exactly the same. And he took there was like a buoy out in the ocean that measured the water temperature and the air temperature. So the water temperature and the air temperature are both 45 degrees. 1 second, right? So they say what causes their refraction is a change in the vertical temperature gradient, which is going to change the refractive index, and then the light's going to deviate towards the more dense portion of the refractive index. So it's not possible for that to happen if you don't have the conditions that would cause that change in temperature that's going to cause the light to deviate. So he's negated that, and then he's also used an infrared camera, which cuts through refraction. So he's got an infrared, he's got equal water and air temperatures, and then he's got a boat at 10 miles that he tracked on shipping radar. And you can see the whole boat. You can even see the whitewash, because the boat's moving. So you can see the whitewash from the waves at the base of the boat. 15-foot observation height. Yeah, it's a great observation. I'll post some stuff. Yeah, I'm just looking for it. Oh yeah, here it is. All right. And then I'll get into like how much refraction would have to be present according to their begging the question globe Earth version of refraction. Okay, so here is the here's the footage from the zoom. Whoops. Second. Oh crap, hold on a second. Yeah, I can't copy paste from the browser version of Discord. All right, give me a second. So yeah, if you're on the browser version of Discord and you right click on a GIF, and then there's no option to like copy it and then paste it into a chat. But in the application version on desktop, you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. All right. All right, so here's his camera footage, video footage. Here's the ship tracking screenshot from the radar. Scarlet Isabella is the name of the ship that we can see there.
ISA Bella.
Uh-huh. And yeah, that's that red circle. That's where the horizon should be. So yeah, I think about the bottom 20, 30 foot or something like that of the bottom of the ship should be hidden behind that horizon. But if you put this observation into Walter Bisland's advanced Earth curvature calculator that has the begging the question refraction slider, you have to slide the refraction slider almost up to full, right? So you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.84, which is like a K factor of 5.5, which means that the radius of the globe would be something like over 20,000 miles for this to work on a globe. So it's kind of ridiculous, that whole begging the question refraction slider, which basically all it does is it just increases the radius of the globe to allow the observation to work.
Increasing the radius.
So you have to slide it up to a 20,000 mile radius globe for this observation to work on a globe.
Even in his in his own little simulator system, to adjust the refraction is going to change the radius of the freaking Earth, which is what their pattern of argumentation would entail without their ad hoc appeal to refraction. That's funny.
Yep, here's the screenshot from Walter Bislin's calculator. Yep, so I had to slide that red slider all the way up to almost full. Okay, and Walter Bislin says that once it's at full, the radius would be so big that it would just look completely flat. The Earth would just appear flat. So most of the observations that you put in, you have to slide it up to the flat setting. Like if you put in the Black Swan, or you put in the Great Salt Lake, Utah one, where you can see 21 miles from 5 foot height, shoreline to shoreline, you have to have so much refraction that the Earth would just appear completely flat. It's freaking insane.
And that's what it comes down to. With FE, all you have to do is account for the shorter observations. There is refraction. Refraction actually accounts for that on the horizontal surface of the Earth, on a FE. There's sinking. Right? And all the other factors upon visibility. Because both positions have to account for the two categories of observations, the longer and the shorter. So like I just said, with the FE, you just have to, the more difficult issue is accounting for the shorter observations and measurements. Just sinking, just refraction, and and the other factors upon visibility, right? That's actually plausible. It's actually far more plausible, just on that level, let alone what we actually demonstrate. The greater issue is for the SE. It's easy to account for the shorter observations and measurements on the SE. They cannot account for the longer observations and measurements for the SE. Right? The fact that the horizon moves here, there, and everywhere based on various atmospheric conditions, you only have two options. Either the horizon that is allegedly the SEH, right, the edge of the ball, is radically increasing and decreasing its size. But that's asinine. They all know that. They don't welcome that entailment, so they don't go that route in their logic train, in their logic line. So then it's illusory. It's illusory because refraction. But again, refraction, they have no demonstration that what is rightfully mocked as superlooming actually occurs, while their demonstrations on any scale fail on all three major points of analogy.
Exactly. Great point. Yep. They can't replicate it on a smaller scale. But we can absolutely replicate what we're claiming, or what even the mainstream claims is sinking. There's a channel called Skyfree, and they replicate that hundreds of times on a small scale flat surface. All they're doing is adjusting the temperature into the condition that would cause a bit of sinking to happen. And all of a sudden, you see things start to disappear behind a horizon over a flat surface. Something that is completely inside, all of a sudden, looks like it's dipping behind the horizon. Even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed, it looks like it's sinking.
Yep. So we can account for both types of observations and measurements, the longer and shorter. The SE cannot. They can account for the shorter. They cannot account for the longer. They'd have to resort to asinine rhetoric, abusing refraction, the type of refractive phenomenon that is rightfully mocked to be superlooming, no demonstration of it, and wandering into all sorts of stupid rhetoric where you can see the back of your head, Rufus, if the atmospheric conditions and all these things are just right. You can see the back of your head facing forward, facing whatever direction you're facing. It's ridiculous. No matter how far away we observe, it will never falsify the SE with the SE devotees, the devotees to SE. But exposes it. They're not actually trying to scrutinize their worldview. They just emotionally clutch to it.
This is a good challenge, actually, for the globe earthers. Set up a small scale reenactment of what we're seeing with the oil platforms, for example. Like, get a slightly curved surface and then put an object beyond the curvature. So, say half of the mock-up oil rig, whatever you want to put there, right? Just use a toy boat or something. Make it so half of it's hidden from the observer behind the physical geometric horizon that you've set up. Okay, use a bit of Perspex board or something like that. Make it slightly curved. Put something beyond the curvature so it's hidden behind the curvature. And then do whatever you want with the weather conditions, right? With the temperature, the humidity, the pressure. Do whatever you want and try to make it completely flatten out, and then have that geometric horizon appear behind the object. Now, all of a sudden, you can see the object that was physically hidden behind the physical geometric horizon. Okay, make it look completely flat, and then have that horizon that was blocking the bottom half of the object appear behind the object. Good luck with that. It's impossible. It's even stupid to suggest such a thing would be possible.
And we must acknowledge this fact also. Our position doesn't have to fly or defy what we commonly observe throughout our human experience. We're just denying a whole bunch of lore that reinterprets our everyday experience. In essence, the points of the distinctives of a scientist's cosmology, we don't ever directly observe that, or indirectly, we don't observe that in any way, in any fashion, in any sense. We don't observe the black cosmic void. We don't observe the SE. We don't observe their perpetual telekinesis of matter, which they call gravity. The TGR doctrine, which abrogated MAM, mass attracting mass. We don't observe these vast distances to the celestial bodies. We don't observe the celestial bodies as they've been illustrated to us by our artificial devices, et cetera, et cetera.
You know what's funny, Gregory? I think the Blue Jumper made a good point in the side chat. He was saying, I bet they've already done these small scale tests and withheld the results. Imagine how many of these globe earthers have gone out with a super zoom camera and done long distance observations, but how many of these tests that I guarantee they've done are actually getting presented. They're purposely withholding the tests because when they go out and actually do the long distance observations, it doesn't help them. It doesn't help their argument. It just shows that they can see orders of magnitude too far. Isn't it interesting that flat earthers have countless amounts of long distance observations with P900s, P1000s, but all of these globe earthers, they don't seem to do it. They don't seem to have these tests. Yeah,
exactly. Just the same routine as usual. Whether it concerns the Earth, the shape of the Earth, whether it concerns the place of the Earth in the cosmos, right? So-called heliocentrism, and even heliocentrism is abrogated in their worldview. It's just Earth is in the boondocks of the cosmic void, somewhere away from the so-called great attractor. As it concerns that, as it concerns, what cause us living souls to be here, right? Just ignore and just basically inflict yourself with amnesia with all the evidence that doesn't complement the worldview that you're already emotionally clutching to. Exactly. It's just business as usual for them. People, here's another thing. People are so incredulous and so emotionally adverse to the very possibility that only God knows how many humans, how many generations, how many assets, money, and otherwise can be utilized by so many for so long. You build all these things, you build all these institutions, you build all these devices, you build all these machines, yada yada yada, whilst being what it really is accurately called deluded about the world. A delusional worldview, a delusional cosmology. And these people, these so-called professionals, these officials, these experts, spending all this money and other assets, making all these devices, apparatuses, machines, big ass towers, big ass machines. All these things cost only God knows how much money. All the while believing an asinine worldview that flagrantly flies in the face of what we actually observe. And flies in the face of and defies sound argumentation. It's possible. Like, internalize that. Number one. And secondly, not only is it possible, it is happening. Not only is it happening, it's likely to happen. This is a reoccurring pattern in human history. But people don't understand that when they have a false worldview, especially a false understanding of human nature. They don't acknowledge human depravity, human corruption. Maybe you might not be so bad, relatively. Humans are corrupt. Humans dedicate their lives. I mean, you hear so much in their rhetoric. They always talk about how much they're dedicating, how much the clerics or the specialists, the experts have dedicated their entire lives. You can just hear the gravity, wink, wink, in their voice when they use this rhetoric. They've dedicated their entire lives to this area of knowledge, this area of expertise, and they're wrong. So they're comfortable saying that very thing about everyone else with their worldview. They're comfortable saying that about the Christians, about the Jews, about the Muslims, about the Hindus, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, they could not. It couldn't possibly be the case that they're guilty of the very same thing. Couldn't possibly be the case. Just another point of hypocrisy. There's at least 12 distinct points of hypocrisy on the part of the scientists that I've identified over the past 10 years. At least 12, and that's really being graciously underestimating. I think I'm graciously underestimating. There's at least a dozen, and it's on major points of their worldview, according to their rhetoric, not major in my estimation, major in their estimation. It's possible. Not only is it possible, it's plausible given human track record, right? And how hypocritical that they can presume that everyone else is just so deluded to believe all these ridiculous things in Hinduism or Christianism or whatever, what have you, but they couldn't possibly be guilty of that because they just have the facts. Because they're just so tough-minded, so scrupulous. No. Especially when the vast majority of their distinctives that make up the worldview are just modern renditions of old ancient doctrines from these other worldviews that they mock. They mock the ancients while pretty much they're eclectics borrowing all sorts of doctrines from various ancients. It's ridiculous. Because it's not just about the earth. Yes, this channel is designated for talking about the earth, the shape of the earth. But that's not the most major subject. That's not the most major concern. We're not talking about geodesy just for the sake of, because geodesy is just so freaking interesting by itself now. It's interesting within the greater context of your worldview. Of our worldview. The truths about the world. Origin, purpose, morality, destiny. They all have all this ire and this indignation and contempt against the institutions that advocate a theistic worldview, whatever given theistic worldview. Right? They got all these assets. This is their rhetoric, right? They got all these assets. They got all these assets, money and social capital, and they have all these things, yet they're lying to the people. They have all these assets that they could be using for good, and they're lying to the people and exploiting the people. But no, we don't do that. As the scientists, no, we don't do that. But yes, they do. Yes, they do. You're guilty of the very same thing. Another point of hypocrisy. Lying to the people about the world, lying to the people about the earth, about the cosmos. Only the God knows exactly who initiated this stupid trend, this stupid tradition. Right? Everyone else like us knows that there was someone, just don't necessarily know his or her name, most likely a man. That's it. Yeah, the world began with only truth. Truth predates lies. Truth predates lies. Someone decided to defy and abandon the truth and promulgate a lie because they hate truth. No good reason. It's not like they have a plausible, understandable reason. It's just a corrupt mind, just a warped, corrupt person. And warped, corrupt persons, or warped, corrupt people acting according to their warped, corrupt, evil nature, deciding to convince themselves of lies, dedicate themselves to lies, assert lies, promulgate lies, push them, even resist those who refute them. Just anything and anything in dedication to lies and evil. Like, think back with me. There was no reason for the globe Earth to even take off. There's no reason for it. There was nothing about our regular routine experience that suggested the Earth was a ball. Someone decided in their warped, ridiculous mind, like their mind is just warped. They just decided they were just so clever. They were just going to defy common human experience and assert these doctrines and abuse even those who are relatively clever. Abuse their gifts, their God-given gifts. They're articulate, right? They're educated on other areas of knowledge. They can articulate those facts. And so they use their rhetorical prowess, they abuse their rhetorical prowess, and with no regard for the well-being of others, exploiting the gullible, et cetera, they promulgate these things. They gather enough disciples, enough followers, so they have a credibility base, and then they start repeating, and it grows, it spreads like a virus, very analogous to a virus, an infection. Patient zero spreads to another person, and then these people, and then to those people, and then out and out and out and out and out. Like even in their lore, like when you study the world from their worldview, right? Someone didn't have the bright idea the Earth was a ball until what? In their anthropology, in their history, in their chronology, several 100,000 years after the beginning of human existence. 250, 300,000 years of human existence up to now, from the beginning up to now. Wind back the clock, 2,500 years to classical antiquity with Eratosthenes and Plato, not Plato, Eratosthenes and not Eratosthenes, but Pythagoras, excuse me, right? Wind the clock back from our point to there. So that's what, we'll just say 280,000 years, right? 280,000 years of human history according to their worldview. Someone didn't have the bright idea the Earth was a ball until then. Or at least you could also say no recorded history.
And then, Gregory, how long did it take before they figured out the heliocentric system?
Right, that part too. And then after Pythagoras, you fast forward what? Fast forward 2,000 years, right? 600, excuse me, 6th century BC all the way up to 1600s, right? Or 16th century rather, excuse me, 1500s with Copernicus. So what, 200, more than 290,000 years of human history, someone didn't have the right idea, like brother just mentioned, with having the notion that the Earth is in the sun is in the center of the celestial orbits.
Yeah,
But there's even a lot of
2,000 years, right?
Say again.
So it's a bunch of idiots lived for 2,000 years between Eratosthenes and Copernicus.
For one
Yeah,
person.
Eratosthenes or Pythagoras, yeah. Because before
fictional.
Eratosthenes, there was Pythagoras.
Yeah, like, I've been studying into Pythagoras a fair bit recently, and even historians, like mathematical historians from these like prestige universities, will tell you that there's actually like almost zero proof that Pythagoras even existed or said any of the things that they claim he said. There's no original writings. He says that he may never even have claimed that the Earth's a globe. All of that just came like way, way after. And he was going into how he didn't even invent the Pythagorean theorem. That's absolute nonsense. He said it wouldn't have even been possible because of the concept that they had when it came to like numbering systems and things like that. He said the Greeks just loved making up these like mystical, leaders and things like that with like the pinnacle of this and that idea.
In all likelihood, it's entirely plausible. Entirely plausible.
Yeah.
That notion would be relative to common scientist orthodoxy. That would be like heterodox. There's orthodoxy, heterodoxy, and heresy. Orthodoxy is the common accepted doctrine that's commonly accepted to be correct. Heterodox is the other, literally heteros, other doctrine. Heterodox would be other things that are more or less considered legitimate, but are not the common, contrary to the common doctrine. And heresy is just not considered to be correct at all by virtually damn near everyone, right? So they have their own, these categories apply to their worldview too. They just don't want to talk like that, but too bad it applies so we can make sense out of their worldview because they're not going to use rhetoric that makes sense out of things. So yeah, that notion would be, that would be at most a heterodox notion, but still entirely plausible. I don't have any emotional commitment to the notion that Pythagoras was a concretely real person in history. That does not.
Yeah, this historian, he says, there probably was some guy named Pythagoras that lived somewhere. He's like, let's call him Bob Pythagoras. He's like, there may or may not have been a Bob Pythagoras that lived on this place or that place. He's like, likely someone named Pythagoras did live, but when it comes to the specifics on what we're told in the classroom about Pythagoras, it is all just made up. And that's coming straight from this guy here in the side chat, Dr. Pierce Bursill Hall, University of Cambridge, and he is a mathematical historian. So even people from the mainstream, are calling bullshit on the mainstream story.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Amazing. So with that factor that into our analysis. So now, with that being said, we have a doctrine, a geodesic doctrine categorically, that the Earth is a ball coming from a spurious source in antiquity, classical antiquity. Right? Not even from a person who, with all this lore ascribed to them being verified by any, even the most lax or inclusive historical criticism standards, right? We got Pythagoras, so-called, with spurious, little to no historicity, right? Who is taught in orthodox scientism to be the primary or most prominent initiator of spreading the notion that the Earth's a ball and allegedly proving it. And then special persons or highlighted persons in the common historical curricula in the average university, persons after him, right? Eratosthenes and all the rest, and da 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 da. That's where it starts. When you do just an analysis of their historical notions, their historical doctrines and their worldview. That's where it comes from. That's where it originates from. It originated from a spurious person with little to no historicity, and asserted it on the basis of an aesthetic preference, because it is known in classical Greek philosophy, classical Grecian worldview, that aesthetics was important to them, and it's important to us. Right? Aesthetics is important, but one of their aesthetic notions is that the sphere was the most perfect shape, aesthetic-wise. It's the most perfect shape. So, given that the sphere is the most perfect shape, and the Earth is very important, and that which is most beautiful is important, then it's all in all likelihood. In all likelihood, the Earth is a sphere. That's where it began. That's the notion. That's the idea that generated the whole history of this shit with about the SE, the globe Earth.
Sounds like a cult.
And again, in like Rayleigh just mentioned, Pythagoras was a cult leader, hence Pythagoreanism. He promulgated primarily ethical doctrines in tandem with some type of metaphysic, not really a fleshed out metaphysic, with some math. That was his doctrinal system. Not really a system, but that was his doctrines that he promulgated that many subscribed to. So yes, Pythagoras or Pythagoreanism. That was the thing. And Pythagoreanism continued explicitly by name, people who identify themselves as Pythagoreans for a while, for a few centuries, and then it died off because it wasn't the truth. It wasn't all that persuasive, with some very wacky restrictions. But it still continues on today. Just most people are oblivious because people aren't self-conscious about their worldview, right? But the hyper-emphasis upon math to a fault, like we usually hear from the scientists, that's Pythagoreanism. That's Pythagoreanism. But that's where it began. It didn't begin with someone walking out. It didn't begin with someone walking outside their house, and they just couldn't help but be smacked with the obvious evidence that the Earth is a big ball. That's not what happened. It's not like someone woke up one day and I just want to see the entire Earth one day, and they just climbed a mountain or got into an aircraft or nothing like that. Right? Nothing like that. There was no direct observation of the Earth being this humongous ball. Nothing.
Nope.
That's not how it began.
And then people don't realize we didn't develop the technology to go higher until 1931.
It began, according to them, in their lore about history, began with someone of spurious, little to no historicity, contriving this out of his presumption of being so clever and so enlightened, even having a daimon, a demon, being enlightened by one or more spirits, right? With his aesthetic preferences. That's where it began. That's where the notion there is a ball began.
Yeah, the more I've looked into the Pythagoras and the Pythagorean cult, it's freaking insane. Like, they had some crazy rituals and crazy rules and belief systems. And they believed that Pythagoras had the ability to remember all of his past lives. And Pythagoras himself thought that in one of his past lives he was a bird, and like all these crazy things. They believed that Pythagoras had the power to speak with animals. And they literally thought that one of his thighs was made out of gold. Like, he had a golden thigh. Apparently, that's what they believed. He had a voice that could calm storms, and he also had the ability to be in two places at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, this is the where the globe came from, guys.
Again, not according to us, according to the scientists. Right? The average university educated person, just the average person nowadays. Because right? they don't identify themselves to be scientists of scientism, but I do. Many of us do, because we have the right. It's entirely valid to identify them by a label, so that we don't have to struggle every time we want to refer to them. Because it's not just the issue about the Earth; it's the whole worldview. So the worldview that we're taught in university, in college, in damn near every so-called public education, which is the state indoctrination system. We can use a convenient label for them to make it easy to refer to them. Scientism, scientists of scientism. Okay. So the scientist, the average scientist, especially the average, university graduate, and especially these professionals that teach whatever given classes that teach some aspect of this worldview. This is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. Not from us. What they're saying. It's amazing how, when you tell them, like the average lay scientist, you have your clerics, and you have the lay people, you have the lay devotees. The average lay scientist, especially the devout lay scientists that want to be apologists for their worldview and polemicists against whatever they think is egregiously false. How we have to do so much education for them in order for them to finally have some grasp on the nature of the subject, for them to actually say something worthwhile listening to in the conversation or debate. It just goes to show even they have failed to teach each other and to discipline themselves to be epistemologically self-conscious, to actually scrutinize themselves, to actually examine their worldview. What do I believe? What actually do I believe? Do I just have these vague, wiggly, malformed, squishy notions of, like, is my worldview just a bunch of mud slapped around everywhere? Or is it actually a solid, rigid structure, so to speak? Most people have like just this rainbow swirl of a worldview. Like there's content, but it's just not structured and organized and systematized. Interesting, Jumper. Interesting. I don't doubt it either. Pythagorean theorem found on clay tablet 1,000 years older than Pythagoras. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, they even named it Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before he was born.
We could easily relabel it too. It doesn't have to be called Pythagorean theorem. It doesn't have to.
Yeah, we never met the guy.
Right? What triangular theorem? Right. A label for that equation. Triangular theorem.
Well, they had like this crazy belief that like they kind of worship spheres and numbers and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They believed that odd numbers are masculine, even numbers are feminine, and that 10 is divine perfection, and that spheres equal the perfect shape of the universe. And apparently that's where the spherical Earth idea gets its seed. And they believed that the planets emitted musical tones as they moved, and that the universe was literally a musical instrument. And since music was what they considered perfect and harmonious. The cosmos had to be made of perfect spheres. The metaphysical belief in what later thinkers inherited when they adopted the spherical Earth.
Yeah. So after Pythagoras, there are Eratosthenes, for instance. Don't have to go through every person like precisely, but the majors, the major hitters, the major sages, right? In their worldview, in their line of history, and their historical doctrine. Eratosthenes. Chinese did that thing before him, right? Without the assumptions that he did when measuring the angles with those shadows. So more weak induction. Al-Biruni with the mountains and shit. So since Pythagoras all the way up to what mid early 20th century, you just had a bunch of humans running around on the ground. At best, doing observations and measurements. At best, a bunch of humans on the ground, staring up the sky, and or doing some observations and measurements concerning the shape of the Earth. That's all you had. For how long? For about 2,500 years. About roughly 2,500 years since Pythagoras. That's all you had. You didn't have anyone going up away from the Earth far enough to see the entire Earth. You didn't have that. You had people standing their feet right here, staying their ass right on the ground. Only until the mid 20th century that all of a sudden technology began to accelerate in its advancement and its capabilities, which includes the ability to deceive. Then in the 60s, somehow, some group of brilliant people who they were just on the cutting edge of human evolution, yada 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 yada. They made at least one machine that could carry a team of humans away from the Earth, out of the atmosphere, into the black void. What's the point of highlighting this? It's not as though they had such a strong case for so long. Right? They needed this. I mean, there were plenty of flat earthers before the 60s. Wasn't that controversial? It wasn't as though they had such a strong argument for the SE before the so-called lunar missions. What they have? What did they have before the 1960s? What I just mentioned. Everybody standing their ass right on the ground with weak induction. At best, doing some observations and measurements. Along with some suppression of opposition. Because we are not the first to ever refute the weak inductive appeal to bottom-up disappearance of ships at the horizon. We are not. You can just hear the same rhetoric that we hear today, they were saying to them back then. The same sophisticated rhetoric. Like that can happen on a horizontal Earth. Just because we see the bottom-up disappearance of ships on the horizon doesn't mean that doesn't prove the Earth's a ball at all. It's not exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. Gnash your teeth, growl, sink your teeth in them, attack the opposition, the SE advocates, scientists. You just hear it. Bedford level experiment, mid 1800s, mid 19th century. I mean, hell, yeah, the 1940s encyclopedia, excuse me, 1940s encyclopedia, late 1940s, like 1947, something like that. Talk about the Earth being a flat with the firmament. 1940s. Weren't we so advanced and yada 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 and enlightened and beyond the medieval superstition? Da 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 da. No, delete all that. No, they didn't have shit until they decided to perform an elaborate deception to up the ante with their deception in the 1960s, and here we are today. So we got to be bothered with that shit. Because of course, in theory, in principle, it's obviously a strong appeal, almost damn near, settles the issue. If indeed we have traveled so far away from the Earth, turned around, got a few pictures, came back, show and tell the world. Okay, yeah. Problem is, it didn't happen. Problem is, there's all sorts of errors in their metaphysics. In order for that supposed historical event to take place, right? The refutation, all that shit stands upon TGR, and TGR is refuted. I could easily say the refutation again. I'm not going to do it right now. TGR is refuted. It's ontologically erroneous, false cause, not even verifiable, even if the cause was really a cause. So no. The historical notion that a pseudo historical notion that stands upon a void. I'm not even going to grant them midair. Nope. No solid foundation stands upon a void. So take that off the table. They don't have that. So what else do they have if they don't have the actual direct observation of the Earth being a ball with some photographic evidence and/or video? What do they have? Again, like we just mentioned, the same weak induction and/or from the concept. The same weak induction. I mean, we are not the first to suggest. I refuse to believe that we're so clever that we're the first to suggest that someone actually just do an observation, like do the operation, do the measurement of the distance to the geometric horizon. So the so-called in their rhetoric, the SEH. We're not the first to suggest that. After all this time, such a thing has yet to be presented. After what, since Pythagoras? Since Pythagoras, for more than 2,500 years, the demonstration of the measurement to the geometric horizon from any point of any given observer standing anywhere has yet to be presented. If I was the scientist, if I was the devout scientist and want to be apologist for this worldview, especially on this point of doctrine, that's what I would be running to. Cut to the chase, cut the bullshit, run right to that observation, get it done, present it. Hasn't been done. Not by one. And we know it hasn't been done because they made such a hoopla. We know they've demonstrated that they can haul ass, that they can hustle to do what they want to do. They hauled ass, they got the asses moving to present the so-called FE, final experiment, which they think settles the issue. So they ran to that, thinking that settles the issue, that it's over, the debate is done. They didn't run to demonstration of measurement to the geometric horizon. Now let's travel our asses all the way to a frozen wasteland and watch the sun run around the sky. That's what they think is going to settle the issue. Those people who did that operation. Why didn't they spend all those assets, money and otherwise, on giving a demonstration of the measurement to the geometric horizon, the actual exclusively indicative thing to break the symmetry for the globe Earth? Why? Why waste your money with that? Why not rightfully wisely spend it on that? Because they can't. They cannot complete that task. You cannot measure the distance of them that don't exist. I mean, hell, you can try, and then you can fuck around and find out you're not gonna find the distance to it because it don't exist nowhere. Nowhere. It's a little methodical step-by-step analysis of a synopsis of their history from Pythagoras all the way up to now. Only until the mid-20th century did they have something that actually is a much stronger appeal other than the weak induction for the centuries, millennia, 2.5 millennia since Pythagoras. It's ridiculous. People don't understand how weak their position is. They don't take the time to think that through. You know, some people already know about this little thing that I can say, but you know, whoever's listening, maybe not. But you know, primarily the damn near certain confidence that so many have in these scientists is not because they are so diligent with presenting such rigorous and precise and succinct sound argumentation for their worldviews. No. You baffle people with technical jargon mixed in with actual demonstration of things. You mix it together and you make sure it blends together. Because, you know, like oil and water, you can't really mix them together, you can't blend them. You can still distinctly recognize the oil from the water, right? But if you blend it together, then of course, then it's more difficult to see. So it's a blend of actual applications, successfully achieved applications with their scientism and a bunch of arcane rhetoric that most people don't understand and could not give a fuck to bother themselves to study, and public stigma, you know, stigma, common social stigma with contradicting or even just being skeptical and asking questions of their points of orthodoxy. That's really what produces the damn near virtually certain confidences only people have in them. That's why it seems so ridiculous for people to question them. But things are changing. I mean, what I just previously said like 5 seconds ago, that's still there, but it's decreasing in its intensity nowadays, which is good. So it's getting a bit better. That's becoming a bit less. That's becoming a bit weaker, so it's getting a bit better, but it's still there. Like I remember hearing a clip on what is it, Fox News. One of the anchors was like, I remember her saying, I should find the clip, but basically, she herself is still like, you know, a lay person, lay subconscious adherent to, or a subscriber of scientism, you know, not self-consciously in so many words, you know. But I remember the regular panel members on this Fox News program, she was saying, this is not working with the people, right? This snobbish, disrespectful, condescending, insulting rhetoric where you just insult and mock people who don't believe these things. I think they won't even talk about the earth, but it was irrelevance to, like, you know, vaccine and earth and, you know, trust and authority and medical professionals and all this stuff together. But basically, you have to eventually mention it because it's happening. The change has happened, obviously. It's happened and it's still happening. And it is not working with the people. I mean, just on the first level, like when you're totally unfamiliar with all this, you're not been into this for a while, you know, you're just a common regular person. On the outside looking in, being introduced to this, you see the condescending, snobbish, disgusting shit from the advocates of scientism, the scientists, against the people who at least, you know, just question, express some doubts, let alone at most those who articulate what they think are refutations and or alternatives, right, against scientism and alternatives to scientism on whatever given subject. And just the nasty fucking rhetoric from the scientists. That people are taking notice to that. They're tired of this, especially when it's something like, you know, with medical stuff and how it affects people who are precious to them. Okay, so you're saying these things, but I've seen these things. Right, I kind of doubt what you're saying, and I really have some real serious concerns because I've seen some things and I've heard about some other things. I've seen some other things with other people. But hey, why are you talking to me with such aggression and hostility and disrespect? Why are you being so nasty to me? Right? That's happened to so many. Only God knows how many. Especially about surface of the earth, shape of the earth. So in a way, the scientists are the greatest producers of apostates. The greatest producers of apostates from their worldview. Because it's just so nasty. Because their pride is so feeble. How dare you defy? How dare you question? How dare you doubt? How dare you? How stupid of you. Yeah, that's happening. Jumper. You think you're smarter than the people I believe are smarter? And that's in reply to people just asking questions. Asking questions out of some healthy skepticism. I mean, it's ironic. I mean, the scientists are the same people who yap about the necessity and benefit of being skeptical and yada yada, being tough-minded, and then when those same virtues, at least as far as they articulate them, or apply to their own worldview, then they become indignant. Have a healthy skepticism, except against my worldview. Don't you dare irritate me with your skeptical questions against my worldview. Don't you dare convey to me in any way that you doubt my worldview, especially on cosmology. Scientism is not the default. That's how we were raised. That's how we were raised. It's just the facts. Like these are the natural conclusions and insights that we come to when we abandon our silly notions in any other type of theistic worldview. Basically, in so many words, they don't really say it that way, but in so many words, that's what we've been inundated with our entire lives. No, it's not. No, it isn't. Mm-hmm. Scientism, the new orthodoxy. Yep, I'm saving this. 2014. Yeah, I think I might watch that. Yeah, very good find. Very good find. It's criminally underviewed. How many views? Just 3,000. Damn. Yeah, that is criminally underviewed. If I could force everyone to watch a single video and pay attention, it would be that one. I'm gonna watch it. Thank you for this. I'm gonna watch it. I tried to send you a friend request, but you have a setting that prevents that. Oh yeah, 100%. Since I can't send you a friend request, would you mind sending me one so I can have you in my friend list? Oh, you don't add friends to a friends list? also difficult to really say when scientism began, because scientism again is just a Frankenstein of a worldview. It consists of distinctives with more or less a modern contemporary rendition of ancient doctrines, borrowed from a wide variety of other places. Right? They take from the Babylonians, they take from the Indians, they take from the Grecians, they take from the Egyptians, they take from all sorts of places. That's eclecticism. That's the term for that. That's eclecticism. So really, scientism is a Frankenstein result of eclectic gatherings of these various doctrines, and then is the common set of doctrines that is taught for the past what I'll say 500 years, 5 centuries. Because it indeed has evolved. It hasn't been a strict set for 2,500 years or whatever. It's been like that. There's been a core set of distinctives that were then added on top of, more added into this group of doctrines that we can now distinctly identify to be scientism. If I was to articulate it precisely with an analysis of basically the evolution of scientism in the history of philosophy. There's that too. Yeah. What I call the phantom scientist magisterium. In Romanist Christianism, there's the magisterium. Those are concretely real humans. You can identify them. They actually exist on the earth. Right? They actually congregate in particular locations. You actually see them all in one room. If they all stand together in one room, you can see them all. No such thing with scientism. But they really want such a thing to exist. They really do. That's why you hear them talk about the experts. The experts. Right? As though there's some greater or lesser number of these university graduate professionals sitting somewhere in some room or in some building somewhere, and they meet together and they just meet together, discuss, and get on the same page, and they basically guide the rest of the world, or at least all the rest of the academicians. There is no such thing. Dr. Kerry Mullis knew better too. He explicitly said that. He explicitly he explicitly exploded that notion. And the documentary was on AIDS and things. It wasn't even about the shape of the earth. But yeah, he, like many others, have recognized that that's one of the many mental infections that runs around in the scientist's head, as though there's these experts somewhere, this unidentifiable, unenumerated, unquantified number of experts, these scholars, these academicians, that just have it all together or have mastered so much so that they can be the sages that guide everyone else. There is no such thing. Hell, the Romanist Christians barely even have that, and they actually have a set of concretely real humans who occupy the offices of cardinal and all the rest in ecclesiology, let alone the scientists who don't have any such specific rigid structure like that. There is no such thing. It's really, if there was to be a comparison, it's really more analogous to even the Hasidic Jews, right? In Judaism, the vast majority of Jews, they don't have like essential supreme authority like Romanists do with the Pope, or even the Eastern Orthodox with the first among equals. They don't have that. Really, you just have the whole number of Jews, and in whatever given local area, they're given rabbi or set of rabbis that lead that local area, but none single cleric or group of clerics that preside over and guide and govern all Jews everywhere on the earth. No such thing. Same thing with the scientists. The thing that would be most close to that would be like the members of the Royal Society, and even they don't even function in that capacity. They're not even competent to function in that capacity. The closest thing to their phantom scientist magisterium would be the members of the Royal Society, which have been very prominent in the development and promulgation of their distinctives in their worldview and their current practices. But even they can't function in that capacity. They're not competent for that. Too many freaking academicians, too many freaking students, too many freaking assets, too many freaking apparatuses. It's just too much shit to keep track of. And especially with a people that is as defiant and irreverent for authority as the scientists, as much as they always talk about how authoritative and reliable their authorities are. So yeah. How dare you defy the group of experts that doesn't exist? You deny what the scientists say, right? What they mean is you defy this phantom group of university graduate professionals that guide all academicians and students everywhere on the truth about the world. Yeah, sure. We defy this fictitious group of people that you wish existed but doesn't actually exist. Can't name one. Can't name one. Right? With the Romanists, right off the bat, can you name the Pope? Pope Leo. Right? Bishop Leo. Right? Very easy, very simple. Can't do any such thing with the scientists. Their phantom magisterium. Can't name one single member. Oh, there you are. Well, since you're awake now, you want to hop on the party?
I got stuff to do.
Well, hell. It was one of them hop into the channel?
Well, at this point in time, in this very moment, yeah.
I basically just had a podcast moment here in the channel. Because, there's a YouTube live stream, so yeah. I went through several subjects. I'm not going to recount them all. That's too tedious.
Oh, so I missed it. Sad.
You missed it live, but you can rewind it back. It was only like the last thing I just said was like less than a minute ago. Like the last point of my whole series of comments was like less than a minute ago. So if you could rewind it and hear me. But really, when you engage the given scientist who loves to talk about the scientist, how dare you defy the scientists know better than you. Okay, name one. All right, name one. And really, what you're going to get in all likelihood is only a handful of names. You're not going to get a wide variety of names. They're really not as well studied in their worldview as they like to imagine. as they like to make themselves seem, by the way. That's also a part of their rhetoric routine, so to speak. It's a whole lot of rhetoric full of bloviation. That's the word for it. It's bloviation. It's to make yourself seem more formidable, seem smarter, seem more informed, seem to have far more facts than you actually do. They're banking on your ignorance. That's what liars of all types and all in any given worldview, any given circle, any given category of worldview do. They come at you strong rhetoric, hoping and banking on saying, all sorts of things very assertively, hoping that you won't know. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. It really exposes how undiligent they are, but it's a gamble. They're gambling their credibility on bloviation. Because hopefully the best outcome that they're looking for is that you don't know how to reply. You're going to reply honestly. You're going to reply honestly because you're not as deceitful and trying to, all like that. You're going to reply honestly. You're going to admit that you don't know. And they're going to sink their teeth into that. Right? And then they're going to talk down at you. They're going to spitefully talk at you. They're going to presume to admonish you. And basically just jam the knife in and twist it. Verbally, so to speak. That's what they're hoping is the best outcome that'll happen. So.
You already know I've been through it. Most people that I talk, okay, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of the people that I've talked to on the subject, they, as soon as they find out that I'm coming from flat earth perspective, they shut down. They no longer want to hear the conversation, become very rude and disrespectful. Yeah.
And that, again, that's a programmed response. What that is a programmed response. And it's not even self-conscious. It's not like a entirely self-controlled decision to reply that way. Because when you ask them, they can barely articulate anything as to a reason why they feel as strongly as they do, why they're so strongly adverse as they do. No, we're conditioned to react that way subconsciously. They infiltrated, they infected our very subconscious to be so adverse to that notion, to be adverse to the truth, we know in hindsight. Conditioning. Right? What is so abhorrent about having skepticism about the shape of the earth that we've been taught? What is so abhorrent about asking these scrutinizing questions to see if the people who believe the earth is a ball actually know this? Like, what is so abhorrent about that? What is so abhorrent about the very proposition the earth has a horizontal surface? Right? It's one thing for it to be false. It's another thing for you to react with such abhorrence. That's the word for it. Just this such profoundly strong disgust and indignation and anger.
I was always taught that if you're on the position, if you're on the side of truth, if what you know or what you think you know is absolutely true, then you reacting in a poor fashion towards someone who doesn't believe that doesn't look good. Because usually someone who reacts that way is lying. A liar gets caught up in a lie, and now they're angry. Because you caught them in a lie. That's where that anger is coming from. Now, that's not saying that anybody who doesn't affirm the position that you and I have is lying. I'm just saying that reaction is very synonymous with it. It's very synonymous with, this is possibly not true. You say you believe it. I've come up with something that contradicts your belief. Or not, I've come up with something that contradicts your belief, but I believe in something that contradicts your belief. And now you're angry. See where I'm going with it? It doesn't look good.
Yeah. And now let me be charitable to them, because I can actually understand the positions of people, right? I can actually understand positions that I don't subscribe to, that I don't believe. Like from their perspective, this is as flagrantly conspicuous. The Earth being a ball is as flagrantly conspicuous and established proven fact that's beyond any rational doubt at all. Just like 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Problem is that true? Okay, if this is indeed the case, then it could withstand some scrutinizing questions. Problem is, it doesn't. Problem is, it doesn't withstand the scrutinizing questions. Right, so when you actually begin the task of scrutinizing, verifying the proposition, it actually is not as tenable and rock solidly robust as we were inundated our entire lives to believe in the first place. That's obviously a learning lesson with a general principle. In this world, we are convinced of many things, but just because we're so convinced of them doesn't mean that they are actually true. Even if they have some very credible and convincing, sophisticated rhetoric to support them, there are some notions that people are strongly convicted of, with some rather seemingly credible and persuasive, convincing, sophisticated rhetoric to support the given proposition, the given notion, and it's still false. I mentioned earlier how they are unreluctant, entirely unreluctant to basically criticize everyone else, the scientists, unreluctant to criticize everyone else, especially who believe a theistic worldview as being just diluted. Like, yeah, these many people believe these things, and they believe them for many years. They're diluted. They've been diluted for a long time, including their scholars. Right? They're unreluctant to say that about others who are not adherents to scientism. That can possibly be the case with their worldview. So when they ask why the lie, well, the same thing that you accuse all the other professionals, scholars, sages, experts of the other worldviews besides yours. How about apply that to your clerics, your sages, your experts, your doctors, quote unquote? Easy, simple. The same reason you think is obviously the case with everyone else that doesn't subscribe to scientism, that doesn't believe scientism. Apply that to you. How about that for a lie? Right? The Christian clerics, the Pope, especially, they just want to dominate. They just want to have all the power to themselves, all the assets to themselves, and control everyone else. Okay, your clerics want to do the same. And indeed, that's what happened. Indeed, we know that's what happened, because the 20th century is entire proof of that. All the tyrants of the 20th century, all the dictators of the 20th century, they explicitly professed in so many words, made it official doctrine, official state doctrine in their public school systems in every category, like the Soviet Union, right? And they applied it and made the 20th century the bloodiest century in history, but more than all the previous 19 put together. All that bloodshed was the product of scientism. So yeah, scientism works. Yeah, it certainly works with all their yapping and emphasis on pragmatism. It works. Trust and believe it works. Yeah, they have an entire century of bloodshed to prove that it works. It works for the mass murder of so many who did not bow the knee to whatever given dictator, to whatever given tyrant. Yeah, it works. Hey, brother. They're very fond of this presumption about themselves that they're just these altruistic truth seekers. We just want to know the truth. We just want to know the truth and be a benefit to mankind. No, you don't. No, you don't. Even if you're not one of the dictators, even if you're just one of the common people, you have the same tendencies, the same errors, the same frailties. Because you say that now, and then when you get into the debate, you pull all sorts of sophistry. You speak nasty and disrespectful and all the rest. So no, you don't. You become so easily vexed hearing scrutinizing questions and or refutations against your beliefs. No, you don't. You're not an altruist. You don't only want the facts. You're not morally pure. No, you're not. So from the layperson all the way up to the top academicians, all the way up to the most powerful politicians and tycoons, these adherents of scientism. You're not going to realize these things from their worldview. If you are convinced of their worldview, you're not going to recognize these things. Most of them. At least you're very unlikely to do so. Now, some people are so exhausted and depleted in every way, not just mentally, not just emotionally, spiritually, in every way, depleted and exhausted and just drained from scientism. They abandon it. Well, it's not working in a good way for me, in any way for me. Right? That's why so many of these scientists are nihilists. That's why so many of these scientists don't believe they have any value. Nothing is of any value. There is no truth. There is no meaning. There is no purpose. There's no justice. Yada 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 yada. Right? This dreadful of a nightmare of a worldview. Right? Just the very content of the worldview. When you think through it consistently, think through it coherently, acknowledging the entailments of their distinctives. Some people are driven away from scientism. And good enough. That's good. But usually they just go to another error that's more pleasant. But then the rest go to the truth. It's not just about the earth. It's not just about the shape of the earth. Eli, I assume you're busy. I assume you're just listening. Yeah, I assume he's just listening. That's okay. Eli, you wouldn't believe where I am now. Like right now, you wouldn't believe what continent I'm standing in right now.
What's that? What about Wakanda? What?
No, Eli. Remember Eli? He here. Elijah.
Oh, what's up, Elijah?
No, not Africa. Not Africa. No, but maybe it's plausible, especially given my current career.
Is he asking where you are?
Well, he's guessing which continent I'm in because I mentioned it in the first place.
Ah.
No, no.
You're guessing. He's guessing every place but where you are.
Yeah. He got three more. He got three more guesses. He done went through what? 3 continents. Oh no, he got 4 more guesses. Got 4 more left.
That is funny.
You got North and South America, Europe, and Australia. Which one? There you go.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. Scheiße.
Yeah. Somehow, my black ass is in Europe. Yeah, I guess how I got here.
I believe somebody's learned grandmother at some point in time and said, "Don't no black man belong in Europe." Well, look at me now.
You're like, guess where I am? Guess how I got here. Guess where I am. You already guess where I am. Guess how I got here.
He drove. No, he drove. They literally drove across the Atlantic. It was fascinating. The feat of technology.
Yeah.
Tires skirting on the water top.
Yeah, occupational. Yeah. That does apply. That is broad enough to apply. Yeah. You want to guess something more specific? Which occupation? Now that I think about it, maybe I have. Yeah. Very tactful, as usual. Did I tell you on Discord? Did I tell you on Telegram? I might have told you on both, just so I can make sure I got you.
Knowing you, you probably told him on everything. Whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Probably told you on Messenger too. I don't know. Yeah. Messenger.
But
Lon, what are you doing? That you can't
right now in this moment, I'm sitting outside and I am smoking. Then I will be getting ready to go to the school to handle all of that business. And then after that, I'm taking a day. I'm tired.
Shit, take a day with me. What they ass in campaign.
Yes, that's what I plan on doing, is playing games. I'm just ever so hesitant to do that because of my uncle. Can't nobody fucking be happy.
Shit, what we play? Well, I bought my ass a gift. So I got me an Xbox Series X. And so we were playing a Call of Duty 7, Black Ops 7, the campaign. So yeah, I got Call of Duty 7. And what else I got? I got Grounded 2. Yeah, I got Grounded 2 now, Lone, so shut the hell up.
Oh, wait, the sequel, not the first one?
Yeah, Grounded 2.
Okay, that's fine. I won't let my OCD ruin what fun could have.
Yeah, you in that mobile. I never got into mobile, but yeah, you still doing that. It's crazy. I also got 2K26, so NBA 2K26.
I've recently heavily gotten into a lot of mobile games simply because I didn't have a console, but now that I have a console again, I'm starting to realize something. It's not that I don't like mobile games. I just enjoy the classic sit down, have controller. You can't do nothing until this mission is done, or you got to pause and save, like the classic video game. I I even I even have analyzed the original video game method, which was because I took my son out to an arcade. Go to the arcade, spend the credits, get the tickets, all that type of stuff. Honestly, that is still top tier, more fun than any other version of playing games.
Well, the arcade, you think? Okay.
Yeah, because with the arcade, I mean, not only do you have, especially nowadays, you got titles in there like you still got the Jurassic Park game, you still got like stuff like that, but there's also Halo. They added those type of games. There's VR games now. There's like all types of stuff going on there, and then of course the ticket winners. And that's the fun part about it is that you get the tickets and you still win stuff, and you get to win actual stuff too. Not more of these little tiny toys that don't make any sense, but actual full-fledged like Lego builder type stuff and Hot Wheels and all types of other fancy stuff. It was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. My son is a spoiled brat.
Man, whose fault is that?
That's his mother's. Yeah. I'm not taking blame for this one. No, no, no.
Really? I don't know. For me, well, how do I say this? I never got into mobile gaming because it just didn't interest me all that much. The games that I did play on mobile, I was just settling for what I had at the time. That was the best I had at the time. I prefer the console game. I never got into PC, but I'm getting interested into PC. But then I'm like, I wasn't all that into mobile games because I didn't really have the best cutting edge phone for that. But now I got the latest cutting edge phone, the iPhone 17 and the Samsung Ultra 25. So I'm like, these work much better than the phones I used to have that I had to settle for when I was a child. So maybe I can get into mobile gaming. But still not really all that interested. But I
See
have a
with
better
mobile
platform. I have a better device.
See with the mobile gaming thing though, for me, honestly, I still need a controller. I need a controller no matter what. Like I can use mouse and keyboard if I had a PC, but I'm still gonna end up using a controller, gamepad, because that's what I'm used to. That's what I like. I don't mind swiping on the screen. Elijah, don't mind that. I don't. It depends on what game it is though. Like if I'm playing Call of Duty, yeah, nah, bro, I gotta have a controller. But if I'm just playing like one of those like Angry Birds or something like that, something that's not really competitive but it's got a leaderboard or something, then yeah, no, it's fine. I don't need a controller for that. So it kind of
Now, since
depends.
you are using your phone, Eli, do you use the adapter, like where you that handle controller thing where you plug your phone in around it, and you hold it
That's
like a
I want one of
PSP. It's like
those.
you basically turn your phone into a PSP.
Yeah, I
Do
want
you
one of
use
those.
that? Okay, yeah. So you're a purist.
Cell phone purists. I see. Yeah. I knew they'd start popping up eventually. No,
Be honest.
See, I always mess my gyro up. I always mess it up because at some point in time I end up dropping my phone and then the gyro inside breaks somehow and now I have to force rotate everything. It's just really annoying. I do. I have extreme bad luck with phones. This last phone that I've had, the phone that I'm talking on right now, has been dropped so many times it's not even funny. And this is the first phone that I've ever owned where it dropped and the screen cracked.
Oh shit!
Very mad at myself for that.
God damn it, Bobby!
I remember that discussion that we had at one time too. How do gyros work if the Earth is flat? The Earth is flat and they work. Case closed.
I mean, like really, like really, like what the hell else is there to say? Like you think the shape of the Earth produces the gyro function? Like, please get a grip and get a grip now. Do it now.
That's the main reason why I like controllers, though. The triggers. I was just reading what Elijah just all of what Elijah said there. Triggers are what I like trying to play Medal of Honor on my phone. Oh my goodness, it's rough.
So rough, so tough out here, baby. Y'all know.
All right,
Yeah,
Gregory.
y'all too young. Y'all too young. Talk about it's too young. Shit predates me.
All right, Gregory. I got a flat Earth question. If you could take a boat with some fancy technology and just ride the waves on the firmament, would you do it?
With the proper safety, if you can minimize the likelihood of
that you'll just
death
fall
to zero and or injury, then yes, I will do it.
Surfing upside down. That's a Stranger Things episode.
Oh boy. All right. Am I basically tossing myself into a meat grinder going into a multiplayer match by myself with no party?
Actually, no. You probably have a better shot than with me, because I think what happened is that my Elo, which is the online hidden but not really hidden ranking system, my Elo's a bit too high, and I think that carried over. Because that match that we played, yeah. Because that match that we played was ridiculous. There was no reason for them to have been on 10 like that. Good lord.
I mean, just gosh.
And the funny thing about the difference between 6 and 7 is that there is no difference. It's the same. This one actually, for real, for once in the entire history of Call of Duty, is exactly the same as the previous game. Usually there is like one minor difference. Usually there's like a bit of a mechanical difference, or there's actually no, there's not really a software. It's usually just mechanicals. It's usually there's something different, like the way you run, how fast you run, how fast you can slide, how fast the response is for that, certain abilities and all that type of stuff. No, this one's exactly the same.
Let me switch over my shit.
Fun fact for anyone who didn't know, most games, save for a few, especially those that are like, space, Starfield, Outer Worlds, Mass Effect, things like that. I guess Call of Duty as well, depending on what game you're talking about. But most video games are set in a flat world.
Most fantasy games, flat world. Oh, y'all funny. I do not sound like that man. He does not sound like me. We do not sound like each other. I also make more jokes than Gregory does. Good or bad, I make more jokes than he does.
That's just a joke, man. You guys are vibing so well. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel sorry for a Glober that would show up.
Try it. It has happened. It has happened in multiple different seas. There'll be he and I talking about something, whether it's Shape of the Earth or just scripture alone, or even something like how we were just talking about video games. We'll be talking about something. Somebody will come in, and it's it's hilarious. They usually get frustrated with both of us. Since it is a flat Earth VC, I want to share this. Anybody who wants to chime in, go ahead. I want to share this. I find it interesting because I've had these conversations a lot now. Not as much as I've had the scripture conversations, but still, I've had them a lot, and I've come across a couple of different people that have different tactics. I find it interesting whenever I come across a person that uses mechanics as an argument. I think it's comical because at the end of the day, the way the Earth works, right, as far as inclement weather, what we physically observe and experience, all works the same. Compass all works the same. Gyro all works the same. So whenever someone tries to use those as an argument against the Earth being flat, I find it hilarious. But sadly, that conversation usually gets derailed because they don't want to hear the explanation. I don't know if anyone else has ever successfully had that conversation, but usually when I do it, they get derailed because they don't want to hear the full explanation.
Yeah, like the physics don't change. The factors on visibility don't change. They don't change just because the shape of the Earth changed. Not contingent upon the shape of the Earth. Don't morph because the shape of the Earth changed. Not a thing. Stupid misconception.
I also think it's interesting because like there's that spot over in oh, I forget exactly where it is. It's one of the, I'll say this carefully, one of the northern southern states. So like as soon as the geographical section of the United States is called the South, one of those first states that you would enter, I do believe. Or it might be in Pennsylvania, actually. I'm not sure. But there's a spot you can go to where it's a lookout point and you literally can see about 5 different states from that point.
Yeah, bro.
That's the whole reason of going to that lookout point. It's advertised that you can see 5 different states from that mountaintop. And I just think every time I look at that, I think to myself, wow. So Glovers, you got to answer for this. This is a vacation spot.
Oh.
This is the sightseeing spot.
The hell, bro?
Wait, say again?
Somebody snuck up behind me through a vent.
Oh.
What the hell?
Awesome.
That's about it here. Yeah. I don't look at the mini map. That's what I don't do. I just run blind.
You better watch your radar, son.
Oh, shit. Standing back there. I'm streaming my screen, by the way, so you can see how ass I'm being. Bro, one shot, bro? Man, that's crazy. I guess I just don't have skill. Wow, just saw someone die terribly suddenly.
He was my friend, man. He was my friend. He was there, and now he's gone.
I was so ready to. I was cock locked, ready to rock. He just was devastated. See, I just scared him. Shit. Hang on. Oh my god.
Death, death everywhere.
That nigga was invisible. Like, why is this shit yellow? Ain't nobody here. Yes, there is. Those we lost. I'm terrible.
You know what? I don't normally play this game, but I think you and I should play Rainbow Six. I just want to hear your reactions, reaching and clearing.
Oh, you want to give me your age? Oh, I ain't playing. I ain't playing in a long time, so I'll just give myself that excuse. I ain't playing in a long time. I will get into the swing of things. Takes a little time to get back in the swing of things. Your wife said you're going to take a cab. My wife. Remember Dark Knight Rises? Selena Kyle taking his goddamn car.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Damn. Oh shit. Okay. Nope. Wrong decision. Wrong decision. Very wrong decision. How did he do that? I don't know how to do that yet.
What are you talking about?
I'm streaming my multiplayer match on Black Ops 7.
I'm feeling dumb. What did you say? I couldn't get.
The Black Ops 7? The video game?
No, I have not played it. Sorry.
Don't matter. It's okay. Oh my god, we just spooked each other. Wow. I'm like the weakest. He shot me once. He got one round in me. You're like, damn. I like this burst rifle. I don't really like this. Making it work. Dodge me. Is he running after me the entire time? he had to work for it. How the hell, bro? Actors, bro.
Well, Toasty's back.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Did you come back with more questions, or are you just chilling this time?
I thought somebody was talking, so I was going to listen to them.
I've only been in for a little bit. It's been pretty quiet. A few people drop in and out. Like that one.
Ribe. Can I get streaming permissions so you guys can watch me like fight this guy in Minecraft? Oh, it's the same guy. Oh no. Just get the lava up, please.
Wow.
Okay, I killed him. He had bad war tactics. When I have jokes, but like I don't want to say them because I don't want you guys to think I'm mocking you. It's just stupid jokes, it's not.
You say you got jokes? Let's hear it. Let's hear one, at least.
Oh no, it's just stupid jokes. I don't like expect it to be funny. I was just gonna say like, oh, that guy had
a non-funny joke.
Yep. So, anyways, I killed this guy. I killed the guy in Minecraft, and he just had bad war tactics. So I was just gonna say something like he didn't account for the curvature of the globe. I know. Speak. Oh my god, he's punching me. He has one chest plate and he thinks he can Mike Tyson me. Get Mike Tyson, please. Fall off the edge.
He believes he can beat you.
Oh damn, he actually saved himself. That was impressive. He launched a pig at me.
Tell him he has no chance. Stop being a flat earther.
He's kinda goated actually. It's fine, I have melons. What are my binds, man? Ugh. Okay, I won. So can I get those stream farms?
That's not given by anybody in here. That's mostly server levels. You gotta like level up to be able to stream in the server.
Okay.
By participating in the server and not getting banned.
That'd be like level like 30 or 50.
So you're saying that you've been in the server for a long time, but you cannot stream?
No, I'm saying that like that would be that permission would be at like a level 30 or 50.
Well, I don't know about this server. If it's I don't know about this specific VC. If the streaming is allowed, but you should be able to try another VC. If you cannot stream, it's most definitely you don't have the level to do it, or it's not allowed at all in the server. Who knows?
Yeah, no, I joined like yesterday.
Okay.
Or was it today? I suck at keeping track of time. I think it might have been today actually.
Did you join and then fell asleep and slept for at least 6 hours?
Yeah, again. I mean, I don't know at this point.
You don't know if you slept?
No, I mean, yeah.
You did sleep? Okay, so it was yesterday that you joined.
No, I don't. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I don't know if I slept because if I knew I slept, then I knew it would be yesterday.
Then that you joined, because if you didn't sleep, it's still today, no?
No, I don't know. I don't know if I slept.
I have to talk to your doctor about that.
No, because I know I know I sleep. Like, I know I have a sleep schedule and I use it. But I don't know if I did that within the time period of me joining the server right now. Oh shoot, he might win. Oh. Ooh! He really is. He's really bad at fighting. Like, if he just clicked me once, I would have died.
You would have won already, but you using too much resources of your brain talking to me, so that's why you haven't like finished them yet.
I can multitask.
Yeah, but 50-50 is not 100% though.
Actually, it doesn't sound like you can multitask. It sounds like you get distracted quite easily.
Oh yeah, you're right. I do get that. No, that's in speech. That's like tangents. It's not. It's not like I'm fighting him. I talk to you, and I'm just like in the game, I just like physically stop looking at him. Come on, chest. Give me the. Yeah, there we go. Oh no! Oh. Oh, I'm so okay. I'm dead.
How are you doing, guys?
We are doing.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, you can direct your questions to Matrix. Go ahead.
What's meaning of what's meaning of flat Earth?
I can explain this because
Play Minecraft, bro. Don't try. Go ahead, try. I want to hear you saying it. Go ahead.
Actually, okay. So, flat Earth, like you may have a misconception that the flat Earth is just some like random floating mass in like space, but it's not. The flat Earth idea, the concept of a flat Earth is just like this plane that is just this flat plane with the sky above it, and it doesn't exactly have a shape. Like it's just whatever shape the Earth has. Like a lake has no shape. It's just the shape of the lake. The shape of the Earth is just the shape of the Earth. And yeah, like the moon isn't a solid object. I don't know where to like go from that. Like I'm just gonna go, like from there I would just go on a tangent about like the moon isn't a light and the stars aren't external to the Earth. Like the Earth is the universe in the concept of the flat Earth.
Well, some people might say that a flat Earth will be, I will say, it's more than one thing. It's a description of a surface, of the measurement, and an orientation of a horizontal. So that will be a surface, though. And you mentioned there's no shape. Yeah, because we're talking about the surface of the Earth, and you will require all the dimensions to be able to attribute a shape to the whole construct. But the flat Earth is the surface that we find ourselves in. And like I said, it's a orientation. It's not like, flat. There's no curvature, right? It's contrary to what they claim. That it's curving, right? The globe is curving. It has a shape. It's a sphere, whatever, or whatever globe they claim. But when the Earth is measured and practically used, there is no curvature on the surface of the Earth. So the description of that surface will be flat. Who's the guy that asked the question? Was it Bean?
No.
Or you have children in the background or something?
Excuse me.
No, it's okay. Are you there, guy that asked the question?
Do not tell me that was him who left.
Maybe that was too much for him. That was too much. You broke him being toasty.
My idea was just so thorough that he was like, "Oh my god, this guy, he's so." I can't even keep that up.
It was too
this
much.
Guy, yeah, but yeah, basically. Yeah, so from there, I would just go and I don't know how to expand that and keep it concise. From there, I would just go on a tangent about random tidbits I know.
You mentioned that flat Earth is the universe, and some people might have that opinion. I don't necessarily hold that because we found ourselves on the surface and we describe it as flat Earth, whatever, right? People say that maybe to trigger other people because it's like a weaponized term that has been, you've seen how people react to it, right? It's like a how do you say, like a mental thing that people hear those two words put together and they turn into, I don't know, your enemies. They see you. It's like they get triggered, and now you are not part of the group, so they have to treat you differently now.
Okay, herd mentality or something.
Yeah, but the thing is that the flat Earth as the universe, I wouldn't say that though. I mean, that's the universe that we know because we know the surface. We've probably been we've been under the water, but I wouldn't say that the luminaries are flatter like the whatever is we have the flatter will be what we know, as we describe it. That's that surface, but there's many things that compose this whole existence. It's not just a description of a surface or an orientation. I wouldn't say the earth, the sun is flat Earth, or the moon, or the stars, or I wouldn't say the heaven is flat Earth, or whatever is below us, or whatever is beyond that. I will say flat Earth will be the surface that we're standing on. We are orientated to it.
Mm-hmm.
But is heaven flat Earth?
Is heaven? I mean, I don't think. Is heaven flat Earth? I don't know. That's pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah, but when people say the whole universe is flat Earth, you see that you kind of mentioned that, right?
Heaven isn't heaven's like a religious concept, not within the universe. It's kind of irrelevant to a flat Earth discussion.
Is the realm of God flat Earth?
Again, the realm of God is external to the universe, which would be His creation.
Yes. So there you go. Where we find ourselves, this limitation of a surface that we can travel around, right, across, that's flat Earth. That will be this surface and this place that we can operate in and we live in, right? But can you go to the sun? Can you go to the moon? Is that flat Earth? I don't know. I wouldn't say. You look at the sun. That's flat Earth.
I am so confused. What do you mean? What do you mean that's flat Earth?
When you said that the whole universe is flat Earth.
No, I said flat Earth is the universe.
Flat Earth is the universe. Yeah, flat Earth is the universe. Yeah. Is the sun part of the universe?
The sun is part of the flat Earth universe. According to the opinion I heard before this, yeah.
Yeah, the sun is part of the universe, yeah. Is the sun on the surface of the Earth?
Is the sun on the surface of the universe? No. In neither idea it is. What do you mean the surface of the universe? The universe doesn't have a surface. The universe is a space. It's like it's an area.
The Earth, okay.
It's a region.
You're standing on the ground, right? When you're standing on the ground, that's what people call flat Earth. Or you're traveling on the water, right? You're on a boat. You're on the water. Is that flat Earth, right? That's flat Earth, right? That's the water.
Yeah, that's
flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the sun and you see the sun shining above the flat Earth, is the sun flat Earth?
No.
Oh, okay. Is the sun part of the universe?
Yes.
So the universe is not flat Earth. Flat Earth will be one piece of it, a part of it, but not the whole of it.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so there's different thoughts about what the situation is.
Is the wheel of your car the whole car?
No.
Okay, yeah. The engine either, right? The engine is not the whole car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
so your
machine,
view.
this whole construct this design environment that we're in, we have an area that we can navigate, live across, do things. But we have limitations. So what we see and we describe as a flat Earth, that is the limited place that we can go to.
Okay. So I think your view is more similar to the globist view, as in like the structure of external things, like things external to the Earth. The dude before this was like tearing down literally everything you're taught in school. Like he was like tearing down literally everything, and like completely new ideas and like stuff of like the Earth is the universe. And space is a lie. Because so with your
we know as a universe, because we don't. That's what we got. We don't.
So with
have
your
anything else.
With your idea, you believe
that is our universe, though. Yeah.
You believe in space.
I mean, because even because, bro, I mean, when people measure the ground. Go ahead. You were gonna do. I actually interrupted you, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you I'm just one question. Do you believe in space?
The space between you and I, with length.
No. Space.
Yes.
Outer space.
Outer space, as they depicted in the the globe idea. No, I do not believe in it. As the way they depict it.
Are you serious, bro?
Are you serious, Tessie?
Yeah, I am.
No.
Tassie is asking if I'm serious because you asked me that question and I said I don't believe in it, and he's like, "Are you serious? You don't believe in outer space?" That's Tassie asking that question.
Yeah,
do you believe that there was anything like moon landing in the 70s?
That's Hollywood, Tassie. Hollywood, Disney, cartoons,
I saw them.
movies. Like when you turn on the TV and you see people pretending to do things.
Hey, you don't need to belittle him. You don't need to belittle him, bro.
Being toasted. I'm trying to tell something to the other guy. Don't interrupt me, bro.
You don't need to belittle him. That's all I'm saying. Like, because
don't try to tell me how to deliver what I'm trying to say, bro. Don't try to.
What if you I don't know, went today to planetarium? What if you went there today? What would you think about this?
You're gonna do an observation on a planetarium that has been constructed based on a horizontal frame of reference, and the ceiling above you has foundations that require a horizontal, water level, flat orientation that will be impossible on the globe. So you being on the observatorium will debunk the globe.
Planetarium.
I don't know the word debunk. What does it mean? What does it mean, debunk?
Proven incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you mentioned the moon landings as some type of. What are you trying to say about the moon landings? Is that evidence for you that the Earth is a sphere? You saw the moon landings, therefore Earth is a sphere. Is that what you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, probably. Okay, I have one more argument. I heard about something called parallax. So I think it proves
Parallax. That will debunk the globe right there. That will debunk the motion of the Earth because there's no parallax to the luminaries. If the Earth was spinning at 5 different vectors or 5 different speeds or 6 or something like that, like they claim, there will be a change of orientation of the luminaries. There will be parallax to the North Star and all the other luminaries, but there's not, because the ground is motionless. The luminaries are moving, but not the ground though. That by itself, the parallax, what you bring in, that's not an argument for the globe. They will tell you, they will run away from the parallax, and they will tell you, no, it's because the stars are so far away, trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, that you don't notice any changes. So parallax actually debunk, or the lack of it, the lack of parallax. Make your argument about parallax. Let's see what you gotta say about it. You say you have an argument.
Okay. So I don't know. I just read about this once. So the parallax is when, I'm not like very experienced. So whenever you go, like for example, at 1 p.m. you go somewhere and you observe a star, then you go, I don't know, somewhere else. It's probably at the same time or like later, and you measure it. But this is for proving how far the star is from Earth, yeah? That by the kilometers you've went through from point A to point B on Earth. And the angle between your observation in the first place and the second place, it makes like a triangle, and you can count how far the star is from like Earth, based on the difference in the angle of observation of the star from one place and the second place, and like the ratio from the kilometers on Earth that you've covered.
Matrix, you want to touch on that? He's saying that you can tell the distance to the stars.
Honestly,
he might be able to, but the question I've got for him is, how did he validate, verify, or prove that these distances are true and correct?
You don't validate them. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
You don't? Oh, well, so that means it doesn't really matter then, because, it's just, I think they're X distance. That's it. That's all you're saying is, I believe.
So listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like, what we were speaking about, the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. There will be a drop over distance from your position, away from you, in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is it like dropping away from me, the surface? What do you mean?
Change rate of slope, it will be... it will be changing the altitude, the ground.
Yeah, for example.
It will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon, yeah? The horizon, okay.
But that's the thing, though, that the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used. And you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. There's no, it's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving though? You see?
Because
you see the issue there?
Not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this phenomenon is not that
So it's a giant sphere, so it's not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving. Exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving. But it's not curving. Do you get that?
No, I don't get that. But it is curving on a very long distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah. So the argument
do you have the method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have some type of method that was used to determine that, right? It's curving. That's what you're saying.
My own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
your own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay. Can you answer me this question? Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay. If that's the answer, then.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one has measured the curvature. But it has to be. You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still there, even though.
Okay, I have one more question.
Has measured it.
What about gravity? How do you respond to this?
Bro, remember you mentioned logic. Dude, just try to come to a logical conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on, or the waters across the surface of the Earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
I don't know, so let's maybe find out this one.
Yeah, let's find out, yeah. So let's do a long distance observation, right? We can look at many examples. In the chat, I might jump in the text. Maybe people, if you look in the chat though, there might be people posting things now or before our conversation. There's probably people posting different observations from the surface of the Earth. And by you just looking at this stuff, you can safely come to a conclusion that there is no curvature. No curve that is attached to that globe that you're thinking, the globe Earth, 3,959 miles in radius. Because remember, it has a specific variation, specific variables, and that stuff can be tested for, and it has been tested for, and the test shows that it's not there. So it's not that, because if it was a sphere, the curvature will be there, and we will be able to test for it, but it's not there after the test. Let me check the text real quick.
I don't know what you're talking about, but can we talk about something I know what we're talking about?
You don't remember the curve? You said it's a sphere. The sphere is curving.
But okay, bro, wait. So there are some proofs about things that are I forgot the word, but they're non-direct proofs. So, for example, human is a human because it's an animal because it has evolution, or it is born.
Yeah, now you're gonna go claim stacking. Now you're saying bro.
No, I'm not claim stacking.
You are now you're saying we have evolution even though you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that word means, and now you're gonna use it like it means something. To the conversation that we were having before. You wanna move away from the curvature.
No, bro, but I didn't. Wait, you're a fucking idiot from what I think right now, because I haven't done anything, and you're preventing me from doing haven't done anything, bro. So shut up and let me finish. So
you just said let's move away from the measurements of the curvature the thing in question, the elephant in the room, and let's talk about something else. And you said yourself, I'm indirect, so let's go away from the direct evidence and go to something else. And I'm trying to keep you on your feet, down to the earth. You go into something else, La La Land, imaginary, fantasy. And I'm trying to stop you from doing that. If you want to do it, we can try.
Shit. Okay, let's try, because okay, so the gravity. So why is there
What's that?
gravity?
Tell me. Okay, gravity. What is that? Tell me. What is it?
So this is the thing that Earth has some mass, like huge mass, and therefore it produces gravity that pulls object into the Earth, yeah, with its weight.
Okay,
That
is this like words that you read somewhere, or this is like a demonstration, something that can be tested and shown and tested for? Is this something like that you have showing?
It can be easily tested. So
Hey, James,
oh, go ahead,
Jim.
DJ, my bad.
Oh, I was just going to say, okay, so it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe. So that would mean the water should be curving. Jemsy already debunked what your gravity claim, because if gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So Jemsy already debunked your...
You just told me that you don't believe... you just told me that gravity is not real.
No, it's you that believes in gravity.
So what if you have gravity...
Go, AJ.
Well, just quickly, one at a time. If you have gravity, that means that the water has to be curving. Jemsy just showed you that the water's not curving over distance. If you had gravity, it would have to be curving over distance, but it's not, so.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is the water curving? Yeah, I mean, it is curving. It is curving, like, slightly.
Actually, no, it's not.
Well, every time we go and test it, this has been done thousands of times, there's a zero curvature. Bless you.
Just mute yourself, brother. Being toasty.
Why do objects...
It was two sneezes, man. It's fine.
Okay, why do objects simply fall on Earth, and they fall, yeah?
So an object gets dropped, it goes down, so therefore you've assumed we live on a sphere because of this action, this show. Here we go, I've got a pen, I let it go. It went down, so therefore my table is curved. I hope not, because I like things to stay on my table.
Yeah, that doesn't follow logically, bro. Like you're saying, okay, I see the water dropper, the pen dropping, like exactly the example that he gave you. I pick up the pen, I let it go, it goes to the floor, therefore I'm standing on a sphere? How does that logically follow?
That Earth has certain mass, and certain mass, so therefore objects fall on Earth with some speed, and the speed is equal to their mass times this g, yeah, this what is this 10 meters per second square, yeah, like this. So
except that not everything drops at that rate, because helium goes up, it doesn't drop that way. We have hot air, we have many things that don't drop at that rate. That rate, that's only an agree upon. That's a convention. That's people said, we agree that a lot of things drop at this rate. So we're just gonna say that everything does. But that's just people saying that. That's not. You cannot demonstrate that everything drops at that rate. That's not reality.
I don't know, like you were telling me about elements, and they behave different way, the elements, yeah, than like normal objects.
Yeah, and we know the behavior of water, and we know that water doesn't attach itself to the outside of spinning spheres. We know the behavior of that. We know that water lays horizontal on the surface. We know that. It can be demonstrated.
Okay,
It can
so
be
one more
measured that the
question.
water is not curving to the rate of the globe. So the globe is just falling flat, falling apart.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. So why is it like this? When you go to the end of the flat Earth, why don't you fall down? Or when is the end of this?
When you go to, okay, so you just made up an imaginary place in your mind, and you think that that imaginary thing doesn't work, and you are trying to ask me about it?
No, that is a model that is like flat Earth in my mind. So
A model in your mind, yeah, exactly what I said. Something that you made up in your mind that doesn't work.
No, but
you're just telling me that whatever you're imagining doesn't work for you. So now you're trying to tell me to explain how it works for you.
No. Yeah. Okay. So can you explain me your
Has
model?
anybody in here?
Shut
Has
up.
anybody in here tell you about the edge of the end of the world? Anybody in here made that claim that you're trying to push that to someone?
Okay, there is geometrical, I don't know, object like a circle, and so I can see the borders of the circle on the paper, on a piece of paper.
What have you ever thought about this? What if the ends of the world are unknown? What is that? That's an unknown that you don't know. I don't know.
Okay, what
have you ever
about
consider that?
So can you answer me this one question right now? Is it possible when people discover these unknown ends of the world, do they fall down?
Who's that? Who discovered the ends of the world? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
You.
Me? No, that's I haven't done that.
I don't know. Ferdinand Magellan.
Brother, I'll answer your question because I can't bear this 1 second longer. Nobody thinks the edge of the world, there's the edge of the world. No one thinks the earth is an object that you can hold in your hand if you were a giant. Okay? And fall down, that doesn't even make sense. Why would it fall? Where would it fall to?
Outer space.
It would fall to space. So I guess we could just push things off the edge to go to space. Dude, wasting our time with rockets, right?
Okay, but you're like contradicting yourself because he told that we haven't discovered the edges according to him.
Indio, he thinks that the disk in the internet that people label flat Earth, that's us.
Yeah, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space floating around. Does that help?
So can you explain me what this is according to?
Earth is not in outer space. It's not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's all there is. Above the Earth, we see stars, sun, and moon, and all the celestial objects.
Phenomena.
Yeah, phenomenon, whatever you want to call them. There is no outside the Earth.
It's like a simulation.
Just to give you it's like saying, "Hey, what's outside the universe?" Right? Doesn't even make sense to even ask that question. There is no outside. It's all there is. The Earth isn't the sun. It's not a planet. It's not a moon. It's not a ball. Did you understand all that, pal? Friend?
No, because this is like very abstract from what I think.
No. I mean, so they say that in modern cosmology, the universe is flat. Okay, this is what they say, that the universe itself is flat. Where's the edge? Can I fall off? Can I go outside of it?
Wait, we don't. Modern cosmology doesn't say that. It says the universe.
Yes, they do.
It does.
They say it's an asymptotically flat space-time.
That's news to me.
Okay, Google it. Flat universe.
No, I'll trust you on that. Honestly, I'll just trust you.
No, don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Well, is he a little liar? Is he a liar or something?
No, I tell the truth, but you guys still, in your head, you'll still think that the universe is not flat. Like, in their cosmology.
No, bro, oh my god, if I'm saying I trust you, I'll trust you, bro, please. Just trust me that I trust you.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is,
I don't know what you're saying.
Hey, I don't think the universe is flat. Unless you count just the Earth as the universe. So we know the Earth is flat from measuring it to be that way. And I heard you mention gravity, like why things fall. No one knows why things fall. No experiment can be done to determine why things fall. I mean, if you know the experiment, just tell us. I'm all ears.
I think that's the best answer for that, because he sounds fairly new, but that's straight to the point. No one knows. That's the truth.
I kind of want to bring up the whole thing of what was general relativity, that like you can't devise an experiment to tell the difference between acceleration and gravitation. I just kind of want to bring that up because I feel like it's related. Like,
yeah, there are experiments. This is actually something. It's just, I don't mean to just be a freaking contrarian, but the gravity acceleration equivalence has never been actually proven. And there is actually a physicist working on demonstrating that it does have some data that the acceleration, the inertial mass and the gravitational mass are not actually the same thing. And he's been doing these experiments by dropping different elements in his, I guess you would call it theory, hypothesis is the number of neutrons within the nucleus of an atom determine its inertial mass. The guy's name is Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. You can check out his YouTube channel and watch all his experiments. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But within the framework of relativity, Einstein said yes, inertial mass and gravitational mass are equivalent, but that's never actually been proven to be true. But the difference would be very small anyway. So.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the physicists then who sold these ideas? Like, do you think they were just a big bought by the government or something?
No, they're just wrong.
Okay.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, you heard me being wrong, right?
No. So I'm just trying to figure out, like.
You guys can't conceive of it. You guys are like, you guys think they must be lying.
No, not like that. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what, like, okay, so you guys, but you do believe that it's been.
The physicists that said the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, they sound pretty sure about it, but they're just wrong.
Okay, so
what about other
So
planets?
you think that they thought they were telling the truth? You think that they think they had it figured out, but were wrong?
They believe what they're saying.
Okay, and then the government took that idea and perpetrated that as a lie.
Hold on a second, just 1 second. I've talked to physicists. Actually, I've debated person with a PhD in mathematical physics in this server. Okay, twice, 2 different ones. Okay, and when it comes down to it, when we ask them, they don't actually know the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. They've never done any experiments. They've never seen any experiments done. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything. They just learned it when they were a kid and just continue to believe it.
Okay, and so the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe. Oh, sorry, because that.
What do you mean by that?
Like the city, like the lady.
What do I mean by the government? Like
the dog catcher?
Like NASA and stuff.
Oh, like NASA. Okay.
Because NASA is like affiliated with them.
Yeah. You guys are in trouble with the NASA thing. So a couple months ago, Donald Trump signed an executive order turning it into a spy agency. So
I know. Yeah. So my question was, like, do you guys believe that the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe and continued to perpetrate it as a lie for some gain?
It's not a lie if it's a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what a lie is, right? The lie is.
I know. I'm confused because I thought I used correctly. They're lying that the Earth is a globe when it's flat. What you believe?
No, I don't believe they're lying. I believe they're wrong, that they're mistaken, that they believe what they're saying. which means they're not lying. There's a difference between lying means intentional.
Yeah. Okay. I talked to a guy before, and he was like, "Yeah, I believe the government is lying about it." So I'm just
Look, the government lies about a lot of shit. So I mean, their official policy is to lie.
Very true. But can you tell me something?
Policy, they actually argued that in front of the Supreme Court, federal government. The official policy of the United States government is not to tell the public the truth.
Hey, can you tell me what about other planets?
Case was Aqaba versus Ashcroft. In case you want to know what case it was argued by Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States.
Can you tell me about other planets? Is there anything like
you're gonna get a reply?
I covered the other planet thing. Earth isn't a planet, so there's no other planet. It's not other.
Yeah, the issue that you're having though is that you're in your premise. You're saying you think the Earth is already a planet. What about the other planets? And that's wrong. That's a wrong premise. It's a false premise because the Earth is not a planet. And when you look up to the sky and see the luminaries and some of those, we call them planets. The Earth is those things are nothing like the Earth, and the Earth is nothing like those things. So the Earth is not one of those things.
What about some like the photos like we have? Is it Photoshop from other planets?
Well, no. The problem with those is that there's no way to test them. And they're not even consistent amongst each other, right? So you can look at any random so-called image of the Earth, and they don't look like any other image of the Earth. And number two, you can't even tell. Because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view, there's no even way to even tell if that's what the Earth looks like. I mean, for all you know, the Earth is a freaking giant egg. You'd have no way to know if, their picture of a ball versus an egg. You can't tell. There's no way to evaluate them. And we know they have to be fake. You know how we know that? You know how we know that any image depicting the Earth as a ball is fake? Are you curious how we know?
It's composite images.
No, we know they're fake because they depict something that doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because in those images claims to be the oceans of the world. And we can go out to those oceans and measure the surface and demonstrate that those oceans don't curve on their surface. And if they don't curve on their surface, the image must be fake. Just like if I went to Times Square, right? If they showed, hey, here's a picture. It's Times Square. There's a big pink house in the middle of it. And I go there and there's no pink house. It doesn't matter how many pictures of the pink house in Times Square there are. I know that those images are fake because there's no house there. Okay?
Yeah, the images will be a misrepresentation of the Earth. So the Earth is a sphere and the oceans curving around the sphere. And when we go to the oceans are not doing that. The images will be a misrepresentation of reality.
There you go.
See, what we do, we go out to reality and check what they tell us to be true. Okay? They say, hey, the Earth is a ball. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. The rate of curvature should be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If in 10 miles, the Earth should drop down 66 feet. So we can go out into the world and test all these things, right? To see if what they're saying actually is out there in the physical natural world. And when we go out and test it, and just like you could go out and test it, you're going to find what they're saying can't possibly be true because it's really not out there in the world. It's only on television or on a screen or in a book.
Can you maybe tell
when
me?
You turn off the screen, when you turn off the TV where you saw the globe and you go outside, you check the surface of the Earth. That's nothing like what you saw on the TV. Go ahead, Tassie.
Can you tell me? So why is it like this? That official narrative is that the Earth is round, it's in space, etc. Why?
At this point, first of all, we'd have to read men's minds, but it's at this point it's a Western tradition. It's like being born in a Christian country and then you're Christian. right? So you're born in the West, and they tell everybody the Earth's a globe, but everybody just passes it on. Like your parents, right? They probably told you the Earth is a globe. Do you think they know? Do you think your parents have any knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
No.
No, they know some basic
Yeah, they were told, right?
Stars,
they were told by their parents, and their parents were told by their parents, and their parents. You see what I'm saying? It's just like a tradition passed on. None of these people actually know, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. I've talked to the people, the scientists that you think know, and they don't know because I've asked them. I've talked to them. I've talked to people that are satellite engineers and pilots and surveyors and physicists, cosmologists, astrophysicists. We've talked to all these people over the last 10 years, and they don't have any information that's different than you.
What about this, like comets or like meteors? Do they? I mean, there are some stones that fall from above to Earth, yeah.
Yeah, there's also cats and dogs and fish and animals that fall from the sky too. So what?
There's also fish that falls from the sky, though. You know that?
No. What do you mean?
Never heard of the rain of animals? It's been going this is documented for 2,000 years. There's sometimes rain animals out of the sky.
What do you mean? Nothing like this exists.
Okay.
Anyways, real quick about the rocks in the sky, there is a difference between the phenomena that we see, like we call sporadic meteors or meteors, and then there is the cartoon version of that. Because remember, if you're standing on the ground and you look up to the sky and you see a phenomena, and let's say a rock falls from the sky, and then you go pick it up, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That doesn't logically follow that the Earth is a globe, though, because then you go then you have the question, where did this rock came from? How did it happen? You're going to be asking those questions, and then you're going to have one of those guys showing you a cartoon, right? And then you're going to look at the cartoon, and the cartoon is going to show you the misrepresentation of the curving Earth, and that rock came from outer space. But that's just an explanation. They don't actually know that. That's just a misrepresentation of what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, so is the theory that we are like alien zoo? Is it good one? Like humans are alien zoo, yeah? We are like animals of the
that's
alien.
a misrepresentation of the use of the word alien, because alien means foreigner, someone from other land. And alien, you can also use it in fiction. So whenever you speak about outer space, aliens, that's fiction. If you're speaking about people from other lands or coming from other places, sure, you can use the word alien, but when you're thinking about the aliens in Star Wars that look like frogs, speaking different languages, no, that's just cartoons and fantasy.
Yeah, there's no as far as other land, there's no land in the sky for people from other lands to come from.
That we know of. That we know of.
Have you noticed? Yeah, I just want to bring up. Have you noticed that we just keep talking about this subject, and your mind keeps going back to outer space over and over and over again? Even though we're talking about the Earth, you keep thinking about like what's up in the sky instead of what's under your feet.
Yes.
And then you're wondering why is it that you even think this way?
Because
imagine we were talking about your house, right? And you just kept talking about your neighbor's house. I said, dude, but what's your house made out of? And you're like, man, my neighbor's house has got freaking vinyl siding. And I'm like, but what about your windows in your house? And, well, my neighbor has gutters on. Like, this is what you're doing over and over again. It's like a mental. Like, bro, don't listen. I'm not like giving you shit. It's like, but we observe this to happen all the time. Is that when we talk about this topic, we end up talking about everything but the Earth and talk about everything else in the world.
Because this claim is like, honestly, because this claim is like, I've never even heard anything like this, so that's why.
Well, everybody
he sounds really new to the topic, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am really new to the topic.
Yeah, so brother, now let's imagine nobody ever told you that the Earth was a giant ball. Would you have figured it out on your own without being told?
No, I wouldn't probably.
And every single person I've ever asked has said that same thing. They said, I never would have figured it out. Okay, that means it's not obvious that the Earth is a ball. It's not obvious. It's not obvious from your daily experience. If you go up a mountain, go in an airplane, go to the ocean, anywhere you go, it's not obvious at all that the Earth would be a ball. It's like a mental construct that humanity is like constructed in our collective mind.
Oh, shoot.
But there's no evidence for it in the physical world. That's the problem. That really is the issue. And that's a problem, right? Because science is supposed to be empirical, right? It's supposed to be based upon observation of the natural world, not conceptualizations of the natural world. So if science is empirical and they say the Earth is a globe and it's supposed to curve, the water's supposed to curve all over the world, and the most of the world is water, I should be able to go to a large body of water, and measure this curvature in the natural world, but no matter what distances we try to measure it, it's not there. And we're talking, like, for instance, the world's furthest photograph is 425 kilometers from the French Alps to the French Pyrenees. Okay, let's just see something like, off the top of my head, 4 miles of drop. That's how much the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down from that person's eye level. Something like 4 miles. Okay, so this drop, there's radio transmissions of 10,000 miles. There's LoRa chirp radio, which is like a low power technology for communication of 800 miles. There's all sorts of evidence that the Earth is flat because the limitations of a curving surface just don't seem to exist in reality.
The limitations of a curving what?
Yeah, a limitation of a curving surface. So if we're like far apart.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Like there's supposed to be a bulge of Earth between us if we're farther apart, right? Because the curvature of the Earth. Have you ever heard like ships go over the horizon? And the Earth is supposed to be blocking the view to the bottom of the boat. Have you ever heard that?
No, can you repeat, because I didn't get anything. What you?
Yeah. So if a ship sails away from you, this is what they say: if a ship sails away from you, it'll disappear bottom first, then the mast, right, in that order as it sails away. And they say that this is due to the curve of the Earth. The ship is going around the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what they say. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I also knew. Yeah, that's what I know. Like when you have the sun, the sun is setting. Yeah. So this also considered the proof that it goes that disappears in the horizon. So this is where you cannot see no more. Like
yeah. The sun goes over the horizon and goes underneath your feet. So when it's midnight and someone says, "Hey, point to the sun," you point down, right? So where's the sun? Point down. That's so funny. I mean, yeah. So this is the idea, but when this is actually tested, because just watching the sun do something or just watching a boat, that's one thing. And maybe there's optical phenomenon happening due to the meteorological conditions that make it look a certain way. But can we actually test it from this subjective interpretation to find something objective and actually measure the surface of the Earth to actually see if it is actually curving? Okay. And all these tests show that it's not, all these measurements. So one thing you can do is like, you can take a laser, you can shine it across a body of water, and you can measure its height, how high it is above the water along its length, to see if that height above the water increases, right? So let's say I start at 2 meters above the water. Shine a laser 40 kilometers. And then go to the other end of the 40 kilometers and go and measure the laser height above the water. Well, that laser should be 127 meters in the air.
Yeah.
Okay. But when these tests have been done, it's the same height above the water. It's not way up in the air.
Okay, so did they like try to, because their mathematical proportion can be counted, yeah? So you like cover this distance. You divide this. What was this kilometers? The distance.
40 kilometers.
40. So maybe that's not enough. 40 kilometers because.
Well, I just gave you what the globe says. I gave you so the laser should be 127 meters in the air. That's what the globe predicts.
Okay.
Okay, but they measured the meter They measured the laser 1.5 meters above the surface.
1.5, and it was supposed to be
127. 127.
So it went up a bit. So it's
that's
like
2 orders of magnitude. That's not a bit.
That's not a bit. You're saying.
That's the difference between having a penny in your bank account and $1.
It's like a skyscraper building, like a giant skyscraper building.
Yeah, 44-story building. That's its equivalent of a 44-story building versus a 4-foot man.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, but I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna count this on a piece of paper in a moment because I'm curious. But can you send me the link to this, like laser?
Yeah,
or
sure thing.
Okay.
Just to give you a little background, I'll give you a link. It's a PDF. It's got all the measurement results. It was done in Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, which is like a saltwater lake that they made out there. And they did a series of tests. And then they went back and did some of the tests again to replicate it, to make sure. And they had like meteorological stations. And it was a very thorough test. This was actually like the 4th or 5th time they did this type of laser test, because every time they did one, people would complain that you forgot this or forgot that. So this was like a culmination of like 5 years of attempts, basically. So I'll post it in the side chat without further ado.
Okay. So maybe like one more question. Well, how is it like with North Pole and South Pole? Why does this magnetism exist on Earth? Hello?
Oh yeah, because compasses only work because of magnetism, so how do you guys explain that? That's a good question.
So magnetism's the shape of the ground now.
Yeah, okay. So, God. I'm going to answer this very quickly because I'm looking for that thing. Anyway, so compasses don't point towards the North and South Pole. That's a myth. Compasses actually just align with the magnetic field. Okay, so whatever the field lines, whatever direction they point in, the compass aligns with them. It's called magnetic declination. So magnetic declination in some places is 90 degrees off of what it should be, such as in the South Pacific. So if you were in the South Pacific and you were following your compass north, you'd actually be traveling east.
Okay, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. And on all like navigation maps, in fact, I was looking at a U.S. a Coast Guard chart today, and I didn't know this. With the magnetic declination where I live is something like 15 degrees. So that means like your compass will point 15 degrees different from what you would call true north in Boston Harbor.
That's explained in my question is like, how do you guys explain that? Because we explain like all of that through the globe model of the central core being like kind of molten iron, and
Yeah,
I
the explanation's horseshit though. Have you thought about it for 3 seconds about that explanation?
I mean, I was taught in class basically like charges. Man,
Well, let me say, like,
I can just
did
say
they
crap
teach
like
you about the
charges.
Curry-
And
did they teach you
sounds
about the
kind of
Curry-
BS.
Did they teach
What,
you about the Curry? Did they teach you about the Curry temperature when they taught you about that?
What's the Curry temperature?
The Curry temperature is the temperature at which metal loses magnetism.
Not all. Wait, sorry.
Metal loses iron and nickel, and any metal loses magnetism at a certain temperature because they can't align, right? Because the thermal motion is more random than its disorder from thermal motion is greater than the order of the magnetism, right? So it can't stay in an ordered state to actually create a magnetic field. Yeah, this is called Curry temperature. It's like 400 degrees Fahrenheit for iron.
So you really don't believe that there is this
the Curry temperature.
metal core?
No. Why should I?
The metal
Okay, so
core
how
is
do
only
you-
an idea that you got it from a cartoon, bro, from a depiction. You saw it in a book. It was depicted by someone, and they said this is how it is. But they don't know that. They just made. It's just a baseless idea. Nobody has verified that.
They put a lot of work in like proving this.
How did they prove it?
Work.
I want to know how they proved it. How did they prove that there's a molten iron core? Did they take a sample?
Sick. And I thought I'd be able to drop astronomy. Now I need to take it to ask these questions.
Well, astronomy is a pseudoscience.
Okay, well, this is also. I mean, pseudoscience. This kind of.
Well, I mean, can you give us an astronomy experiment?
That debunks your experiments.
Any astronomy experiment of any type, anytime, anywhere.
I mean, an astronomy experiment. I mean, then sure.
Can't do an experiment, and you're not doing science, right? So we need an astronomy experiment.
I mean, you could just let's say you're gonna map the rotation of the Earth by looking at constellations, finding the constellation across different times.
That's not an experiment, dude.
Yeah, it is. Sure, it is.
Experiments figure out cause and effect relationships of natural phenomena. Right. So a natural phenomenon would be
so if you see
sunlight.
the effect of the hold on, can I go? You see the effect.
Said that the observation.
Yeah, we agree. You see the effect, dude. That we're trying to figure out the cause of the effect.
Yeah, so then you figure out the cause, and you figure that it's because of the rotation of the Earth. Or is that not valid because that's like
How
just
do
a
you
random
figure out the
explanation? Because it's a valid way to explain the effect, like the thing that you see can be
He's
explained by
saying the
rotation of the Earth.
explanation is the cause.
Well, okay, but we need to do the experiment. That's a nice hypothesis. The rotation of the Earth is the cause of the stars moving. Great, nice hypothesis.
Yeah.
Where's the experiment demonstrating that?
I mean, you use a telescope. You'd find the constellation. You'd try and find it again in like another time, and
and that's the effect. We want to know the cause.
Yeah. So you're looking at okay.
We
So
think there's scientific
in
method.
the experiment, you have to have the cause first. In the experiment, is that a requirement? You have to have the cause first.
No. No, you observe a natural
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, so I'm observing natural phenomenon of constellations like switching in and out in the sky.
And that's the effect.
Yeah.
That's the observable phenomena. That's the effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I explain it using a cause, which is the rotation of the Earth. Is that not valid?
No, you don't explain it. You do an experiment.
Yeah, just put it. Listen, bro. Just putting it in words, like you grab a pen and put it on paper, and you say, "This is my explanation why I see the luminaries doing what they do." Right? And you put it on paper. That explanation is not a demonstration. Just because you wrote it down, or you said it with your mouth.
So there is an alternative explanation to that. That there's a celestial sphere that rotates around the Earth. How do you know that that's not it?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
You see what I'm saying is like when you do this, if you don't do the experiment, then you can have all sorts of alternative hypotheses about what the cause could possibly be. And this is why astronomy isn't a science, because like all they can ever really do are get correlations of phenomenon, but they can never get like cause and effect relationships because they can't do experiments on, astronomical objects, right?
Just drop astronomy. Just go for astrobiology.
Astrobiology, the hell is that?
Exobiology. Exobiology, bro. Aliens from dirt in the sky.
I don't think my university offers that.
I'll get you that. Hold on. Let me get that. So someone else talk while I find that link. Unless someone else posts.
University offer that.
So yeah, we can fill the air with maybe more questions or more comments.
Okay, I have a question. Another one. What about these like rockets? Do they really fly somewhere?
Yeah, they go away from your view. Most of them.
What about the movie? Like I don't know that they are 25,000. Like this is like the first cosmic speed, and this like 25,000 kilometers per hour. No, sorry. This is
you see how they show you a cartoon when they say, "Look, it's going 24,000 miles per hour, the rocket or whatever," right? You see how you see when you're looking at that.
Cartoons are to visualize and to explain to make easier to digest. They're not
easier to digest. Yeah.
They're not like I forgot. They're not like a ruse or like a mask to hide some sort of.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. Rockets do work in reality. We do have.
Why do they gotta help us digest it?
Yeah, rockets work.
Because not everyone.
So...
Yeah, we do have rockets, but rockets.
Because it's bullshit, bro. It's literally propaganda. Like.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, they fly somewhere. They fly somewhere. Rockets. So like, why? Where do they fly?
Yeah. Don't they retrieve
upstairs.
them in the rocket graveyard in the Antarctic, in the Atlantic Ocean? Don't they have like they retrieve them over there?
Okay, but I don't know. So, but it's like is flying possible? Like flying a plane?
Yeah, the plane requires they have to assume a motionless flat Earth to be able to make the airplane practical and safe to the engineer to get on it and for them to put their families in it and transport them from point A to point B. They have to drop the globe whenever they decide to build the airplane. And then the pilot as well has to do the same thing, basically. Throw the globe in the trash bin to operate the airplane.
Okay.
The pilot never takes into account any curvature of the ground, any movement of the ground below him.
Okay, I don't know. It maybe makes some sense. Maybe. Do you think it's gonna be like in the future? It's gonna be like I don't know, popular with you? What you're representing?
Well, in the past, it was popular, right? All of your ancestors, all civilizations across the world knew that the Earth wasn't this globe. It's just today's biggest religion in the world at the moment. Maybe in the future, people will just drop their religion and think about something else. Maybe acknowledge reality for a change.
Yeah, and you might think, like, what's he saying? It's a religion. It really is a religion. It doesn't have a deity.
No. I understand the thing with religion, that this is like the shared belief that people like gather around. Yeah.
Also, it supports a bunch of other ideas, right? That a Big Bang.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is like a creation story, creation of the universe story. Same as like the Lord said, "Let there be light." And then there's like the creation of man, right? That came from evolution, according to them, which came from naturalistic reasons. A man evolved from random processes of this Big Bang, random universe. And
wait.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that
you also don't believe in evolution?
Why would I?
No, you believe in evolution, yeah?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Yeah, why should I?
But so what do you believe in? Do you believe in creationism, that God created humans?
Yes.
So this is your religion. You're Christian, yeah?
Yeah,
Or do you
I'm
just-
a Christian, but that's independent than this.
Interesting.
The Bible
so
says, the Bible
like
says
flat
prove
Earth?
all things, bro.
Okay, but
I
are
can
there
prove
like
the earth is
flat
flat
Earth
based upon
guys?
what I've gone out and done myself.
Okay, are there any flat Earth guys who believe in evolution?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Why do you believe in evolution? I mean, to be honest, you probably couldn't even define what evolution actually is in the first place.
I think I can. So this is the
State
adaptation.
the theory of evolution. State what it
Okay,
is.
so
Exactly
okay,
what
for me, this is the
Not for
not
you.
exactly for
No, not for you. The actual theory of evolution, what it is.
Yeah, the theory, not your
Okay,
theory. The theory.
Okay, so that organisms change to fit the environment, and the organisms that aren't fit, they die, and they change to adapt to the environment to
No, it died. It
pass,
stopped right
pass
there.
their
You stop. He says they
their
died.
genes. To pass their genes, and they die. Those who are not fit, they die. Yeah.
Okay.
If he
do you
died,
know
that's not evolution. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me there's a couple problems with that. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body morphology, which means body shape and form, right?
Yes.
They know
yes.
this because of experiments done with these worms that don't die, that cutting them in half and then manipulating them so that the pieces regenerate, right? So these are called flatworms.
Yeah, flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can cut them in half,
Yeah,
and then
parasites.
so what they stop, Chelsea, fucker. Yes, parasites. So what they've done is they've got these worms to basically, by using electric field, to cut it in half, and the head, instead of the head growing a tail, they get the head to grow another head, and the tail to grow a tail, and then they can cut that in half, and it stays a tail worm, and it stays a head worm. Right? It's all genetically identical, but their body morphology has changed permanently. You understand?
That's right.
So yeah, it's the work of Michael Lewin.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So that necessitates that the genetic material does not hold the body plan of organisms. It's something else.
Doesn't it? Okay, something else.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the body plan. The DNA only codes proteins. That's all it does.
Okay.
So there's a big freaking Achilles heel. And then there's the problem of actually making proteins, which would actually be useful. The space of proteins is so large, it's something like 10 to the 167 power. The probability of you finding any useful fucking protein in that space is well beyond how old the universe is. The universe would have to be something like a million times older. Okay, so
from what I know, proteins are only on Earth, are they?
Yeah, but there's so many variations of proteins, right? Did you know that the odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 167 power?
Yeah, I know that this is like a very small chance. 10 to the 100 of 60 what?
167 power.
Okay, power. Okay,
that's impossible. That's not in a small chance. That's impossible.
Okay.
If you want a particular protein and said, I'm going to do it by chance, you would wait longer than the age of the universe by that number is like 10 to the 23 power.
But wait, I mean, there's these experiments with the primordial soup. Do you believe in this primordial soup even?
I mean,
no.
Does it got onions?
No, this is like these amino acids swimming in this like something water or no? In water?
No, it's not possible. What they saying happened isn't possible. Do you understand? Probabilistically,
yeah,
not
I
possible.
understand.
Well, I mean, there's an open challenge. It's just an open challenge.
Therefore, there is a God. Therefore, there is a God.
No, I believe in God for completely different reasons than this.
Oh, okay.
My argument for God would be a logical argument that has nothing to do with evolution, or I don't have a naturalistic justification for God.
Okay, I think I consider myself like a thinker, like independent thinker, kind of. I would say so because I kind of think and I try different ideas. Like your idea, I tried it for a moment.
I don't have an idea. What is my idea exactly? My idea is I go out into the world. It looks flat because it is flat. That isn't much of a stretch of imagination. In fact, that involves no imagination.
Yeah. It involves it's like simple observation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just take it for what it is and like stop adding shit to it. And other people have said that observation that we all see, everybody has seen, that's got eyes. They've told people, there's people that say that's an illusion, that you're just too small. That's actually a big ball, and you're just too small. You can't see it. You have to go to a special place, but you can't go there because you don't have the right stuff. Only these anointed people can go there and see the ball in its full glory, but not you. Everybody else. And then they also say, hold on. They also say the Earth is spinning. You see the sun and stars move, but they're not moving. You're moving. They're basically telling you that your entire perception of reality is some sort of illusion.
It's nonsensical. Your perception of reality is nonsensical because your senses are telling you something else, but reality is something else than what your senses tell you.
I agree, but
reality is nonsense, bro.
From what I know, these theories are supposed to like enhance your senses in a way. This is something like I don't know, by like just scientific microscope and like telescope.
Yeah, but no one's ever used a telescope to look at the Earth and see if it's a ball, and seeing that it is a ball. Not with a telescope, that's for sure.
Actually, when you use the telescope and you look at long distance observations, you see that it's not a globe. If you see far enough, right?
So would you maybe
Look, bro, we're not trying to listen. Let's just go. We're not trying to convince you on anything. There's no way we're ever going to convince you. We're not that good where we're going to like overcome, basically the indoctrination and you've grown up in Western society and you've been bombarded with this idea. We aren't going to overcome that because it's like kind of like regardless of what you think, it's integrated into your identity. And that's how it is. Yeah. Okay. So we aren't going to defeat that. The only thing that will ever defeat that will be you testing it yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way. It's not the only way. That usually the other way is having some crazy anti-flat earther try to defend the globe and see how shit their arguments are. That turns people into flat earthers. But the only way to really prove something to somebody.
To the clinic where they send where the rich people goes and they do the brainwashing. Yeah, we can send you there too. Probably that might work. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, we could do that.
So why?
Hold on. I was going to make one more point. Okay. The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Because if you get them and you say, "Hey, if I do this, this will happen," and then you actually do that. That's proving it. That's proving it in a way that's undeniable. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to prove what the Earth is, you have to demonstrate it. It's not here on the internet. It's not in a book. It's out there in the world. You have to actually go test it.
So what about other like?
That's actually the difficult part for a lot of people to go test it. That's where a lot of people just don't go and do it. Like going to Revere when it's 45 degrees and do an observations for an hour. A lot of people cannot do that. I mean, they're too lazy.
Okay, what about like other like? I'm asking you some other question, not about. Can you answer me other scientific questions? Hello.
Yes, you can ask another question.
Okay, electricity. So it works, yeah.
Electricity works?
Yeah.
I thought he was unemployed.
What unemployed?
Just kidding. Go ahead.
What works? What was that? I missed it.
Electricity, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can switch the light bulb on and it lights.
Okay.
So I have electricity, and that's like great phenomenon. So it works.
Okay. Is there more to this?
Yeah, there's some scientific theories about that, and the other way it's about like the Earth is round. And
See, now this is a good example. This is you brought up the perfect subject matter: electricity and magnetism. Now, it was experimented with for quite a long time, and a guy named James Clerk Maxwell came around, and he made a theory of of electricity and magnetism. And he used something called the model he made, the mathematical model he made was used the ether. I don't know if you ever heard of the ether theory. He used this mechanical model to make the model of electricity and magnetism. Okay. But nowadays, nobody believes in the ether, and they say the ether doesn't exist. So we're literally using a model based upon something that they say doesn't exist is actually real. Now, the lesson in all this is that mathematical models, even though they quote unquote work, don't always define what reality is. And this also leads to my second point about this, is that when they tried to use Maxwell's equations, now it was great in the lab, but it sucked when you came to trying to engineer the electrical system, right? And they couldn't really get it to work. You had burnouts and frickin' all sorts of problems trying to actually engineer electrical power transmission. And then other people came along, such as Tesla, who actually made what we use now for the alternating current. He freaking invented it, and he didn't use any of Maxwell's stuff. He was purely an experimenter, an engineer, right? And then you had Steinmetz, who was like an engineer who came up with all the formulas for actually electric power transmission and power lines, right? So it wasn't the scientists that figured out how to make it work in the physical world. It was the engineers. And the scientists, at least back then, they used a method the scientists themselves say doesn't even exist. So it is a good example. Yes, electricity works, but it isn't the scientists that make it work, it's the engineers. Because they don't care about why it works. They only care about does it work. You understand? The theory of why everything's happening, they don't care about the causal mechanisms or anything like that. They're going to use whatever mathematics they use to suit their purpose, even if there's no ultimate reality there and it's a completely fictitious mathematical construct. They don't care about that. They have an employer. Their employer says make it fucking work, and that's all they care about. And the reason your employer says make it work because you say make it work, right? My electricity.
Yeah. I want electricity. I want electricity in my house. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to heat my house. I'm trying to look at porn, and my computer won't work. So turn that shit on.
I try to whatever. Cook. Yeah. Run my computer. Or something. Okay.
Yeah. Computers are without electricity are nothing but a giant paperweight.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, the story of electricity and magnetism is very interesting.
Oh,
There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Eric Dollard. There's a presentation he gave called "The History of Electricity and Magnetism." It's really good. He's not even a professor, man, but he goes through the history from the beginning of. From Benjamin Franklin to Gauss to like all the people, all the original people, and how electricity and magnetism, its understanding of what it is and how to use it, developed over time, is very educational. It's really like everybody that's like pushed the field to ends up going a little crazy, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah. Do another question, like different. So, would you consider your like views to be like kind of obscure or like dangerous? Like
dangerous?
Yeah. Would you consider? I don't know if I say this. That's why I work. The Earth is flat. Like,
My views are not dangerous unless like. Look.
Yeah, I don't know. It's dangerous.
Just personally, my view is not dangerous because I don't give a shit what the government does. I don't give a shit if they fucking make fake space programs. I'm not going to protest them. It's their gig. Let them do it. I don't care if everybody follows it. I'm just here giving information. Hey, they're saying it's this. You go out into the real world. It's not that. It's this other thing. And that's all I'm telling y'all. Like, I mean, and you can take it or leave it, do what you want with it. But you can't say you didn't know because now at least you know. I mean, listen, I grew up in the 80s when the space shuttle first, flew.
Yeah,
and I know all the bullshit that they were telling us back then is the same bullshit that we're going to the moon, we're going to go again. All this stuff, it's to me, it's just nonsense. They've been just saying forever. Like, I mean, we were actually talking about this in here last night. How long is it going to be when people because they keep saying, so they keep saying like, hey, we're going to go back to the moon. We're going to go back to the moon. How many more years of not going back to the moon before people start being suspicious? Right?
I mean, it's already
80?
suspicious. Yeah, I agree.
I know. But I mean,
I agree that it's suspicious. I agree that it is suspicious because there was only like one successful moon landing, and it was in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
so it is suspicious that it's been like 50 years, and the technology has improved. I mean, computers have improved, and they have this.
Actually, the only technology that has gone backwards is space technology. Moon landing technology has been going backwards compared to everything else.
Yeah, they can't even make space.
Okay. I honestly believe that moon landing could be fake. Because I've seen a lot of like analysis on YouTube that prove that it is a fake. Yeah, and I was more convinced that it is fake, this moon landing. So I believe in this for sure. That it
you
was
were
fake.
fighting me earlier, but that's good that you kind of like.
Hold on. But I really want to. I'm talking about the whole space thing. I was just using a moon landing as an example. They've also said there's going to be space tourism, and like just like random people can just like buy a ticket to space. When none of this stuff happens, like, is it going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years? We're like, hold on, dude. It's been 200 years. You're still not doing space tourism. Like, you must be lying. Like, how long is it going to take before the normal people go, these guys must be lying? Mute up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. I know. That's like very interesting what you're saying. Okay, so that may be a lie, but apart from this, do you have any other like beliefs that are counter, like that counter what generally people believe in like this? Do you have any other beliefs like this?
I mean, I don't know how many people believe the freaking official 9/11 conspiracy. Do you believe in the official 9/11 conspiracy theories?
What do you think happened in 9/11? Let's hear it.
Do you believe in the official one? The official conspiracy?
The official conspiracy or the official story?
The official story is a conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly, Loki, I think it might have been Israel, honestly. At this point.
I mean, you just got to admit, though, the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Or the Al Qaeda one, like the terrorism one.
Well, yeah, a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
It's a conspiracy of 90 hijackers, brother.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, all I'm saying is, even the official story is a conspiracy theory. So when they say 9/11 conspiracy theory, they're talking about any theory. Because no one thinks one person did it, right? Because your thing is conspiracy or solo. Nobody thinks 9/11 was a solo job. Like the lone gunman on the grassy knoll. No one thinks there was a lone pilot. Okay, so if there's no lone pilot, it's a conspiracy theory. We're just quibbling about what the conspiracy actually was.
So yeah, what do you think happened?
I know what didn't happen.
Okay.
Because it's really simple, just from the laws of physics. In like simple things, dudes demonstrate there was not planes smashing into that building and frickin' exploding. That could not have possibly been happened.
I've never known a building to fall down. Sorry, Indio. I've never known a building to fall down because the ones next to it apparently got hit by planes. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is flip sick. That is awful. Awfully suspect.
I'm lonely and just committed suicide. The building 7 get lonely and commit suicide, bro.
What's the official explanation for why building 7 fell?
Fire. External damage.
Good lord. That's
Fire.
the official story.
But it's telling the same way that the other two did. All right.
Interesting thing about those buildings that have fallen down is that event, fires knocking down concrete, steel girder buildings, has only happened 3 times in history. And you wouldn't believe it, all 3 of them happened within a very short amount of time.
Yeah. You asked Injo if he believed in any other conspiracy theories, right? The whole world is a conspiracy theory, dude. Everything.
I didn't, by the way. It was the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was me. It was me.
He had other ideas, to be honest. He didn't say conspiracy theory specifically.
But yeah, because I've just said like other ideas that are known, like that you ask someone on the street and he tells you, no, it's not what I believe in, or she tells you that, bro, it's like not even true or something.
Yeah. So I don't like that you're like sticking flat Earth in that. I told you. We just observed the Earth is flat, and
I told you that it's my first time. This
yeah. I know. Like this is a common thing where people think that we have like some belief, but because they never really thought about it, like why did everybody in the past think the Earth was flat? Oh, because that's what they saw. Well, I see the same thing they saw. Okay, the only difference between them and me is I got a bunch of people around me thinking the Earth is a ball. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
there's
when
TV
it comes
sets
to
now,
this,
in movies, in picture books, and that's the only difference. But like, I just observed the Earth the way it is, and like I said before, there's people that say, "Hey, you can't just naively look at the Earth and go, hey, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." We have looked into the sky with our telescopes, and we figured out that though it looks flat, we're actually on a giant ball. That's fucking idiotic. I'm just sorry to get like upset about it. It's just dumb.
That's fun. It's kind of funny.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've been debating this topic for like 10 years. It always comes down to like, oh, you flat Earth, to buy a telescope. Okay, I bought a telescope. Now what? Can you see the moon?
Yeah, that is actually the number one. In 10 years, it will be the number one. The number one evidence of the globe is looking away from the Earth. Earth is a globe when you look away from it. Like you gotta look in the TV, not to the Earth. Just don't look at the Earth. Look at something else. That's the best.
Yeah, because it's weird because like you're internal on the Earth. So how are you gonna like judge the object when you're on the object. You have to look at the object's effect on other things, which is, for example, the moon. Like the moon, the Earth, the spherical Earth has an effect on the shadow of the moon.
No,
which is why.
No. Even if you're going to say that the Earth is like the moon, you still have to prove that the Earth is like the moon. You can't just say that the Earth is like the moon because the moon exists.
No, I meant like you have to look at the objects. You have to look if you're on the object.
How do you know Earth is an object in the first place?
You look at the Earth, don't you?
Because
if you want to know what the Earth is, you definitely look at the things you want to know about.
Because I can touch it, that's why.
Yeah, cool. So we look at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is. We can look at the moon to maybe figure out what the moon is.
Okay, but another valid way of looking at it is to look at the moon and see spherical shadows. That's one of the simplest observations of why.
So the moon's flat then.
The moon's flat? What? No.
Yeah, because if you're going to have perfect shadows created by objects and you get the true representation of that object, let's say a sphere, it's going to have a perfectly rounded shadow. You're only going to cast that shadow on a flat surface. If the surface is distorted like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for your example to work, the moon must be flat.
We gotta.
Ever created shadow puppets before?
I have. They're fun.
Cool. Try and do that on a distorted surface and note how your shadow is distorted by consequence of the surface.
You know, eclipses make the moon turn red. How do you know that's a shadow? Shadows aren't red.
I don't know how eclipses work. Or that the blood moon. I don't know how the blood moon works.
Yeah. But you see, you need to think. You need to think about your shadow example.
Is the moon?
You need a flat moon for that, dude.
I don't think the GIF on shadows is fair because we're looking at the moon substitute at an angle, which would make the shadow look not proper.
What? It's a curved surface. It's a sphere.
Like,
As the shadow passes over that curved surface.
Yeah, I can see a curved. I can see a curved shadow on the moon.
Talk through me because he's getting upset about his moon shadows.
Oh wait, my bad. I was talking to you. That's my bad.
That's fine. As I was saying, as the shadow passes over the curved surface, you'll notice how it continually distorts. I.e., you can't have a true representation of a object shadow on a curved surface. It won't be a true representation because the surface will distort it, right?
Not so insanely that you wouldn't be able to not so insanely. There could be a slight distortion, but it wouldn't be an insane.
Dude, it's really. I ask you to go and do this. Go and get a flashlight and some balls. See what shadows you create.
Okay,
what you will create, I'll give it away for you. As you make the shadow move across the object, you'll create what's known as a sine wave. That looks like an S. As the Earth an S.
Sine wave an S. Okay, I see. I see.
Rude Jedi, ask him the guy to get some balls. Come on, bro.
I see.
So we can tell you the reason it makes an S is because what'll happen is the shadow, the edge of the shadow will cross the center of the sphere, right? Say the dividing line of which way the shadow is being projected, and one side of that curves one way down, and the other side of it curves the other way down.
Well,
as the shadow crosses this, its orientation of the curve changes. It'll look like an S, basically.
Okay. Word salad objections. Blue Jumper, how about you mic up, and how about you try and refute or talk?
Mic up, better microphone, you mean?
No, mic up as in get on the mic, bro. Start talking.
Yeah.
Instead of typing.
He's getting upset.
Instead of going clack, clack, clack on your keyboard, go talk on the mic.
Well, listen, he's allowed to type. Just mute yourself so we don't hear the background noise, and that's it. You're allowed to type whatever you're gonna type, and then speak to us in the VC if you want. It's okay.
Never mind. Okay. Okay, I see the GIFs provided.
It's just something that you can try and recreate yourself.
What is this trying to show? What is that one trying to show? The top.
What straight lines can be distorted by curved surfaces when they cast a shadow on them.
The mostly black one.
What do you think that's trying to represent, dude?
Have a look at the shadow on the little white wall in the background.
My bad. But what they told you, you can concede that seeing this phenomena of the moon being opaque, that doesn't prove the globe. You can concede that, though. The point that he's giving you that if it was a sphere, you wouldn't see this round shadow like you're saying. What do you think about that? That was a direct reply to you saying we see a shadow on the moon that looks round, therefore the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Why isn't like flat Earth popular?
Wait. We still hold that question. Okay. Let the other guy reply to what Jada told him about what will happen on the surface, depending on the surface orientation, if it was flat or a sphere. What do you say about that? What will happen to the shadow?
Pretty much. I actually can't think of anything to say because I think I'm getting tired. It's like 10:15.
Quarter to 10.
You gonna go to sleep? Go ahead.
To be fair, this topic.
It's Friday.
My bedtime's in like an hour.
Okay, so this topic is very thick. It covers like actually a lot of different things. Covers history, sociology, psychology, science, measurements. It covers parasites, brain worms. Freaking, it covers everything. It covers a lot of things. So it will mentally exhaust you in the beginning because a lot of these things they're hard. They're not hard to comprehend. They are in a way, especially when you're just talking about it. If we had like whiteboards and diagrams, it'd be easy to show you. But don't feel bad. It is mentally exhausting to deal with this topic. We're just used to it. So I mean,
me it's hard because you guys are throwing out literally everything I've been taught.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you've been taught the wrong thing. I mean, but the people, to be fair, the people that taught you, they didn't know either.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. They got the textbook. They said, teach the kids this. And they're like, okay, just give me money.
They weren't even given enough money. Have you seen teacher salaries?
Oh, yeah.
It's a living.
Have you seen teachers?
Yeah.
Have you seen teachers?
It's a living. It pays bills. People just go to it as a job of work. People like this
honestly,
think they're benefiting the community.
I am a teacher, by the way.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
So you think that you're benefiting your community, educating the younger and next generation, right?
I'm educating them about English. I don't have anything in common with science.
Whatever the subject, it's beneficial. You have some kind of pride in your work, I would hope. I would hope some teachers at least do. Right? There's no
I do. I teach them like necessary stuff, like how to speak English, how to write English. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine.
In a public school, or just like?
Yeah, in a public school.
Yeah. Can you just teach them whatever you want?
No, I have like a textbook, and there's like present simple, present continuous, past simple, past continuous.
Now, it's like say you open the textbook one day and it said, "Teach the kids the Earth is a globe." Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't. But they don't tell me to do this.
Yeah, look, you're an English teacher, of course not. But the science teachers or the other classes, they're told, teach the kids the Earth is a globe, and they just do that. They don't know that. They don't fact check the textbook and say, I refuse to teach this. The textbook's wrong. They don't do that, right? So, like they just believe it. Everybody believes it. It's just like a collective thing, like believing in Santa Claus or something. Everyone just believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay, cool.
But we have a flat earther. She's a teacher. She's a school teacher, Dandelion. She's not in here right now, but like If you come back, maybe you'll be able to talk to him. You guys can like compare notes of teaching brats. What
Do you think
age
there are any like teachers? Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to. What age do you teach?
Primary school, so like young learners. I mean, age, yeah. So specifically like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 13 okay, 13, up to 13.
Up
yeah,
to
that's pretty
13.
awesome. You get to teach him English. That's freaking great. I wish.
Primary school, 13.
Yeah, in
Primary
my
schools.
country.
Oh, okay,
in my country, up to 14. Up to 14, there's the primary school.
Okay, that's cool. What country?
Poland. I live in Poland.
Okay.
There was the like change in education, and they like made the primary school longer, and like they like deleted the middle school.
Interesting. Okay.
That's funny because like where I live, they added a middle school about 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. Like the reforms, they are just like politically connected. They have nothing with education. They are just like the new government has to change something to prove something. Yeah.
You got it. That's exactly what they did here. New mayor. Oh, I'm doing something. We're gonna make a middle school. Not knowing, right, that there used to be middle schools here where I live, like 40 years ago, and then they got rid of them. And 40 years later, they just went back. Like, make up your goddamn mind.
Yeah, in Poland it was like this, that they first have introduced middle school, then they deleted them, then again middle school, and now they deleted them.
I think that's weird that you're like in a foreign country and that's like the exact same thing they did here.
Where are you from?
Maybe we just keep. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In Boston, in America.
Ah, okay.
Where Boston is. I'm sure you heard of Boston.
Yeah, I heard of Boston Tea, yeah? That they sank the ship with...
Have you heard of Harvard? Have you heard of Harvard University?
Yeah, I know. That's like one of the best universities.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. In Cambridge.
Okay.
So all the Harvard kids are right down the street being idiots because they're dumb as... Don't ever let anybody convince you that Harvard kids are smart. They're as fucking dumb as rocks, bro.
But like Mark Zuckerberg is like Harvard student from...
Oh, he quit Harvard because he was smart.
Okay.
Or did he get kicked out? I don't know. He either got kicked out or he quit.
Yeah, quit Harvard.
She quit. I think there are other like smart kids from Harvard, like like billionaires. There's
Harvard,
one other billionaire from
Harvard is kind of like a place to do like networking. Really. So you get an education, you meet people, and like you have this like Harvard degree network of people that get into places of political power and on boards of directors and an industry, and you're basically forming like I don't know what type of network you would call it, a social network, not in the sense of social media, but it's basically like a boys club, social network. That's kind of what people go to Harvard for. It's not really for the education. It's more like, it's not what you know, it's who you know type deal.
That's what you know, not who you know. Okay, I get this. But Facebook is real, and they programmed it. So
yeah,
it involved a lot of work probably to program this.
Zuckerberg didn't do the work. I mean, I don't want to get in the controversy of Zuckerberg. I'm just saying there aren't smart people at Harvard. There are, but they're not. They're pretty fucking dumb too, man. There's a lot of dumbass ones. Take my word for it. You got to live here and see it for yourself. I mean, I can tell you but you just got to see it for yourself. Like the people that live here make fun of them because they're so like intellectual, yet they're idiots, right?
Intellectual, yet they're idiots. So you mean that they know the like theories, but they don't trust their senses, as you said, yeah?
More like they can't walk and chew bubble gum. They know their theories, but have trouble tying their sneakers.
Okay, yeah, you mean this? Okay, yeah, okay.
There's a joke here, because MIT is here too. So
yeah.
When you see,
I have a friend in Poland who finished this MIT, but he's like old. He's like 60-year-old, so he finished this MIT like a long time ago.
Yeah, my stepfather graduated from MIT in '76. Anyway, this is a joke here. It goes like this. If you go to the grocery store, right, and you got 10 items or less in line, and you see someone with 20 items in it, you say, are you from MIT and can't count, or are you from Harvard and can't read? And that's like a joke here, like that everyone knows, because that's kind of like they're just like, their heads are in the clouds, you know. Obviously, they're young kids and they don't have a lot of life experience. But I've met some people in the degree programs, quite a few people, as a matter of fact, because I have a friend who rents to them. So I've met some like economists, mathematicians, I think there's computer science, one astronomer. Because people come here to get their graduate degree, PhD, they do postdocs here. Just occasionally you meet some of them. Anyway, that's way off topic. DJ, you live again?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world, India.
Oh God.
Maybe Sunday in Poland.
Jamesy over here goes on the side of Boston where there's the actual intelligent people. That if there's like a tidal wave, they'd actually survive. Like everyone would die in Cambridge, literally everyone. They'd sit there and watch it.
You ever meet Richie?
Richie from Boston.
Oh, Richie from Boston. He doesn't actually live in Boston. He lives in Dedham or something. Though his mother lives in East Boston because he's done streams from his house, and I know exactly where he is when he's doing that shit.
Okay, so he's not Richie at Boston. He's Richie from Boston. I get it now.
Yeah, Richie from Boston is not. He's from Boston, but he's not.
Not in Boston, yeah, or at.
But his mother. But his mother's in Boston, so.
I'm gonna have to go dig some of his videos to see if I see him in East Boston then. You mentioned something about people in Cambridge that they all died. I'm sorry, India, I couldn't get the joke.
If there was a tidal wave, they would all die. All the MIT kids would be like, well, there's no tectonic plate out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That can't be a tidal wave. That's an illusion. And all the Harvard people would be like just taking pictures and selfies and shit with the tidal wave about to kill them. Like, so everyone here would die.
For science?
For oblivion, because they're just oblivious to reality. I know how East Boston, like, I know there's a lot of Spanish people in East Boston and like working class. So it's like, you know, they actually interact with the real world and shit, as opposed to out here where they're just in fantasy land all the time. Dude, I bet you, I haven't been like deep into East Boston in a while. I bet you that shit's changed big time. They still got like a giant Italian section over there?
they do have like the pizza place that is pretty famous, like under the number 1 route, or the, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Route 1.
It's like this. It's famous. It's Italian, whatever. But it's Boston. It's like 90% Hispanic people. I think maybe not 90, but 60 plus Hispanic people. So everything you go there is mostly like Hispanic restaurants and stuff. Oh yeah, but you have the Italians, the pizza place, and yeah, there is some good stuff for the Italians.
Yeah, okay. For me, that's enough for today. Okay, I may come back later, other day. Okay.
All right, we're here all the time, bro.
Talking to you.
Yeah. See you guys. See you.
Yeah, thanks for being cool, man.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I could hear a different view. It was interesting for me, very interesting. Because I told you that's the first time I talked to someone who believes in flat Earth. You're gonna tell me that I believe in the globe, yeah? So
do you?
I
don't know. Yeah, first time talking to you guys. So yeah, see you.
Bye.
Welcome anytime.
Back later. Bring more questions and ask questions to your students and bring their questions in here.
Don't come back. Run as far as you can.
Okay, my mission isn't to like make a scientific revolution or something. I'm not gonna rebel, kids.
Who said don't come back, run as far as you can? If he thinks he goes on a globe, he's just gonna end up in the same place.
True. Don't think of that.
No, but listen, if he mentioned it to students like the shape of the earth and, well, I don't know, you know how Gene does it. I mean,
bro, I don't even.
You could for an English topic, you can bring cosmology of the world and history of cosmology.
Okay, maybe some of these like 12 or 13-year-old they may be interested in this. Okay.
Oh, because you're doing with older people. They want to talk about food recipes and that kind of stuff.
It's just English for kids.
No, I just teach kids. That's my job.
Oh, so you teach kids? And yeah. Anyways, I'm just saying that you could bring topics that are directly related to this topic, and maybe they'll ask a question and you can bring those questions. Just saying, dude. I know you're leaving, so bye.
Okay, see you. Bye.
So wait, so if you guys were to go on like some sort of trip that would take you in a straight line, and you did end up back where you were, it would take ages. It would take ages, yeah. Like if you did do that and you did end up back where you were, would you then buy the globe model?
No.
No.
I will buy if it's like 90% off, and I get a coupon for the last $2. I'll buy it.
What? Wait, what? Coupon?
When you go to the store, you see the globe there. You say, I want to spin it with my hands, and many times you see it in clearance. You read it, and it says not for educational purposes, only for decoration. And I'm like, yeah, okay, just for decoration. And if it's like 90% off, and I got like a coupon, and it's almost free, I'll buy it. Like you ask, will you buy it? And I say yes, if it's 90% off with the coupon.
Okay, will you buy it? That's funny. No, but okay, you know what I actually mean? Like, would you then believe in the flat Earth, in a globe Earth model?
Hold on, bro. We don't deal in hypotheticals here. So you can't do any straight lines on a globe. None.
Okay, I know.
I know. Straight lines in reality, you cannot have that on a globe. So there you go.
On this Euclidean flipping plane, would you then, if you travel in a straight line and go back to where you were?
Bro, you're asking us a hypothetical. Can you show us a time, any time on the Earth, where someone traveled in a straight line, I mind you, and ended up back where they started?
Has there been? Check.
No.
Has it actually never been? And it has never anyone ever done that?
No.
That's such an easy way to prove it.
Bro, you just think about it. Just think about it. This is geometry. If you go in a straight line, is there any way possible you're going to end up back where you started?
Now you're going to go away from the globe.
On a globe, yes. Yeah.
No, not even on a globe. It's not a straight line.
Yeah. Okay, then explain to me
No.
why would it not work on the
Straight
globe?
line, you're gonna go into outer space and you're gonna die there. Remember?
No,
Can't
oh
have
my god.
straight lines
You know,
on curved surfaces, dude.
You know, okay. This is something. You know what I mean by a straight line on a globe. Yeah, it would curve along the globe, but it's a straight.
So you don't mean a straight line then.
So now you're talking about a circle. So what you're saying is, if you took a heading on a circle, right? If you went east, perpendicular to north, in a circle, if you go in a circle, yes, you'll end up back where you started. That's totally possible. You can also do that on a flat circle. But you said straight line.
Around your round table, yes.
Straight line is huge from above. What do you mean huge from above? Come on, okay.
Guys, did he actually said straight line, but he wasn't actually meaning straight line? He was thinking about doing a curved line, and he was calling that a
I
straight
swear, when you call a straight line on a globe, the default assumption is that it's bound to the globe. You're not escaping the plane of the globe.
We don't deal with assumptions here because we don't want to beg the question. So if anyone's going in a straight line, they're not going to end up where they started. Now, if you're talking about headings and going in an easterly direction, perpendicular to north, you're going to be doing a circle, and you would end up where you started. But you can also do that on a flat plane. So it doesn't tell us anything about the Earth other than a direction perpendicular to north. All we want to know is the Earth curving? That's the only thing that a ball requires. And it turns out that the Earth does not curve. It is a horizontal, level, straight, flat plane. That's what it measures to be. It's over. That's all it is.
Okay. So I will never ever mess. I will never ever mess. Okay, I can't speak. Measure a curve on the surface.
No one has to this day. So I would doubt it. But you go ahead and give it a shot.
Yeah, let me be the first person in history to do this.
Yeah.
How hard could it be?
How hard could it be?
Pretty hard. We all tried. We failed.
And don't confuse someone saying they calculated it from measuring it. Don't mix those two. You might read someone saying, I calculate that the Earth is curving or whatever because I look at the sun and at the stars and they put all the calculations, distances that they make up, presupposed, and then they give you a number at the end. But that's not a measurement. Remember when Indy was here and said the difference between going out there in reality and doing it in reality, like do the measurement, is away from the globe that is on the TV or on paper, drawing cartoons where we all learned it from, right? The first time I saw it was in a book that I remember. Like it was a depiction on a book. And there is a globe, and I remember seeing the core, right? That's where I saw the globe. I didn't see it outside.
Yeah, because it's showing you the inside of the Earth. You can't look and see it. You have X-ray vision.
Yeah, that's the
I
the
love little
depiction.
boys.
You love what? Huh? Excuse you?
What did I hear?
What do you mean? What? I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna imagine
His child or something. He loves his child. But
you love your child. Oh, that's adorable. Okay.
that's not the topic. Let's skip the children. On the topic for now.
I don't actually think children are very useful in this topic because if someone was strong enough to throw a child such that he orbited around the Earth, and they turned around and caught the child, this would also prove a globe.
Like Invincible playing baseball with dad or something?
Precisely. Precisely. Don't. You can run. You can run from child services.
Just for our viewers on YouTube, we're not advocating this as any type of scientific experiment. Please don't throw your children out of the window hoping that they're going to come back.
What parts of these go on YouTube?
All of it.
Oh, that's fantastic. How do people watch the stream?
They go to the YouTube channel and they press like and subscribe, and then they press play.
Okay, that's good. There's all this thing.
In this VC, there's like 2 users in this VC that are called like YouTube bot or whatever, and you can find a link to the YouTube channel in those.
It also goes on X and Twitch, so it's not just YouTube.
Okay. And how many people
are you skipping school and you're afraid your teachers are gonna know you're skipping?
No. And do any of these videos get recorded? Does a part get recorded and put on YouTube, like as a video?
Yeah. YouTube, like when you do a live stream, it automatically saves it unless you choose not to do that.
Interesting. Okay, that's great. That's good.
And if you say the right things, especially embarrassing yourself, I might clip it and put it up on Apple iTunes.
Blue Jumper, how about you mic up? How about you get in this and use your voice to talk instead of clicky keyboard?
Well, don't worry about what the chat says, man. That's the peanut gallery, man. Don't worry about them.
Anyways, it's just...
Dude, you don't even want to know what they say about us in the YouTube chat, man. If we cared, like, you can't fixate on what people say in chat. Like, just consider they're all nutless wonders until they mic up.
Hikey. So, my great crash out of 12 o'clock, keep that, just keep that on the stream. Keep that ahead. That way.
You crashed out?
Yeah, it wasn't my brightest moment, honestly. I
usually don't upload crash outs, but which really doesn't make an exception.
It wasn't even objectively, it wasn't even that bad of a crash out. I just was my brightest moment.
How long ago was it? I want to go and find it.
Nope, time says it. Everything's
the best crash outs you can't upload because it breaks terms of service.
Yep.
True. Anyways, moving on. What do you guys think of
Donald C's crash out? I think he said he could see the retro reflectors with a telescope on the moon. Yeah, and then he was called a liar, and then he crashed out. It was great. Like crash out so bad that like his mic couldn't handle it. Can't handle him yelling so loud into it, and was basically blowing out. It was awesome.
He actually said he could see the retro reflectors on the moon. One.
It was something like that. It was like retro reflectors of the lander or something.
If it was the lander, that rings a bell. Actually, might have been a lander. Not saying that you're wrong, but I remember somebody saying that they've seen a lander.
Well, a lot of people have said that. Oddly enough.
Isn't Donald the one that sounds like Brenda? I think he crashed out one day that some Creed said the Globe-Tard. He was talking about the Globe-Tard, and he started yelling his lungs out in the mic, like, that's disrespectful, that is mean. Like, he's just a Globe-Tard.
Oh, Donald was also the one that had the Globe proof, but someone broke into his house and stole it.
Wait, what? Yeah. There seems to be a lot of that going around. What the fuck?
And he also, and then the next time he was asked about it, he said, well, then he said his house burnt down, and that's why he don't have it.
The fuck?
Yeah, he's a special one.
How to do it?
Earth, where is your proof everywhere? What else was it? Oh yeah, Brian Cox has something not so friendly to say about you. He says to disprove a flat earther, he would hit you over the head with Newton's Principia.
Well, obviously he didn't.
What?
Obviously he didn't read it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read what he says in the video. Imagine every time you get on a plane and fly somewhere, then the person who's in charge of the plane is part of a vast conspiracy that's trying to deceive you. And imagine that how nervous would you be on the plane if the people that are flying it are actually just keeping you in the dark about the real nature of reality? How does that make you feel? You never get on a plane again. That would be great, because then when I go on a holiday, I'd never bump into a flat earther because they don't travel. Funny guy.
That's stupid.
Craziest. The fuck.
Brian Cox also said in an interview on an Australian daytime show, said that no one ever actually believed the Earth was flat ever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous as well.
Okay, that's
he
just
did say that.
His 3 hours worth of interviews with pilots from commercial level, military level, in the side chat. Who are flat earthers? Ouch.
Let's play. I actually want to play this. Let's play Spot the Straw Man.
Toasty, do you think like all of your ancestors were like conspiracy theories? You know, like the Mayans and the Egyptians, like all of those people that had their cosmologies, all the Hebrews, that were all conspiracy theories?
Not really. No. Also, actually check this because I want to know if I get these right, that I know what a straw man is. So actually check this. I'm gonna type him.
Rovers just discard all of the other civilizations of the past. They just call them dumb. That's how I grew up. They were telling me, "Yeah, your ancestors are dumb." That's why they didn't know.
Didn't Christopher Columbus's crew fear that they were going to sail off the edge of the earth?
There you go. More dumb.
But I think Brian Cox needs to study history. Start with that bit of bullshit as well.
Christopher Columbus was dumb as well, but he just got lucky.
He was actually a tiny earther. He thought it was a much smaller globe.
It's true. That's a good one.
It's a Tina Turner tiny earther.
Tiny earther.
Yeah.
It's a tiny earther.
I only got 3. I can't spot 5.
Look, you've done to me now, Jedi. I'm just starting to think, tiny earth, refraction for me.
Yep, refraction for money. Refraction for Earth Curve. You can be what I want you to be. I won't sing again this year, don't worry.
Does anybody take Hollow Earth?
The pilots being part of the conspiracy theory. Globe Earth is meant to deceive us. Flat Earthers wouldn't fly. These are all ad homonyms.
Those are the 3.
Pilots being part of the conspiracy. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you could say that's I don't think you could. It's bad argumentation anyway.
He's strawmanning pilots.
Yeah.
What the hell do they know? They fly over a flat plane, man.
The address.
Look, even globe earthers, even people that oppose say pilots don't have to adjust their airplane for the curvature of the Earth because it curves at such a slow rate. So how would they know if the Earth is a globe or not? You can't see the curve from an airplane, so it can't be that. So how would they know?
Well, just follow the globe logic. You know they know because they don't know. You know it's curving because it's not curving. You know it's moving because it's not moving. That's the globe.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Legends of Islam series. What is this?
You can tell it makes sense because it's complete nonsense.
Bro, London? I'm not going to London for this. Damn, that's what Brian Cox used to look like? It's majestic.
He used to be in the pop group in the early 90s in England or Great Britain called D-Ream. They were shit.
Unfortunate fall off. I don't know. I don't even know. Not even fall off.
But think about this, right? This is Brian Cox. This is a science communicator that appears on national and international televisions and podcasts and streams all across the world, and everybody wants to ask him his opinions about the universe and everything, right? When confronted with a flat earth argument, that was his response. Not something that could easily be demonstrated or practically done by you, the individual, to prove that the flat earther was wrong. Just some thinly veiled attack. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Actually,
remember earlier? Remember earlier I was saying that the only way to like turn someone into a flat earther is to do it yourself. Do you remember what the exception was? Is to hear people that oppose flat earth actually speak in the dumb shit they say. That's what also makes flat earthers.
Yeah,
because they expect to have a good answer, right? Like, yeah, there's obviously a good answer because, you know, Earth's a globe. That's obvious. So the scientist has a good answer. And then they say stuff like that. You're like, hold on, that don't make sense. Let me look into this more. Then they find out that's all there is. It's just dumb frickin' answers.
His degrees are actually fake. I swear, man. Why can't people just like stop being fake for a second?
Well, you ever heard the magic speed?
What?
The magic speed.
What's the magic speed?
The magic speed is why all the craters on the moon are round.
The magic, bro. What?
Yeah, this is what PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said when asked, why are all the craters on the moon round and why aren't some like oblong because the meteor hit it at an angle or something?
Oh, right.
He said is because there's a magic speed, that's his words, that the meteors travel at, which always make a perfect circle.
Okay, that could just be easily explained as him trying to do like some sort of just like easy to digest analogy. So he just calls it magic speed, like as a substitute, you know.
Well, here's another thing he said for 4 decades that if you weigh something on the North Pole and then go to the equator, it weighs less.
Yeah, because the Earth bulges out at the equator, which means like slightly less gravity, like slightly, but it would weigh less.
The rotation of the Earth, right? And there's a centrifugal force throwing the thing off, right?
Yeah.
So it weighs less than the equator. Well, he's recently recanted that and said, well, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, so then there's more gravity, and it exactly cancels out the rotational centrifugal force. So after fucking saying bullshit for 4 decades, he's retracted it. So people will still parrot this nonsense. Things way west at the equator than at the poles. Well, they've updated and revised the lore. That's what we call it. We call it like space lore. It's like they download the DLC and then they update it. And the shit they were saying before is now not true. And the stuff they're saying now is true.
Yeah, I can see how that's frustrating.
Yeah, we can point like there's example after example after example. We can run through all the things that we've noticed of things they've changed, right? That like were true.
There you go. Start listing them off. The atmosphere used to be just around the Earth. Now the atmosphere encompasses the moon also. That changed about 7 years. There's loads of them.
Yeah, did you know the moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere?
No, what did someone say that? Who said this?
ESA. European Space Agency.
Why would they say this?
Because the moon's inside. Why would they say it? Because that's what they get paid to do, is say stupid shit.
Yeah, it's called
my God.
ads and click. You know, they just say stuff and people click on it and, you know, that kind of stuff. Just making stuff up. People eat it up.
Atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Makes perfect sense.
Technically, yeah, see, space is fake. No one could have possibly gone to space because they were always inside the Earth's atmosphere.
It makes perfect nonsense. I mean,
Da, 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 da.
I mean, in reality, let's say
another
the
one.
statement Indio. Let's say the statement, right? I'm just saying that within reality, we have the Earth system and whatever the sun and the moons are. If the statement itself, I will say, if we label whatever this medium is in atmos or air, and I say the moon is in this medium or the atmos, right? That's what they're basically saying in reality, but they're adding the globe on top of that, so that's where it all falls apart. Because if you were making an argument, go ahead. My bad. I was gonna expand on that, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, is this just a theory, the extension of Earth's atmosphere, or is it like an actual thing they're proposing as fact?
That's the thing they're proposing as fact. They've changed the narrative.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? I mean, they would say something like I theorize or something. I don't know.
They never say that. They just say it as if it's a fact.
Yeah, even with gravity, the gravity is a theory. Everyone agrees it's a theory, but they do just say stuff.
Do you think the core of the Earth is? Do you think the core of the Earth is a theory?
I thought that was fact.
Well, how would they have demonstrated that to be a fact?
Because I mean, we could, for flip's sake.
Go there.
No, I'm just saying, like I'm not asking. Listen, I could ask you how they did it, but I'm asking, like, how could you do it, even hypothetically?
Even hypothetically, I mean.
Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth, like the book. Is that what we're doing?
Again, I'd say like because of the effects of it, like the magnetic, the magnetism and other stuff. But then you can explain that by another thing. That's not a molten core, so it's not fact. It's still a theory.
So how the hell would you create magnetism with molten metal in the first place?
I don't know, man. It moves around. For some sake, I don't know. Ask my professor.
Switch it so you can stir it and it will have a cohesive electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. What is this? Superionic iron alloys and their seismic velocities. The image isn't even related to the article. Who is this? PubMed? Why is PubMed doing an astronomy internal Earth paper?
Well, I just want to point out is that we still didn't get the methodology for proving this fact. Even what you said, that would just be an inference, and it wouldn't actually prove it because you could have alternate explanations, right? So,
yeah,
it's not even provable unless you could journey to the center of the Earth and take a sample of the core. That would be the only way to actually prove it.
Wait, so how do you get things as fact then? Like objective fact?
I mean, objective fact is experience.
Yeah.
There's some things we can't know, and there's some things we can't know. Okay, you have to accept that. There's some things we can't know, and we're actually never going to know. We're never going to know the composition of a star for a fact.
Okay, I mean, no.
How would you know it for a fact? You'd have to actually go there and take a sample.
Yeah, because we have so we have samples on Earth of like what this material does at a certain temperature and what like spectrum it gives out. We take the spectrum from the star, analyze it, and compare it. And like, what other explanation do you have that could fit so concisely and so nicely?
Okay, here's my other explanation: magic sugar plum berries.
Magic, yeah, okay. You go ahead and
hold on, I got the same evidence you do.
Okay,
we have the same evidence. The evidence for my sugar plum fairies is the same as your evidence for whatever hydrogen fusion.
Go analyze the spectrum from a magic sugar plum fairy if you can even prove that exists. I
Again,
can
it
prove
perfectly matches. It perfectly matches the star. That's what I'm predicting.
You couldn't tell them apart.
I'll just
You did
affirm
not-
the con. So this
You
is
did
the
not-
thing. You're using a logical fallacy. This is the problem. Is that that this encompasses the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, if hydrogen plasma star, then certain spectra, therefore hydrogen plasma star. You understand? This affirms the consequent. To actually prove it, you would need an actual sample so that you can have the material and test its composition. That'd be the only way to actually prove it. Until then, you'd never know. No matter how much you convince yourself, all that is a statement about your credulity. It's not really a statement about what you know.
Is that actually not enough to see the exact same effect from a cause that you know? Like, I know this cause makes this effect, and
It's
see
not
that.
something that you can't verify, especially up there in the sky where we say there's what, 4 states of matter? Or sorry, 4 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
There's more.
Up there in the sky, it could be more states of matter. You could have you could have the same elements in different phases giving you the same color spectrum. You wouldn't know until you went there, though.
Right. Okay.
And it's also not that simple. The evaluations of the spectrum are probabilistic because you have things like Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, and all these other things which shift and move and obscure the actual spectrum. So they infer a spectrum from how they think through some theory-laden filter, basically. None of this stuff is as straightforward as people think. It's all theory-laden.
People still argue today about the solar spectrum, right, and what it actually shows. Some people say, that shows plasma gas, at high temperatures. Other people say, no, it's a metallic liquid. So even people today argue about what the sun's made of. We just get taught a narrative, right? It's a gaseous plasma fucking hot thing. But in the deep realms of science, as I use quotation marks, it's still argued, mate. I don't really know. There's competing theories. You just get the one that's currently popular. I can go and get you some other ones if you want. They're not hard to find. But why would you have alternative theories if this was already proven true? It's not a proven fact, right? So that's why there are alternative theories.
Okay. I also just because I just want to mention this, there is another state of matter. I think it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. It comes after plasma.
There's different phases depending on temperature and pressure differentials and all types of stuff. Even like I said, like metallic liquids and so on. Like really like dense hydrogen that's so hot it's turned into a metallic liquid. I can go and find you stuff on that, like research papers and shit. There's loads of them, dude. That's why I said there are, for us here on Earth, primarily 4 states of matter. Really, when you really start fiddling around with stuff and change the variables to the nth degree, and stuff starts changing. It's not straightforward, dude. But yeah, like Injo said, you'd have to go there anyway. Whatever your idea is, fanciful or not, with all the evidence that you think you can get, you can't prove it till you go there. That's why they want to send rockets and stuff to Mars and shit, right? Because we can look at it, but until we go and send a rocket there with a control robot that's going to go and dig up the soil and we can bring it back, then we'll have a better understanding when we can bring the Mars rocks back, like we did with the moon rocks, right? We needed the rocks to confirm our theories. That's how the narrative goes, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, I mean, the moral of the story is there's a lot of stuff we're told people know that they actually don't know. And,
it's hard to sell. I don't know. As far as like grant money or getting a job, like, hey, dude, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're hired. It doesn't work that way. So you got to claim knowledge when you don't actually know anything. And and people feel better when they think, that the so-called authorities or the people that they think are in the know something. They don't know. They just say they know, and they don't know. I mean, think about it. If you just think about it, just from from a probabilistic idea, how many theories from 500 years ago are currently believed? Not very many. I would say only the globe theory and Archimedes' principle are probably the only two left. And in 500 years from now, how many of the theories that people think we know are actually going to hold as true in 500 years? Probably none.
How about those galaxies that spin in the opposite direction of rotation? What do you mean? Relative to us? What do you mean backwards?
You see the dust trailing off of those outer arms?
Yes.
That dust is leading the direction of the rotation. So it's like water going down a whirlpool, going down a sink, a little whirlpool, but but draining like it's going outwards almost, it's just the opposite direction of what you would expect.
Expect because of what? Like assumption.
Do you see those outer trailing arms and the dust that's trailing off of them? That dust is leading the direction of the rotation.
Yeah, okay. And it's spinning opposite from the dust, the direction would indicate.
Right.
Yeah, because that circle, right, that has a longer arc length, right? So it should trail. If it's all going at the same velocity, right? The outer edge should trail.
Right. The outer edge is going faster than the inner limbs. It's all moving as one unit, like spinning a flower in your hand, like the outer, or like a clock. The minute and hour hand's on a clock. The outer point of the minute hand is going, it's faster than towards the center.
Okay.
Which is pretty damn
fair. Well, hold on. To be fair, they don't actually see it spinning, obviously. They infer a spinning motion because of redshift measurements, Doppler shift measurements. So they don't actually see an actual motion. They just say, hey, this one's redshifted. This must be going this way. This one's blue shifted. It must be going that way. But when they do this, and then they take all this redshift data and they extrapolate velocities from that, it's just as Travis said. It's going in the wrong direction.
And then you have the anomalous redshift, where you have two galaxies next to each other that have connecting arms. And then the redshift on one galaxy will show that it is like hundreds of light years further away than the galaxy it is connected to, which is another impossible nonsense. It'll show the one galaxy is hundreds of light years behind it, but they're connected via the same luminous arms.
Okay.
So, to tie this back into this topic, all these distances and speeds and velocities, they all come from the radius value that's never been measured. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder is built off the Earth radius value, and no one's ever measured this radius value. So it's basically like a fucking Jenga tower. Except for there's nothing at the bottom of the Jenga tower. It's just like floating in the air.
I'm sorry, what's based off the radius value of the Earth?
The cosmic distance ladder. So
I thought that was. I thought they used astronomical units.
Yeah, where'd they get that?
The distance from the sun to the Earth, not the radius. Not the radius.
Yeah. Where did they? Yeah, they got that from the radius of the Earth.
Okay then, sure.
Because no, that's not sure. They did because
No. When I say sure, I mean like I believe you. Like I'll just believe you.
I can tell you how they did it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first method was there was a guy named Christian Huygens that used numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story. No, I'm dead serious. This is the official story. This isn't some shit I made up. He used it to determine that Venus was the same size as Earth, and used Venus's radius, and then watched Venus transit the Sun. Okay, and so if Venus is the size of Earth, then it's going to have a certain angular size. With this angular size, you can calculate the distance, and from that distance, time the transit of the Sun, time the transit of Venus across the Sun, and then now you have the Sun's angular size from that point, right? And then you can calculate its distance based upon the timing.
I assume we went back and revised that number after the Astronic mysticism and after the Astronic mysticism incident. I assume we revised that number of the Earth's radius.
And then there was the other one, the Cassini method, which was they used the proper motion of Mars. And proper motion is Mars isn't actually where you see it. It's where you think it is based upon your model of an orbit. Right? It's not actually there. And based upon this difference, they calculate the distance to the Sun. So and then there's the other method where you watch Venus transit the Sun from two different locations, presuppose the radius, calculate the distance between the 2 points, then calculate a chord distance, and then triangulate the Sun using this method of how high Venus is, the difference in height from one observation point and another, based upon what you think the distance is. And then there's the other method. So now, the distance of the Sun, what you might not have known, has changed something like 20 times in the last 150 years. So
you sound fed up with this, man.
So what the whole point is that they never measured the radius of the Earth. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the first rung, which has never been actually demonstrated. It's a Jenga tower floating in the air. It's not resting on anything.
You need a sphere Earth. You don't have one. Everything else falls down after that.
You don't believe in gravity, Jedi? Nothing falls. Why don't things just float away on the flat Earth? Why not? They're floating right now. Well, I mean, we hear a bunch of stupid shit. Like, you guys don't believe in gravity. Why does everything just not float away? We hear this from people that think they golfed on the moon and rode around in a dune buggy.
No curve, no rotation, no planet, no source, no Big Bang.
Here's a question. How long was Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 supposed to have lasted? Was it like maybe 20 years?
Okay.
They're not long.
Yeah.
And the fact that that thing's still going is just magnificent masterminds of human construction and engineering, right?
I mean,
it's lesser than power than the Game Boy has managed to last this long in regions we're told are extremely dangerous. Without being rude, how old are you? 20s, something like that?
18.
18.
Yes.
I guess because I'm going to be fucking hell. I'm going to be 50 this year. Right? With experience, you'll notice the same patterns repeated.
Shut up,
the
Junior.
Same kind. What?
50. That's
I said, shut
impressive.
up, Junior.
It's impressive.
Oh, you're younger than me, bro. You whippersnapper.
But the experience is there, which is what I'm trying to point out, right? Over like 40, 50, 60 years, however Joe is 220, then you notice these patterns. You notice the game that's being played. The common one that gets brought up is like space travel all of the time, right? Moon landings, and eventually we're going to have hotels on Mars and moon bases and all of this shit. All right, we were told this in the 70s and the 80s, and again in the 90s, and again in the early 2000s, then in the teens, and now we're being told it again. And I guarantee you, we'll be told the same fucking thing in the 30s. This can has been kicked down the road so many times. I guess only experiencing it through your life is, how you can be sure that this is happening instead of like second-hand stories from us telling you that it is. But maybe you should look back into the history of like exploration of space. They probably won't tell you the amount of times that they wanted to tell you that there's going to be hotels on the moon, for example. But I've been trying to do this shit for ages and never really got anywhere. What have we got now? We've got just about Katy Perry going up to the edge of space and telling us that she sees a curve. That's all we've got.
Landing 2 miles away from where she took off.
Yeah.
Maybe she went really, really, really high up. Just really high up.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Very, very high up.
Well, I mean, it's definitely possible that Katy Perry rode a giant rocket that looked like a penis. That's normal. That's just like her opening act.
I thought that was one of her music videos.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 18 years old, dude. You got, without being disrespectful to you, but you should probably know this yourself. You've got a lot to learn. I figured out about 10 years ago that most of the stuff that I thought that I knew, I definitely didn't. I've got more questions now than I had, say, 10 years ago. Right? So you're not going to know everything at the moment, but I would suggest, and we would suggest, that at least critically think about the information that you're fed, especially if it's repeated over and over and over again. Propaganda exists, mate. You must be aware of that, right?
Okay, fair enough, yep.
Yeah. Sales techniques, right?
Yep.
Advertising. It's all the same fucking game, dude.
Do you know how they sell you something you don't want? Are you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Nope.
Not you, Jedi, the other guy. He's the father of modern advertising. He's a grandson of Sigmund Freud.
They make you think you need. They make you think you need it, or they give you like a certain time.
Yeah, but
you only have 10 hours. You only have 10 hours to take the deal, and they put like a fake counter, fake time.
No,
fake timer.
What they do is they sell an identity. So this is how So I'll give you an example. This is a good example I heard. If I said Nike Sneakers is going to start a hotel, it's easy to imagine what that hotel would look like, right?
Yeah, NX.
Yeah. Okay. If I said Hilton Hotels is going to start a sneaker company, you have no idea what those sneakers are going to look like.
Yep.
Because Nike sells an identity. It's a brand identity, and that's what they sell. They want you to identify with their advertising, right? They typically advertise runners wearing running sneakers, or maybe basketball players, right? They want you to identify with the brand. So like when he helped advertise cigarettes, Torches for Freedom, Torches of Freedom, they wanted women to identify with being liberated from the yoke of the patriarchy, etc. Right? So the globe Earth is also an identity. Believing in the globe Earth, and people identify with it, which is so hard for us when we talk to them because it's integrated into their personality as part of their identity. You know, global warming, global village. I'm a global citizen. Fly around the globe. Global weather. The whole space idea that we're an technologically advanced civilization, and we can solve all these problems because we're so freaking smart, right? And
you are smarter than your ancestors.
Way smarter. They were a bunch of knuckle draggers. Thought they would fall off the edge of the earth, man. That's how stupid they were. When you just go around a big ball, you flip upside down like it's nothing. Upside down people. They don't believe in upside down people. What's wrong with those flat earthers? No, I don't believe in upside down people. Okay, so the point is that the globe is more than just like a scientific, because some scientific idea that's been proven by science. It is an identity at this point. And one of the first things, and this is the last thing I'll say, one of the first things I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat was the amount of times that I would see a globe in a day, right? The actual space propaganda, globe propaganda that's everywhere. And when you think about those people that put those signs up or advertising or made a company or made some TV show where they showed the Earth as a globe, they've never seen the Earth from that point of view. They have no idea if the Earth looks like that, but they're sticking it everywhere, right? I mean, there's going to be a plumbing company called Global Plumbing with a big globe on the side of their vans. Like, why? What the fuck does that got to do with plumbing?
Oh, why? Because they would just want to sell like, oh, we're for everybody and we can fix any problem.
Yeah, an identity.
Like around the Earth.
It's identity. That's right. It's an identity. No, people see you're technologically advanced. That's what they see.
Yeah, as in like we can fix any problem anywhere, like on Earth. Like it's not identity about the globe; it's identity about being good at plumbing.
Yeah, but that's what you should be caring about was whether they're good at plumbing, not whether they are good at advertising. Right? What I'm saying is they're tuning into a primal identity that people have, right? What do they call a worldview? People have a worldview, right? I'm just, and this is where the globe gets into its evil part, right? There's a Big Bang, there's evolution, there's men, but if I think about my life, it can never have any meaning because the Earth is just one planet in trillions of planets, of trillions of stars, and I'm a meaningless speck of dust in an uncaring, naturalistic universe, so it really doesn't matter what I do. To some degree, just don't get in trouble and arrested, and everything's fine. I can be a degenerate. I can do whatever. There's no God to tell me what I'm doing wrong. This is where it leads to. This is like the dominoes, how the dominoes fall. You got to believe the globe, and then believe to the Big Bang, and then believe the evolution, and then believe the solipsism. Right? It's an evolution of human thought that's founded on the identity that people think the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I'm probably blowing your fucking gourd right now. I understand.
No.
But
I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying. It just sounds like
there's another part of it. This is a multifaceted thing. So the other part of the identity is Western civilization. Why is Western civilization better than everybody? Oh, they discovered the Earth is a globe first. Eratosthenes stuck some sticks in the ground. They discovered the Earth was a globe. Everybody believed the Earth was a globe. Then we sailed the 7 seas, and then we colonized the world, and we made the world a better place, and ended hunger, and ended slavery. And we only did that because we're smarter than everybody else. And why? Because we discovered
we're better
the Earth
than
is a
the
globe
Russians
first.
and the Chinese because we made it to the moon first.
Yeah. We're better than the Russians because we went to the moon, right? So there's like, this is a multifaceted idea with tentacles that go in every part of society, of Western society. I don't know how it is in other countries or like not the non-Western world. I'm sure in the Congo, they don't believe any of this bullshit that we talk about. But it has permeated Western thought because it's really our claim to fame. Who's the smartest people? Oh, it's Newton. It's Galileo. It's Copernicus. Oh, what did they do? Oh, they discovered the heliocentric model. They discovered that there's gravity that formed the Earth into a ball. So these are who we consider and idolize as the smartest people in the West. Einstein. What did he do? Oh, he talked about space and how there's black holes and yada yada yada, right? So there's a foundation here that not just you personally, but the entire Western world in a societal sense, its foundation is on this globe idea. Which is why people get triggered by this topic and don't know why they snap out and get so emotional. They don't even know why they're doing it. Because they're just like, they have Stockholm Syndrome. That's all there is to it. They have Stockholm Syndrome. You know what Stockholm Syndrome is?
Yes, I know what Stockholm Syndrome is.
Are you in Stockholm?
Okay.
Sorry about the rant, dude, but like we talk about this other shit and like yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We can demonstrate that. That's what the reality is outside. But like we beat around the bush of what the real problem is. The real problem is it's an idea that's like a fucking cancer, right? It's a cancer because you have to believe that all of your reality is an illusion, that you can't detect the world as it actually is, and you have to defer to other people that claim for some reason that they're smarter than you. Okay, though they may or may not be smarter than you, but you have to defer to them of what reality is. That right there is a fundamental problem, that you're deferring away from your own experience of the world to what other people claim they experienced, and somehow their experience is superior to yours. Right there, you're outsourcing your own intellect, your own mind, your own experience to some fucking stranger that you never met, that may or may not have your interests at heart.
Yeah.
You know, flat Earth, it's obviously flat. I mean, we don't even have to, at this point, we don't even consider this a debate. At least in this camp, we don't consider this a debate. The Earth is flat. You can just demonstrate it yourself. We don't have to talk about it. We can just say, hey, man, that's cool. You think the Earth is a globe? Fucking prove it. Go out into the world, go do some measurements and prove it's a globe. And don't nobody ever coming back with any measurements proving it's a globe. They just talk about fucking TV shows and what they saw on the screen. That's all that ever happens. So there is no debate. The debate is over. It hasn't been debate in a long time.
Okay.
It's more like, what are the consequences? What are the consequences of this idea? And what are they doing to the society? Now, I already told you, I'm not running around. I'm not going to go protest in front of the ocean and say, flat, not curved with a sign, right? Ocean's flat, not curved. Everybody at the beach is like, yeah, duh. Obviously it's flat, right? But then some scientists will walk out to the beach and go, don't listen to this fucking guy. He's crazy. That ocean only looks flat. You're like a tiny ant on the beach ball. Don't listen to him. So I'm not doing that. I got better things to do in my life.
Good Lord.
You want to go down to the beach and protest with me? We're going to protest that the ocean's flat.
Okay, that's
the ocean's flat. We're going to go protest. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, people ask us, what are you guys going to do about the Earth being flat? Maybe, when do you think people are going to know? They know now. They just don't believe what they know. Everybody knows the Earth is flat. Some people don't believe it. They don't believe their own eyes, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People don't believe their own eyes.
The globe, the subliminal messaging comment, that's a bit of an overreaction. Not just because, like, yeah, the modern world believes that the globe is like the truth. So obviously it's gonna be everywhere because it's just taken as a concrete fact. It's not like not every recurring thing is subliminal messaging.
There's a good word for this. Prolification. So it's an idea that grows, right? So when a child goes to school and the teacher asks them to paint the universe or do a little picture, and they're going to draw what the idea that's already in their head from the previous class where they were talking about geography and the Earth being a ball. So the artist will build upon these ideas. the author will write about these ideas, right? And we can look back in history into certain authors who've speculated about what the sky is about. And these ideas keep growing until you get to like the 50s and the 60s, where we've got films and movies starting to develop and comic books, all based on these ideas. But the idea is planted. The subliminal programming is just a consequence of that seed that's been planted. You find it everywhere, though, like Indio says. You'll find it in history before people even went to space. Like, what is it? The Universal Pictures logo or Universal Studios, which is just a globe Earth. I think that came out in the 1920s, something. Maybe just before, just after, but well before we went to space to confirm any idea that the Earth was a ball. Right?
Oh, hold on, dude. What about the first movie? The very first movie is called A Trip to the Moon. It's by French. It's a silent movie. So there's a bunch of wizards, and because they're like, you know, movies were new, so they're doing it like on a stage that people do acting on. So there's a dividing wall. They're wizards. They're all dressed in wizard stuff. They walk through a door, go to the other side, and they're in lab coats. And they take a rocket and they launch it to the moon, and the guy goes up there, does whatever, and then to get back to Earth, he just jumps off the moon and lands on Earth. Right? So this is the very first film. Was about a rocket going to the moon. Kepler wrote a book about a witch taking him to the moon. Well, not him personally, because that would be heresy. So it's supposed to be a work of fiction. There's also another guy. I think it's I don't know if it's Trajan, in 100 AD wrote a book called A True Story about someone going to the moon and like this they considered the sun a planet. They didn't consider it like, you know, a burning ball of gas. So the whole story is about a war between the moon people and the sun people.
What is the moon?
A ball of cheese.
Observable phenomena.
The point to this, though, is the programming runs like really deep. You don't notice it. You will actually proliferate this idea yourself, right?
But you know.
Know what? Know that
you
it's
know
everywhere?
You know that you're being programmed. It's just
because
everyone else is fooled.
No, everyone else is fooling themselves.
But you're not.
Everybody's awake to certain ideas or not, dude. All right, this is very grey area you're talking about. You're really overgeneralizing this. We know something. We don't know everything.
No,
there are other people that have come to the same conclusion that they're very deep going and have never touched flat Earth.
Look, all of us in this chat, whether you believe it or not, you know the Earth is flat. Period. There's no denying it. It's impossible to deny. Well, knowledge comes from experience. The only thing you know are the things you actually experience. Now, you can believe other things, right? So you believe that you're going to wake up tomorrow morning, but you don't know that. And you can read a book that says, hey, cats are mammals, right?
But you don't know that?
But you don't know that, no.
You don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No.
Why not?
Okay, well, yeah.
Look, you'd have to look it up in the dictionary, the word mammal, and then see if a cat.
You wouldn't just know that? You wouldn't just know that a cat is a mammal?
No, you wouldn't just know that, dude.
You're saying that you don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No,
why you don't know?
Why should I believe you about anything else?
Are you really that desperate that you're going to do that weak ass attempt at the straw man? Really?
So,
that
Mark,
desperate?
no one's ever told you anything about cats.
No, I didn't say that.
Nobody's ever taught you anything about cats. You're walking along the street one day. Oh, look, a cat jumps out in front of you. Are you going to go, that's a fine-looking mammal? Or are you going to go, oh, wow, it's a cat?
You're saying that you don't know what a cat is?
What's
no,
never
seen a cat? Why are you
Have you taken a biology class?
You're going to get muted and kicked out of the channel. Don't do it again. It's your only warning.
Everybody knows a cat is a mammal because of anecdotes. Like, oh, I
no, because there's a word named mammal, and it's a category, and it has criterion properties, and then the cat will meet all the properties of the category mammal. That's how you know the cat is a fucking mammal, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Because I've never personally studied it myself, but like I have people who have told me, so that I know it's a mammal. That's so yes, I know.
No, you don't know that. No, you don't know that. Someone told you. You don't know that. You believe that
until you go and do it yourself.
Okay,
it's
so
just
nothing.
A belief.
So nothing anyone ever tells you, you can say you know.
You're right.
Not getting this, right?
I can know what they. What I know is what they said.
It's going to frustrate me.
Yeah, hold on, Jai. I can know what they said. That's what I know. I heard some words come out of their fucking face, and I heard it with my ears. That's what I know. Whether those words are true or false, I don't know that.
So if I were to say a cat is a mammal, you don't know if it's true or false?
I can evaluate. I can. You really want to get kicked out of here, don't you?
Based
I
on
can figure out I can figure out if it's true or false by the way I just said. Can you tell me what I just said about how to figure out if a cat is a mammal?
You would look it up in the dictionary?
You look. What would I look up in the dictionary?
Whether or not it's a mammal.
No, you retard.
You wouldn't use a dictionary for that.
Well, you're the one that doesn't know if a cat is a mammal.
And see what the definition is. And see that it's a category of animal. And then I would look at a cat and say, hey, this category, does the cat have the properties of this category? So that I can say, cat fits into it.
All right. That makes sense.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. This is like 3rd grade. Didn't they teach you this in 3rd grade? How to figure out what categories are? And whether something goes in the category. They used to have little fucking standardized tests. They would say, color, circle all the things that are a color. And it would say blue, red, turtle, fucking ice. And then you'd circle ice, turtle.
Right. Calm down. It's not that serious.
This is way too good.
I feel the
Don't get too whipped up.
Righteous indignation.
You guys can't for some reason try to discern emotions, and you're so bad at it. This isn't anger. This is disgust. Okay.
I know, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'm disgusted.
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm fucking having I'm having a conversation that's like 50 IQ points from Midwit.
Oh, okay.
Have you got anything good to add to the conversation, or should we return to the log?
Yeah, you got any globe proof? Yeah, can we get some globe proof?
Well, what would change your mind?
Globe proof.
Measurements of curvature. Right there, it's really easy. Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
Well, how would I present those to you?
You'd measure the surface of the Earth and demonstrate that it's curving.
But let's say that I've done that. How do I show you?
Okay, I got it. Show us the data.
You can make a video. You can do show and tell in the side chat. That's up to you.
Got to be a video. Just give us the data.
Yeah.
You want a YouTube video?
No. I want data, dude. We want data to evaluate. That's what we want.
Okay.
We want to evaluate the methodology to see what was actually measured, the technique. You know what I mean? The same as you do with reading any type of academic paper. They have the experimental layout, and then you evaluate whether that experiment was rigorous, what the assumptions were, what the sources of error were, what the output data actually was. You know, you evaluate the experiment.
And you think people haven't done that already?
I know they haven't. Why do you think they have? Well, because I've talked to you. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, pilot surveyors over a period of 10 years, anti-flat earthers whose whole fucking purpose of life is to oppose us have never presented such a thing either. And they've never gone out and done it.
Well, there's plenty of people that have.
Okay, show us.
Okay, I'll post you a link.
We can look.
Post in the chat. This will be funny.
Jesse Partha lies.
They have shown it, and they're in here. They're flat earthers.
Did you post it already? Am I still waiting?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just asking, dude. Chill.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. We are waiting for measurements of Earth curvature, right?
I mean, he said it's done plenty of times. He probably, I guess it's probably has so many that he can't pick. So just make like a roulette wheel of like Earth curve measurements and just like spin the ball and whatever it lands on, present that. Because you got so many.
I bet you the video he presents is going to have a 23-foot tall Jaren.
Well, I was going to post scientific and empirical evidence.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, post that.
Okay.
Post that. Do that.
This will be fun.
All right, this is from Wikipedia.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty.
Wait a minute. Did he say scientific? Because that's not going to work. This is geometry,
This
bro.
is empirical evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth. So let's go through these.
Yeah, hold on. Is that what I asked for? I asked for measurements of curvature. Are there measurements of curvature?
So first of all, the visibility
I asked for
of
measurements of
distant...
curvature. Shut up. I asked for measurements of curvature. Is it in that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Which one?
Well, we can go further than that. I mean, we
Which
can
one
talk about
in there is the measurement of curvature?
the first one.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
So the first paragraph, the roughly spherical shape of Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation, ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. The spherical shape causes a number of effects and phenomena that, when combined, disprove flat Earth beliefs.
Yeah,
These
keep
include
reading.
the visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface. Well, us seeing too far proves it's flat, so that was a fail. Lunar eclipses.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
Empirical
I said lunar
evidence.
eclipses.
Is this empirical
Appearance
evidence?
of the moon. Observations of the sky from a certain altitude. Observation of certain fixed stars from different locations. Observing the sun. Surface navigation. Grid distortion on a spherical surface. Weather systems. Gravity. And modern technology.
Okay, so where's the measurements of curvature in that?
Well, that's the introductory paragraph. Let's go through it.
Yeah, listen, we're not reading the Wikipedia article. You're going to go down it and find the measurements of curvature part and read it to us. You said what would convince you. I gave you the criteria. You said it's in that. Now go in there and find the data that measures the surface of the Earth to be curving. It's very fucking simple, dude.
If the degree of curvature is determined to be the same everywhere on the Earth's surface, and the surface was determined to be large enough, the constant curvature would show that the Earth is spherical. In practice,
Cool, so why
this
can't we
method
measure
is not reliable because of variations in atmospheric refraction, which is how much the atmosphere bends light traveling through it. Refraction can give the impression that the Earth's surface is flat,
going to lead to a
curved
measurement?
more convexly than it is, or that it
this
is
is an
concave.
excuse. Sorry,
This is what happens in the various trials of the Bedford level experiment.
Right, this isn't a measurement, right? This is excuses as to why you can't have measurements.
Now,
Do you
can you
think
tell
it's?
Listen,
Do you think it's never been done?
No, before you move on, I'm going to ask you about this refraction thing. What's the evidence for this refraction thing happening?
I'm not sure. You'll have to do the research yourself. You should.
Oh,
think
I know.
for
I know
yourself.
what the evidence is. I know what its evidence is. The evidence.
okay.
of global
Explain it for
yeah,
us.
yeah, I'm gonna tell you what the evidence is. So the evidence for global refraction is that the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence.
Right, but just because it looks flat doesn't mean that it is.
Right. Yeah, right. So my evidence is the Earth looks flat, and that's my evidence of a globe. Think of how
That
retarded
doesn't
you
make
sound
any
right now.
sense.
I know it doesn't. I'm well aware of that.
So why are you saying it if it doesn't make sense?
That's your position.
What's my position?
That the evidence that there's globe refraction, and I asked you what the evidence is, and you said you don't know, and I told you what the evidence is. The evidence for the globe, for refraction, bending light around a globe, is that the Earth looks flat. They see the Earth looks flat and go, Earth is a globe, so the light must be bending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still
So
not
your
a
evidence
measurement.
for globe refraction is a flat Earth. Congratulations.
What shape is the Earth again?
Don't even try it, dude. It doesn't have a shape.
It doesn't have a
He's not
shape.
going to deflect away
Yeah.
from this.
Yeah,
India.
he's trying
You
to.
should say it doesn't have a shape. You should say it has the shape that it has. That
No,
took.
we're claiming horizontal water. Horizontal isn't straight, but we must get back to the measurement of Earth curvature that's been done multiple times.
Yeah, he
because you just
demanded, like-
gave us an excuse that started with a flat Earth.
Can you explain to me how you measured the
No,
Earth?
you need to go and get the measurements. Not more deflecting back to us. You claimed measurements of Earth curvature. Remember?
Right, but you're
what
the
you
one
asked,
claiming
what
that
would
it's
convi-
flat.
Dude,
So the burden of proof is on
that's
you
what
to disprove
asked
that
would
it's
convince
round.
us. Now you're talking through me again, trying to run away from the point. Right? Are we going? Me and India are going to chase you down, dude. Trust me on that, right? You made this claim. You asked us what would convince us. You said it's been done loads of times. So go and get the criteria of what will convince us. Not reading out from a
Well, I
Wikipedia
did.
article
I
about
posted it in the
refraction.
chat. You can go and read it yourself.
Yeah,
but you
Mark.
probably wouldn't understand it.
Stop talking. You're making yourself look even more stupid. Nowhere in your article did it.
That's just an ad hominem attack.
Nowhere in your article did it give us measurements.
That's another ad hominem attack.
No, you're using
What's
the word
measurements
ad hom
that are lacking?
An ad hom is when you insult the person to prove a proposition or disprove a proposition. We're just insulting you.
That's not very convincing. And
So
maybe
far,
that's why no
neither's
one
your
believes the Earth
evidence.
is flat.
Neither's your Wikipedia article that you haven't read and don't understand.
We
and wanna
know
try and
no one believes
gaslight
it.
us. What are you
Did you hear-
talking, dude?
Did you hear that, Jedi? He said no one
What's
believes the Earth is flat. Yeah, we know. They know the Earth is flat. Everybody does.
Yeah, oh my God. What the fuck? We should talk to the last guy. This one's an idiot.
The way they separated them. Who's the last guy?
You, dude.
Oh yeah. That is
Which you have half a brain cell.
Oh,
That dude had 2 brain cells and one is down of loneliness at this point.
We will have it stated for the record, though, that the gentleman did fail to provide measurements of Earth curvature.
I second that motion.
Okay, man. I forgot I existed. Okay.
Without objection, the motion is
Yeah, it's
passed.
irrelevant.
He did not present measurements of Earth curve.
It's a good start to 2026.
Hell yeah.
Next semester we'll have a good start when I ask my professor.
Have your professor come in here?
Sorry?
Have them come in here.
Have them come in here? Whoa, that would just be splendid. Technically, I have like 5 different professors because they all teach different
Have 'em all come in
subject
here.
areas. Yeah, have them all. It's a group project.
Look, we've talked to people with a way higher academic standing than your school professors, believe me.
Oh no, university. University.
Okay.
Line them up, dude.
So-
Just bring them in, line them up, feed them to India. It's going to be great.
We've
can
had
all sit back
people
and
with
watch.
PhDs in physics, mathematical physics, that wrote their dissertations on direct detection of the dark matter and all sorts of crap. So we've talked to people in academia of lots of different, a lot of different professions. Okay.
Yeah.
So just bring them in here. That's all I'm saying. We
If I
like
ever get the
academics. We treat them, typically academics act normal, so they don't get what that other person just got. That other person's kind of like an anti-flat earther, and we're actually familiar with him. He's in the politics server. So he does this all the time.
And he's a mod for this channel, which is great. I think. Or was I looking at the wrong person? No, I was looking at the wrong
You
person.
probably looked at the wrong person.
Oh yeah, I did. Matrix. I was looking at Matrix.
He is definitely a mod. And he
Yeah,
is the right
Matrix
person.
Alright.
Matrix is the right person for any job. Especially for trolls like him. So the only reason I want them to come in here, quite honestly, is for you.
Because what you'll find out that no matter how smart you think your professor is, they're going to come in here and they're going to be like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
That would actually be, it's so interesting, genuinely.
Because they're not going to know. Like, so they'll say something like, yeah, stars are like, you know, they're this, or, you know, I think somebody did this, and you go, okay, can you actually show the evidence for that? And they won't be able to do it. They know all the claims, but they don't know what the evidence for the claims are, right? So they know why people claim the Earth is a globe, but they don't know what the evidence actually is, like how they even reach that conclusion. And maybe they'll bring up Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or one of these other guys, but they won't know what they did or how they did it or anything about the techniques they used or what they assumed or even the precision of their measurement. They won't know anything about like how anybody actually came to the conclusion, right? They'll just know the general claim. That's it. And this is typically what we find by people in academia that, you know, they've never looked into it, and they'll typically admit it. They're like, well, I really don't know. I've never really looked into it. I just assumed it to be the case. I was taught it in a grade school or whatever, and, you know, I just took it to be true. Which is kind of unscientific.
Hi.
No.
Hello.
It's between the two of us.
What is happening? Yeah, so this guy, he's like 18 years old. We've been kind of dropping the shit on him. You're more than welcome to talk to him. I'm kind of like, they're going at it well, hogging the mic.
Who are you even talking to?
You.
No, you were talking. You were saying to someone else.
I was talking to Says Who. Yeah, Says Who makes great arguments about this topic. Well, a lot of people do, but he's particularly good at working with people that are very unfamiliar with it because you're a newbie.
Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, most people are. I mean, there's people that have varying ranges of experience with this topic. Typically, most people do like through internet memes or, you know, nonsense. Some TikTok video, maybe. But then there's others that, like, Deb got into it a little bit.
What do you even do for work?
Me? I'm retired.
Yes. You're retired? Oh, yeah, because you're 40.
I'm older than 40, dude. I haven't been 40 in a while.
50?
I'm older than that.
Good Lord. Okay.
You know, when Huygens was doing his numerology and mysticism, I'm the one that cut open the chicken so he could look at the guts.
What was your work?
Network engineering, computer science. IT, okay. Dude. I shouldn't even say network engineering. I did a lot of stuff in IT, so I'm multi-talented.
Okay.
Multi-skilled, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty much retired.
Good job.
I work when I feel like it. If I want cocaine and hookers, that's pretty much the only time I work.
Okay.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. I'm almost out of cocaine and hookers. I better go get a job.
Yeah, you should get a job at NASA if that's what you're into.
Hey, what's up,
God. That was quite the entry. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, I'm going to go to Jack Parsons' old hangout and do my business over there.
Yeah. Get some goats on it. What's going on? I missed an anti-flat earther. That's upsetting.
Yeah, he posted empirical evidence for the Earth being a ball straight out of Wikipedia.
Oh, finally. Someone thought to check Wikipedia. Why didn't we think of that?
I don't know, man. I guess because the government didn't get on their podium and go on TV and said, if you think the Earth is flat, check Wikipedia. That's That like they didn't tell me to do it, so I didn't know to do it.
Well, happy New Year, guys. Hope you all had a good one.
Oh yeah, working on it.
Let's see if my bedtime has come.
All right. Thanks for being cool. Thanks for listening. We're here 24/7. We have a main server too. This is just like our side deal. It's discord.gg/Flatter. So there's about 27,000 people there. So we also got information channels. Anything we talked about, you want more information? We got information channels A through Z, alphabetized. So covering every possible thing: moon landing, long distance observations, laser tests, Coriolis effect, anything that relates to this topic is in there.
Okay then. It was an honor. Goodbye. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
See ya.
So what's going on? Was that our Glober just left?
We had a couple. We had a dude from Poland who's an English teacher. He was pretty chill. Talking to him for a while.
Yeah.
And then we had some anti-flat earther. I recognized her voice in the politics server being a clown. He said, "What would convince you the Earth is flat?" And I said, "Measurements of curvature." And he proceeded to not give measurements of curvature and post Wikipedia articles.
Mm. Sounds like politics standard. I heard you did the 2025 rundown show. That's good.
I missed that.
Dandelion won the poll, man. For Just John and Josh, dude. It was great. Though we should have did our best nicknames of 2025 because I like Josh Insock. I think that's a great nickname for him.
What, Josh Insock?
No, Insock from 1984.
Oh, of course, okay. Are we mocking him because he's muted?
Oh, is he in here now?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't even notice him.
Josh, no, what's this? Josh is on his best behaviour. Oh, that's fucking weak.
Josh, you made it into the FE 2025 highlight show. You must be thrilled.
He actually came in the chat and said he was.
You would be. Get that kind of shout out. It was for Dandelion smacking you about, but still, your name was there. Do you have that effect on all women, Josh, or is it just the ones here?
Do you want me to unmute him?
What do you mean by woman?
Woman?
There we go. Josh, just to let you know you are unmuted.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Stupid Josh.
Yeah, no. Says who I said one thing yesterday and he auto muted me and text muted me. So I appreciate y'all paying attention.
One's enough. So
no. Yeah.
2025 list.
What's that?
You hear that? You made the 2025 FE.
Oh yeah. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, Dandelion knocked my shit out. It was great.
There you go. Well done.
Yeah, she's great.
If you get a slap from Dandelion, that's better than a kiss from most women.
That stings for a while, man. You must be in pain.
Yep. You should try.
What was that? It was like 3 months ago.
Yeah,
It was the first time.
Yeah, it'll last all through 2026. I'm sure the pain.
You're gonna have to renew it.
Well, it's the thing about wrestling with a pig, right? Like eventually you realize the pig's enjoying it.
Oh,
you're the pig in this analogy. You certainly are a pig, Josh.
I appreciate y'all come to that conclusion as well.
Happy New Year, Josh. What's your resolution?
Yeah, I was going to say, is 2026 really going to be like this? Surely it can be better than last year.
Well, when they don't go to the moon again, Josh, how you going to feel about that? Another year of no moon.
Oh, I mean, we got like a month left. Like I was looking over the FAA, the NOTAM for Artemis 2. It's on February 6th currently. It'll probably slip a little bit, but it'll probably happen by end of February.
2097.
I was going to say 2038.
Yeah, 20 N+1.
Is that the one where they've got like the movie posters and it looks like just a movie?
I don't know what they're going to be doing for SLS because they don't have Starlink on it, so they don't have as good onboard footage as SpaceX does.
What are they going to be doing up there this time? Because they played golf last time. What sport are they going to try? Do you think?
I have no clue. You got to ask Jared about that.
Basketball? Do you think they're going to make a court?
No. Yeah. Probably set up a nuclear reactor and
probably more like volleyball,
saber rattle the Russians.
Those Air Force guys are into volleyball, yeah.
I mean, I saw Top Gun. I know about the volleyball.
Yeah, that's probably what they'll get up to.
Oh, do you know what I found out about the Challenger that blew up when they were trying to? So NASA came up with the idea to promote space to children. So their initial idea was to not do like a regular civilian. They were going to do a civilian, but it was going to be Big Bird. And the actor that does Big Bird was going to be in costume in the space shuttle going to space. Yeah, that was their original idea. Big Bird in space, bro.
No, that's true. He's true. Yeah, no, that's correct. It was before the teacher. What was her name? Her name
Christy McCullough.
Yeah. But that was what they eventually did. But no, India's right. That was one of the things they were talking about doing was putting Big Bird up.
Wow.
Seriously, I pumped my face then. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Serious, unbelievable mission to date.
Do you believe in Snuffleupagus, Josh? Do you have an imaginary elephant, hairy elephant friend?
Wait, you can see him too?
Oh yeah. We're only when Big Bird's around. So how are they gonna get Snuffleupagus in the space shuttle? In the cargo bay, maybe, right?
Yeah. They probably have to do the cargo bay, or have it as like a ride along on the outside.
Just a tow cable. You just hanging from the end.
No, 100%. Yeah, exactly. You got me.
Yeah, then he accidentally swings into the jet wash and frickin'. Then we have roast frickin' elephants.
Oh, and then it'll freeze dry once you get up there, right? So you cook it, you sear it on the way up, right? And then you it becomes shelf stable after you cool it down and get all the moisture out.
Oh, dude, then you got Snuffleupagus jerky.
What about Beaker? Beaker would have been great in space. That would have been awesome.
Beaker's too precious. We can't waste him. Maybe his green friend. So, Josh, are you going to try and convince some of your colleagues to try and debunk Flat Earth in 2026?
No, not really.
Well, you should say, now listen, guys, I tried in 2025, couldn't do it. You guys try in 2026. Let's see how you do.
Oh, I've been trying a lot longer than 2025, but it's
well, your efforts
it's a Sisyphean task.
You only made the radar in 2025, so that's where we start the clock.
Oh yeah, no. I was, like I said, was mostly on Clubhouse before that. I didn't stumble into y'all's spaces until about August.
Yeah. What do you think your friends would say if you tried to tell them to debunk it? You think they'd just they'd make some excuse about how they don't need to debunk it because they already know why they do it?
They think y'all are lower than low, like not worth the scum between their toes. They think I'm an idiot even for talking to y'all.
That sounds like some projection, doesn't it? How are they going to say that
no,
when
100%.
they can't provide one single piece of empirical evidence for their globe argument? How could they possibly take that stance?
I mean, so the work that we do provides empirical evidence every day, right? So they
Not for a globe, though. No, not for a globe.
I mean, we have cameras on.
What, a curving, spinning ground? No.
No, yeah, 100%. Live feed all day, every day.
No, live feed.
You have cameras lower than the ISS capturing the curve of the Earth.
No, higher. We're at 630 kilometers. The ISS is down at 400.
Okay, it's still not high enough, bro.
Nah, that doesn't count as empirical, Josh. You're not verifying that. You're just getting, even if that's true, you're just getting that given to you. None of you guys are actually confirming that. And if that was true, then even more reason to say, well then, dickhead colleagues, why don't you go and measure this lake and show us that the curvature that you claim you empirically detect from 630 kilometers up is here on the lake? Because that's even more of a slam dunk. Obviously, they're full of shit if it's not there.
Well, no, I mean, the conversations we've had in the past, I don't think it's detectable terrestrially. I don't think the light passing through the medium makes it detectable. You have to leave. We've had this conversation before. We don't need to rehash if you don't want.
I know, but it's so crazy, Josh, that you're going to spin your wheels on this point again and again. So when you get to reality out in the world on the lake that has to curve, you just come up with some made-up phenomena of light that just makes it measure flat, but then your dickhead buddies at the office say, well, I saw it empirically from 630 kilometers up. Really, Barry? Well, where the hell is it? At the Great Lakes. Oh, well, the light is conspiring to hide it from us. We just have to accept this data that we've been given from 630 kilometers up. And because they don't accept that, they are lower than scum. Can you imagine being such a dope as to say that? Because they're contriving some conspiracy of light to make things measure flat. That we're the idiots? Come on, Josh.
I think the key word there is given as opposed to measure. Like it's not given to us. Like we're operating, all of the antennas and all of the space systems. Like it's like doing a remote capture of a photo. Yeah.
Josh,
They posted it here before the couple that we've made in public.
You don't have Earth curvature antennas. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm saying it's like taking flying a drone and then taking a selfie with it. Right? It's the same thing, except the distance is just greater.
I seriously doubt that's the way it works.
Yeah, except you're not flying a drone and you're not taking a selfie and seeing a ball Earth. Come on, Josh.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And that's why they think that y'all are lower than scum, because they come in here and say that.
Show me the globe selfie.
So let me get this.
Oh, right. I mean, I've got a couple things public.
No, hold on, Josh. You're not whistling past that from the third fucking time. So believing in the globe is a moral question. Is that what you're saying?
No, you just
but when you say someone's lower than scum for not believing that they're taking pictures of a baller from 600 kilometers, that you're lower than scum, you're saying, believe me or you're immoral.
No, not
yeah, that's
moral.
actually a disgusting thing for your colleagues to be saying.
Exactly, dude.
No, I guess it's not lower than scum as in morality. Lower than scum as in like your impact and value to the world is.
Oh, because we don't believe them. So our value is contingent upon believing their bullshit stories.
No, it's not saying that your value is contingent on believing it. It's saying their assessment of this community is that you don't make a big enough impact on the world for you to matter. So getting you to convincing you.
Why is that important? We just turned NASA into a spy agency. How can you say we don't have impact?
I mean, yeah, and they're an intelligence agency. They gather pictures.
Yeah, they
gather
gave it
data.
up after just 10 years.
And counterintelligence.
After just 10 years of us talking, they've given it up. They've pulled their pants down and bent over.
I mean, I'll be interested. I was going to say I have an introductory call with Jared in like 2.5 weeks. So if you're interested in me asking for why they did that, that's fine.
You know,
We
I
know why
would
they
bet
did that.
money that none of your coworkers said any of that. You just want to slide in insults.
Why we
That's
don't
correct.
need to ask a
Disagree.
question. We don't need an answer to the question. Why have NASA now made it official that they can lie to the public? We already know because they've been doing it for decades.
Wait, why does being an intelligence agency mean that you can lie to the public?
Look, dude.
Because they do
Why are you doing that? It's intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security matters. Okay? It's not just intelligence. Counterintelligence, which involves lying to people.
Yeah, and withholding.
Yeah, I'd love to double click on that. Like, I understand some of the reasons why the current administration made that choice under Secretary Duffy, but
it's an executive order.
Yeah, I understand
it's posted on the White House website. It's an executive order. It's not Secretary Duffy. It's Donald Trump.
Who's okay? Donald Trump signs all the EOs. His cabinet and his staff are the ones that draft them.
That's fantastic. But
so it's Duffy,
they have no legal
who is
authority.
The cabinet member who represents NASA. So that's why I said Duffy, because it's him and his staff that drafted that, because I have, colleagues on his staff. So like, I'd be more than happy to get that answer for you if you'd like.
Well, we already know, Josh.
Look, Josh, you're full of shit, dude. Okay? Because it's not just NASA. It's the National Oceanographic Administration. It's the U.S. Patent. It's also the U.S. Patent Office. Did they consult about the U.S. Patent Office? It's a bunch of agencies.
Yeah, the administrative branch of the branch.
Buddies. Yeah, your NASA buddies. So they consult them about the Patent Office?
Consult about what do you mean?
In the executive order, it names a bunch of agencies under the Department of Commerce. NASA is one of them, but there's other ones, namely the U.S. Patent Office.
Department of Commerce and Department of Transportation are two different cabinet positions, like under departments under the cabinet.
That's fantastic. But in the executive order, the agencies that it made, primary purpose, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues, one of those is the U.S. Patent Office. Another one is the something for global media. Did they consult your buddies?
Multiple agencies. Yeah, multiple teams that come together to draft these things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. You're making shit up that you believe to be true, but you don't actually know it to be true. Okay? You're just making shit up.
I disagree.
But why would they have to
when did they meet? When did they meet, Josh? When did they meet?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
I don't have the calendars. No, but I understand that I have folks. What?
Look, listen, you don't know they met. You don't know what they did. You have no idea how the executive order was formulated. For all you know, it came directly from Trump's brain. You just made up that shit about, they all come together and decided upon it. You don't know that.
It's interagency review.
Hold on. Can I ask a larger question here, Josh? Should the public not be concerned that this agency that they've essentially been relying on for their entire worldview for decades now is officially confirming that it can just lie legally to them?
I think that almost every agency lies in some capacity, and it has been lying in some capacity.
The public? Well, how are the public supposed to know if what they've been shown is true if they can legally propagandize and deceive?
Yeah, it's part of the social contract of operating within the society.
Right. So, should the public be concerned about
that? If you want to be, yeah, you can submit a FOIA request or
should they?
A FOIA request to a spy agency.
Yeah, and you can get told
this means they can decline FOIA requests.
Yes, this is true.
So what's that going to do?
All right, go to the polls.
Josh,
I'm sorry.
The obvious answer is it's a rhetorical question. Obviously, the public should be concerned. If you're basing your worldview on information from a counterintelligence agency, then you could just be basing your entire worldview on propaganda. That should be a concern. That is a concern, surely. Is it even raining diamonds on Uranus, Josh? How do we know?
That's funny. Oh, Jesus.
Did they really find a diamond planet? Now everything's in question.
Well, everything's always in question.
Doesn't sound like it, because your colleagues think that the fact that we're questioning it makes us beneath them. Just a second ago.
Yeah. No,
but they're not questioning it. They're not questioning it. They're not questioning
they see it with their own eyes.
They've seen it with their own eyes. No, they haven't.
Diamond planets.
No, I'm talking about the curvature.
An office. A
All
curvature.
Right.
They've seen the curvature with
I'll be
their own
back
eyes.
after dinner. Appreciate it.
Peace, Josh. Yeah. They've seen the curvature with their own eyes.
Oh, Lordy.
I gotta go.
So does
I
he
love
work
that.
for like a space company? Because he talked about like him actually having like connection with these
Yeah,
satellites.
he works for Amazon, and they do satellites. So he thinks he's seen the globe.
Oh.
So
Which he hasn't.
2 weeks before he said that, well, they decided to go a different way with the project and they're going to rename it and rebrand it and all this. 2 weeks before that, I had said, we can probably find it on a live stream. I said, yeah, I think you're full of shit and there's not really a project going on anyway. They're just going to do something else for you because you're getting so close now. And then that's when he came in and said, well, we're on hold and they stopped it and this and that. So it's pretty funny how that's working for him.
Wow.
It's funny because we're asking him, well, should the public be concerned trusting their worldview with a propaganda agency? He's like, well, I guess if you want to be, you could be concerned. Maybe if you ask questions. Like what?
I'm a little confused on the NASA being a spy agency because everywhere I look online it says no, NASA's not not a.
Yeah, they cope about everything. I mean, because as soon as we pick up an argument and start presenting it, then a million Cope little articles come out saying, no, that's not what it means. But yes, technically they are an intelligence agency who do counterintelligence, and counterintelligence includes propagandizing, lying, deceiving, and withholding information.
Wasn't it Donald Trump that said that?
Yeah.
Like he signed it, like he signed it like an executive order issued designating NASA and like some other agencies as having
Yeah, they redesignated them.
counterintelligence, investigative, and national security work.
Yeah, now we can't come after him with pitchforks.
Yeah, so you guys, the Globe side have played defense for so many years now for NASA. They're managing to come up with some kind of plausible deniability scenario where they can just be like, oh, well, if we can legally lie, then by the time they've actually figured out that we've lied, we'll just say, well, that's what we do. It's hilarious, really. I mean, it's essentially just a concession that flat earthers are right. NASA being the only source of quote-unquote direct evidence that we have of a ball Earth.
There's other space agencies.
There's like 7 of them or something. It's the same thing.
All right.
All those private ones, they go through NASA.
Means like SpaceX.
Yeah. We use NASA facilities, take government money.
They get like funding from NASA.
Yeah, they're funded. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing.
For this conversation. Elite boy. Interesting person.
So what do you think? What about my question? Are you concerned that the primary source of Globe evidence has now come out saying that they're legal liars? Does that concern you at all? Yeah.
I know NASA has always had classified things like.
No. Yeah, why would they have to classify anything anyway? I thought they were for all people.
If nothing had changed, why would they have had to make a change?
What do you mean? Like make a change to not make a change? What?
Well, you're like, oh, well, they've always had classified things. Like, what does that even mean? As if you're saying, well, they're just the same as always. But then it's like, well, if that's the case, why the need to redesignate them?
I don't know. Maybe it was to Oh, it's a good question, but I don't know. I can get back to you maybe.
Well, that's not the question I'm asking you, though. I'm asking if it makes you consider the information that you've taken from NASA and presumably believed about, hey, look, we went to the moon. There's the Earth. Hey, we're flying little boxes around a globe Earth in space. Here's the Earth. Does that not make you think back to those things and think, well, if they're now an intelligence agency, all this could just be propaganda?
Maybe.
Does that cross your mind?
I guess I'd have to look more in depth on it. Like,
What more do you need to know?
Research. Like, I don't want this to be my only source of information. I want to do my own.
No, of course. But in terms of this specific point, an agency that does counterintelligence. Do you know what counterintelligence is?
Like the FBI, CIA, things like that.
Yeah.
It's like propagandizing and lying. It's like, intelligence, generally you're gathering intelligence. Counterintelligence, you're putting out bullshit.
Disinformation.
Yeah. So that's part of NASA's remit.
I guess I would be a bit worried what that could detail for the future of NASA, but
Well, should even make you consider the past.
the past. Well, you just said it did it just now.
Yeah, the legal designation has been changed now. But what if that's because in the past they've done things that they wouldn't necessarily want to have to disclose honestly?
Well, it was NASA who gave us the pictures of the weapons of mass destruction to go ahead and attack. So it was NASA that provided all that information at that time. So they've been at least doing intelligence shit since then, at least. So I'm going to assume before then too.
Remember, they took pictures of the weapons of mass destruction that were found not to exist.
Well, come on now. No, they probably just moved them really fast. As soon as we showed everybody in the world the pictures on the news, they moved them really fast.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah.
Am I right in saying that Colin Powell used that claim at the UN to justify their invasion? So think about that, new guy, because you're probably not considering that NASA are a key component in the pointless foreign wars and invasions that are going on, where they go and bomb some poor country. NASA was the one who supposedly gave them justification for doing that. And then what happened with that? Oh, didn't find any. Never mind. Whoops. NASA just got millions of people killed and displaced. Do you know that?
Sorry, are you talking to me still?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh, did I know that NASA allowed for bombings?
The U.S. government used supposed NASA satellite imagery to justify their invasion of Iraq concerning weapons of mass destruction.
It's interesting.
Which were never found. It was untrue. And NASA were the claimed source of the evidence that justified it. So a lot of people have this notion in their head that this is some like benevolent scientific charity going on. No. It's a tool of war.
All right.
Well, wouldn't they have been the ones to deliver every single so-called spy satellite up into orbit?
Are you asking me?
Essentially, yeah, especially early on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's rather nefarious and intelligence related.
Well, surveillance, right? That's how you gather certain types of intelligence by looking. Got a special type of vantage point, right? So yeah, again, another part of their remit. They've always been looking. In this instance, with regards to Iraq, what they said they saw didn't exist.
Yeah, so you could argue that not only are NASA taking $70-odd million a day in exchange for absolutely nothing of real world value to the public, but they're also complicit in the deaths and displacement of millions. Unjustified. And that's apparently the primary source of globe evidence, essentially the only source that anyone ever gives us. NASA showed me. NASA are doing it. But the war criminals, the liars, that's the source that justifies disbelieving your own senses.
Oh, hold on. Wasn't NASA started by a load of German scientists and spies and shit? They started off.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. They were the good ones.
Oh, okay. So they were the good ones. Gotcha. No worries.
Yep.
Everything's
They
fine
were
then.
the good. They were the good Nazis. That's why we said, yeah, for sure. Come on over.
Yeah. The whole organization's nefarious from start to right now. All of it.
Yeah, von Braun was using human slave labor to build his rockets in Nazi Germany. And now they've got people standing on the shore applauding these little rocket launches.
Yay for rockets.
Whee! You go up, honey.
And they're so happy. People are just, they jump up and down and hug each other and cry and all kinds of weird shit.
Did anyone see that video? What was it? It was like a compilation of rocket launches, but it had one video where it was like the dad was filming it or something. The kid was like, "Daddy, it's going down. Why does it look like it's going down? It's going down." And then like the dads are like, "Oh, it just look like it's going down. It's going around the globe, kid." Just getting flat smacked by their honest children. Yeah, NASA are no good. So if we take NASA off the table, how do we prove the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Any takers? Is that guy we're talking to, is that ladies' man again? You still taking
Maybe
notes?
we should trust the Indian Space Agency.
Oh, what? Sorry, what? I'm sorry, I'm like doing it right now. What were you saying?
I was saying,
wow.
If we take NASA off the table because they're nefarious, as we've just described, how do we know that the Earth's a spinning ball?
SpaceX. We can use SpaceX now.
Don't give them the answer.
Yeah, tell them, just say SpaceX, dude, and then I'll tell you why it's no good too. I posted a SpaceX one. Look at the rocket landing on the pad in the water. Look at in 1959 they did it too. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, add to your notes, ladies, man. NASA equals no good.
My notes? Y'all think I'm still taking notes?
Why would you have stopped taking notes? You've only just started.
Just started.
You've only just started. You only just got here.
Did he lose his passion for writing about us?
I hope not.
I mean, well, I wrote as much as I wanted to.
Because that would have been a good note to take. NASA equals intelligence agency, question mark.
So when you first wanted to write about us as how mean and bad we are and how stupid we are, and now what did it really turn out to be? What did it really turn out to be?
Yeah, I never said that.
But what did it really turn out to be like?
But I never said that is the thing. You just put words in my mouth that I never said. I never said you were mean.
That's like, do you still beat your wife?
You did say Indio was a bit mean, but that's fine. I got him to give some examples of his notes yesterday. It's fine. It was all right.
Don't you know how to answer that question, dude? Listen, what you say is, hold on, Cyclone. What you say is, yes, I beat my wife every night at chess. Or try to.
Yes, these flat earthers make a mean burger.
There you go. Me at making burgers. Got it.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to be taking notes. It's okay that you're taking notes, but your notes should focus on the points being made, right? As I was telling you. So those would have been some good notes to take about NASA. Because now you need to go and research and say, if NASA are no good, what's the globe evidence?
Well, I probably researched why is NASA intelligence agency? How did it become intelligence agency? What happened? Why did Donald Trump do there's a lot of things I would want to research.
And what's that going to tell you about them being an intelligence agency that can lie to you?
I need to research the topic more. Like,
They've basically just been given permission to lie.
Well, what bit don't you understand about them being able to lie? Yeah, like, I mean, if they can lie, then how are you going to trust them?
How much can they lie? Just everything? According to
Whatever they want. There's nothing they can do to them now. There's no going to court because they've been naughty and someone needs a smack on the wrist. That's all out the window now. They can do what they like.
There's no like legal definition of how much or how little they can lie. They don't define it for a reason, because they want to be able to just lie about anything. So they could lie about anything. But even the fact that you've got that question, how much could they lie, means you just can't trust them at all. You don't even know how much they can lie. So could be everything they told you. Could be one thing. You just can't know. So you can't just take any of it on faith, surely. How could you do that?
Alright, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm just like doing something. Okay, what did you say? How much can they lie?
No, that's what you said. And I said the very fact that you don't know that already means you can't trust anything they say.
Alright.
So if that were to be the case and you didn't just trust what they say, how would you be able to figure out if the Earth is a ball or not? Could you even?
Doing my own tests, going out.
Okay.
Doing my own surveys. Trying to see.
Have people done that?
Yeah. You guys have sent me the videos of people doing that.
And what did they find?
Well, those ones, they said it came out that the Earth was flat and level.
Okay,
I don't know about stationary. It just showed that the ground wasn't curved.
But surely there'd be millions of these being done by people who are proving it's a globe, if it is a globe. Because there's billions of people who believe in the globe, right?
I guess, yeah.
So why isn't there one? There's not one.
There probably is.
There's not.
Oh.
If there was, why would we be here?
I don't know.
That would be a waste of time. We're here because
we'd sound like crazy people if somebody measured it and we're still here doing this. You guys should really put us on a bus and send us away.
I have faith in your Googling skills. I think if it did exist...
If I could try my own, go out to a beach.
But ladies, man, you're saying you think it does exist. Well, surely it would be one Google search away for you to find that. If you're saying it does exist. Millions of people have measured the globe. So,
I think if there was just one single observation that proved curvature, that's what the final experiment would have been about. But the fact that it was about looking up in the sky says to me that there is nothing that would demonstrate curving drop over distance. Otherwise, that's what the TFE would have been about.
Well, before we segue into that, I mean, ladies, man, you just said someone must have done it. There must be millions of them.
I said there might have been.
Well, could you just Google it quickly and tell us?
Sure.
Because we can't find it.
Google it, like, who is...
Yeah, like which globe believer measured a globe?
Alright.
It has to be verifiable, remember. It can't be one of these
I don't want somebody from 5,000 years ago or 100 million years ago wrote it on a cave wall and all this weird shit. I want who did it, so they can put satellites up around and make sure that orbital mechanics is exactly right, because otherwise people die. You got to understand how this shit works.
Yeah, but on that note,
Wallace, 1870 Bedford level, a flat Earth.
Bedford level.
No,
wow,
yeah.
that
So
makes it
something
flat
that's
water,
level.
though.
Yeah, level
Yeah,
things.
that's level. Anyway, with this, someone keep it on this. Radwin, keep him on this. So.
Oh, sure.
Surface curved away exactly as the globe predicted, about 5 feet over that distance.
No, it wasn't. It was level.
Yeah, level.
Right. Yep. Level.
You know,
yeah, level as in lacking curvature.
So, like when you go there now and you do the same shit, you still get it's level.
Level is just every point is the same distance from the center or whatever you're.
No, that's the made-up globe head definition. It's not having one side higher or lower than another.
Wow, who would say that weird stuff?
So you guys, well, I was told. Hold on. All right, what?
I posted Mark's eclipse in motion for him. He just does a still shot. I actually have one in motion. Did it show up yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how flat Earth in space eclipses the moon.
Yeah, so how did the Bedford level prove the Ursa globe?
I mean, you just asked for curvature, which I can read it again. Flat Earth Advocate.
Right, but have you looked into it? Like, you haven't
one
looked into
Google
it?
search. This I've had like maybe a minute at most.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, so look, this is what happened. Okay, Samuel Robotham first did that test.
Yeah.
Okay, he was a flat earther, and it confirmed that the Earth's not a globe. And then later on, a guy named Wallace did it again. And on that particular day, he said the Earth is a globe.
Mm.
Right? They both did the same test, essentially.
So how do you know which one's true?
Why? So do you think it's a globe on one day and a flat Earth on another day?
No, it has to be one or the other, I'd say. Can't just
Right.
flip flop. So how do you know which one's
Okay.
true?
We'll probably just like write both of them off, I guess, and then look at more modern tests that have been done that actually have footage to go along with them, not just some claimed story about this person did this and there's no photographs or videos of it or anything like that. Whereas now we have amazing technology, right? Like high-powered lasers and high-powered optics, zoom cameras that can zoom in across 20-mile lakes and things like that. Okay, and we've got tests that have been documented on video start to finish that show that the Earth is absolutely 100% not a globe. It's not possible.
All right.
And these have been repeated over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, you could, like, I'm not having a go at you. I know you just looked it up. We asked you to look it up. I don't expect you to know everything about it.
Yeah.
But
I know.
Go ahead, Travis.
I know you're a big Dave McKeegan fan, ladies man. Has he ever done any actual long distance observations that you know of?
I have a giant question, which is, how would you know I watched Dave McKeegan? Like, I know of him. Yeah, I've seen like one or two of his clips.
Busted.
You've mentioned him a couple times. I remember you in the past.
Or if you say one or two, that means more like 15 things.
What do you mean remembering the past? I've like barely been in here.
I remember you from quite a while ago talking about same voice, same person. You were talking about how you heard all this flat Earth stuff. Then you were like, "Oh, I need to go watch some Dave McKeegan videos and clear my mind, get back to normal."
What?
You've mentioned Dave McKeegan's name a couple of times. That's the only reason why I'm bringing this up. And I was just wondering if you knew of any good videos of him measuring long distance observations. That's all.
You want me to search it up? Because I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, well, then if you don't know, you don't know. You don't need to search. I was just wondering if you knew of any.
No, I do not know of any he's done. Isn't he
what these guys do, he is British. What these guys do is they'll cherry pick a dumb flat earther or a bad flat earth argument, and then they'll make a video about it saying this is what flat earthers claim, and here's how stupid it is. Okay, and then they'll get a bunch of views from people that don't know anything about the globe earth or flat earth, and they'll be like, oh my god, flat earth debunked. Dave McKeegan's amazing. You know, he sits there petting his little dog and reading his script. And people, like, he's just kind of tricking people, and he's getting a stack of views and making a bunch of money doing that. But he's not attacking, good arguments. He's not showing validation that the Earth's a globe or anything like that. He's just kind of like ridiculing and mocking and strawmanning and cherry picking. And I agree that quite a few of the arguments that he debunks are shitty arguments, but that's why he's doing it, because it's a shitty argument. It's very easy to debunk a shit argument.
Didn't Dave McKeegan prove that the Earth is stationary when he went down there for the final embarrassment? He sent up an equatorial mountain. It rotated 360 degrees, following the path of the sun on a stationary Earth.
I don't know. Was he on the final experiment? I'm guessing you're talking about.
He went down there with the rest of those yahoos and proved that the Earth is stationary.
Were those people actually flat earthers that went down there?
It's open to debate. I don't think so, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, like two of them probably not. One of them seems to be. Yeah, I mean, like Whitsitt. Yeah, I would say he's a flat earther. Or has been for many years, but Jaren's just a stoner retard, and whoever that girl was, who cares? She didn't really contribute much. And yeah, Jaren did. He's the stoner retard one I just mentioned.
Oh, he's a stoner. Why? Because he's like he believes he lives on a 3,000.
Well, he believes that he lives on a azimuth or equidistant globe projection map with a tiny little sun and moon that circle around the center of the globe map. Okay, so that was his flat Earth model. That's what he referred to as the flat Earth model. And in his little silly model that people have been well-versed flat Earthers have been trying to get him to stop doing for years, right? He said, you can't have a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth model, what he called the flat Earth model. And then he went down there, and who knows what happened exactly, but he even said before he went, whatever happens in the sky doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. But, yeah, he went back to the globe. Thank God, actually, right? Because it shuts down. We've been cleaning up his mess for years.
Yeah, right? He was like an embarrassment, wasn't he? That's like you have to
he was
walk behind him and like, hold on. Yeah, he's an idiot. Wait, everybody. That's what we were doing anyway.
If you type into YouTube, Flat Earther debunks himself, it comes up with a bunch of videos just with close-ups of Jaren's dopey-looking face, basically.
Yeah,
so he's been in other things.
Isn't Jaren the guy?
That seems to be his job.
Didn't what was his name? Something Dave. Didn't he debate him?
No, he didn't debate. He doesn't really debate.
Professor Dave, that was his name. Didn't Professor Dave debate him? Oh.
No, that was Austin Whitsitt.
Is that? I don't know which one that is.
Yeah, that's the redhead guy.
Oh, I know.
Pretty smart guy. Pretty good arguments. Very, very good at debating. Don't agree with every single thing he says, but yeah, he absolutely
did he win the
destroyed
debate?
Professor Dave. Yeah, in that debate.
I'm gonna have to go and give that a look.
Yeah, I recommend watching the breakdown as well. There's a guy called Bruce McGuire, also known as Mindshock, who does a logical analysis of debates like that. And he's unbiased himself. He just goes through and he basically stops the video when someone makes a fallacy. He explained why it's fallacious and what fallacy it was, and what happened. And you'll find that Professor Dave gets hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies in these debates, because that's how he's like a little snake, little slimy little snake that like strawmans, and he's just constantly begging the question and dropping all these fallacies. Very dishonest.
Very dishonest.
It's like a tactic. Yeah, I think he holds the record for the most fallacies in a debate.
So you guys don't like? I know you guys don't like Professor Dave, but how about you guys don't like Dave McKeegan? Like as a person, or I know you.
No, these guys strawman. Okay, they strawman arguments. Okay, they're dishonest. They'll say that
guy. I was thinking of someone else. So
yeah, who are you thinking of?
The guy.
No, that's not him. That's a different debate. That's Professor Dave against David Weiss. So yeah, David Weiss isn't that popular amongst 24/7 Flat Earth community. He's a bit like Jaren in the sense that he believes that he lives on a pizza map, the AE map, and makes a bunch of kind of outlandish claims about ice walls. What's that?
I gotta go.
Who was it? Who was that?
You're right, bro.
Flat Earth Dave?
Catch you later, man.
Flat Earth Dave?
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave. Yeah, Flat Earth Dave.
He lives on a watch.
A watch, yeah. It's a sun, moon, and zodiac.
Yep, that's where he lives, on a watch.
Yeah, Weiss also has a lot of really good arguments. He's very good at talking to people, but then he just mixes in that bullshit every single time with these crazy maps and stuff like that. It's annoying. Yeah, Blue Jumper, he does talk about those maps being speculation sometimes when he can remember. This is the problem, Blue Jumper. Like, shitting on him for that is unfair, you say? No, he makes a bunch of good points, and then he'll bring out the dumbest maps you could ever imagine. Right? That just... It's kind of like what a controlled opposition would do. Okay, they'll make a bunch of good points, and they'll say something so stupid and outlandish that it dismisses everything else good that they said. And they'll be like, okay, this guy's ridiculous making these points. Like, so, yeah, he does a good job at going over some of the basic points, and then he kind of ruins it with his script and his AE map and his Zodiac clock app as well, right? It's a globe map that he's using. It's a globe projection. It's literally a globe projection. So he's always talking about, but he also uses arguments that he knows about arguments. I've heard him admit that some of the arguments he uses are bad, but then he still puts them in his script, right? Like saying, oh, look, NASA, we caught NASA lying because look how big America is on this 2002 blue marble. And then look how small it is on this other blue marble. He's like, busted. Like, he knows that's a terrible argument, but he still uses it every debate. And then he'll use other bad arguments. He'll say, the globe will say, oh, what about a ship disappearing over the horizon bottom up as it goes out? And he'll say, oh, you can just zoom back in and you'll bring the whole ship back to view again. That doesn't fucking happen. You can't, if you see a ship and it's half hidden, you can't zoom in and bring the whole ship back to view again. Okay, you can bring a ship back to view if it disappears due to the angular size becoming too small to see. At no point in any of those videos does the ship disappear bottom up, and then you zoom in, and then all of a sudden you bring the ship back in. Right? So he's using arguments like that. They're like old ass arguments that they're annoying to listen to. And this is just my opinion, by the way. He definitely, he doesn't. Blue Jumper, I watched all of his interviews. He absolutely doesn't say it's speculation every single time. And fair enough if he forgets to sometimes, because he says he's dyslexic. I do believe him when he says that. So sometimes he probably forgets he's doing a live presentation on a podcast. Sometimes he forgets things. That's fine. Brings a lot of people into Flat Earth. As pizza mappers. Still better than nothing, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of bad arguments, right? He's zooming in, showing these out of focus stars, these bokeh stars, and saying, look, this is what stars really look like. They're like orbs of shimmering color, and they're all different. And this is what Mars really looks like. And he shows like an out of focus P900 shot of Mars that doesn't look anything like what Mars looks like through a telescope. Okay, through a high-end telescope, Mars looks like a little blurry sort of red dot. Doesn't look anything like the out of focus orb-looking Mars that he shows, or Venus. But those are shit arguments. I think he knows that as well. Like, if you have a look at what I posted in the side chat, this is from his clock app. This is what he's posting as how the stars work. Right? Does he forget that when we're in the south, we have a southern point of rotation that we see when we look south? Like that doesn't work with this shitty little clock app that he's put out. It doesn't work. It's not what we observe. It's ridiculous for him to suggest that this is what's happening in the sky when it's literally not what we observe. So he's basically saying all the stars everywhere rotate east to west around Polaris. And that there's a big ice wall that surrounds the Earth. Which there could be, but if he wants to make the claim, he should be able to back that up. I don't know what happens when you keep going south. He doesn't either.
Yo, hello?
Hello there. What's up, Mark?
Not much.
Were you the guy that was posting the GIFs in the chat, or the images in the chat, the memes of the moon with the flat disk?
Yes, that was me.
Okay, so we don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet, like a flat disk in space.
Wait,
That
so
would
it's
be a
not flat?
No, Earth is flat, but it's not a flat planet floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so you know what a planet is? You know how, like, planet Earth, like the globe?
Sure, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, and then when you have an eclipse, they say that the sun, the moon, and the Earth line up in a certain way, and it casts a shadow of the globe Earth onto the moon. Right? Whereas in your GIF, or in your meme, you posted, instead of a globe Earth, you posted what would be like a flat disk if the Earth were a flat disk in between the sun and the Earth and the moon. Sorry, the sun and the moon. Okay, which is a straw man. It's not what we claim. We're not claim, like, when most people hear about flat Earth, they just try to, like, squish the globe into like a flat planet. We're not claiming that the Earth is a planet. Flat is not a shape.
you don't think the Earth is a planet?
No. The Earth is not a planet.
Okay, what is a planet?
It's
Holy crap.
Yeah, what do you mean, what is a planet? What do you think a planet is?
Well, it's a celestial object.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you said the Earth isn't a planet. So
correct.
What is a planet then?
Not the Earth, right? What you said is essentially what people think of as a planet. Okay, the Earth.
Yeah, you said it's a celestial object, so I should be able to go in my backyard, look up, and see planet Earth.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, are you? You being serious? Don't sound like you.
Yeah.
Right. So what we're claiming is exactly what we all experience every day of our lives, exactly what we experience and what we can go out and measure. Okay, what you're claiming is the opposite of what we experience and the opposite of what we go out and measure. Okay, and you just believe it because that's what you were taught while you were growing up. And I know it's shocking for you that something that you thought was true your whole life might not be true. And it's going to cause a bit of like a freak out or something like that. But
I mean, probably not, but...
Well, that's fine. You know, each person's different. But your idea of what flat Earth is completely incorrect. And if we were claiming what you think in your head that flat Earth is, yeah, that would be silly. And you would be fair to mock us.
Is this the same Mark that's been coming in here for like a year?
He's been in here. I think it is.
Oh, at least a year.
Same troll with the same troll questions.
Same confused questions. Yeah, I remember you.
It's the same Mark that was here like an hour ago.
Yep. Yeah. Just here to have a conversation. Try to understand more about what you guys think.
What have you learned today?
I like you want a conversation, though, dude. The way you've been asking questions and shit.
What did you learn? Yeah, what did you learn so we can pick it up from there?
Well, I'm not really satisfied with the explanations you guys have.
Which explanation specifically are you most unsatisfied with?
The basic idea that I hear a lot is that, well, it looks flat, which it does, right? To be fair, it looks flat. And you can say then, well, it measures flat, but I think that's maybe where the contention lies.
Oh, okay. What's the contention?
Well, for example, during a lunar eclipse, we see the curvature of the Earth.
No, you see what you think is a shadow on the moon, and then you assume that is caused by the curvature of the Earth because that's what you were told. Okay, you don't see the Earth when you look up at the moon. Okay, so that's not a measurement, right? You're observing something and making a bunch of assumptions. How do you know it's the shadow of the globe? If it was the shadow of the globe, okay, then the water would be curving. So when we go out and test the surface of the Earth for the curvature, it would be present.
Water does curve.
Really? So do you have any evidence of that? Because I have a shitload of evidence showing you it doesn't curve. So maybe we could compare evidence.
Well, what would it take to convince you that the oceans are actually curved?
Empirical evidence, right, of it happening.
Of it you're an empiricist, are you?
Yeah. Is there something wrong with empirical evidence? What are you, someone that just makes assumptions? And then
do you know what the word empiricism means?
In this context, I'm talking about going out and actually testing the thing in question physically.
And have you done that?
Yeah, I have. I wanted to confirm it for myself. So I used to live on one of the biggest lakes in Australia called Lake Macquarie. And I went out, I bought myself a P900. I had a boat. I lived on the lake and I did dozens of tests, different days, different weather conditions. What did I just told you what I did.
Yeah, I'm just saying you did experiments, and you think the results of your experiments proved the Earth was flat?
No, it's a huge list of stacked research, right? So teams of field engineers going out.
That's a huge stacked list of research.
Yeah, huge. Yep. I can present it all. I can show it all step by step. I can show you high definition video of it all. And then you could go and replicate any of it yourself.
Hey, Mark, I replicated your stick on the moon, and it turns out that a flat stick on a moon makes a curved shadow. So yours was wrong. What happened?
Yeah. So
yeah.
I guess I'm just curious, like, what caused you to get really into this stuff?
I saw compelling evidence and I wanted to look into it further. Someone that I knew suggested that I watch some videos. And I thought, okay, that's crazy. This guy's lost his mind, but I had a lot of respect for the person. So I'm like, okay, I'll watch the videos. And then I'm like, damn, there's some good points being made. I think I'll start learning a bit more about the globe and then try to debunk this guy, try to debunk it, right? Because it can't possibly be flat. So, I started learning about the globe and looking into, how did people actually come up with the globe concept to begin with? Who actually went out and proved it, right? Actually measured Earth curvature. And what I found was a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. I didn't find any observations throughout all of history of anyone that's gone out and actually validated that these assumptions actually match reality. And then I saw tons and tons of different pieces of evidence, like observations that had been done by flat earthers, that every single time showed that there were no curvature.
So you consider yourself, it sounds like to me, it sounds like you consider yourself something of a scientist.
No,
I mean, you're trying to really get at the.
It's a category error.
I am.
Oh, you are.
He is, but yeah, I'm not. I'm just a researcher.
You're a researcher.
Yeah, I do research.
Yeah, there's difference. He does research. I actually do other things because I have to, because that's what I do for a living. But yep.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So do you think about this stuff a lot? You think about the flat Earth?
Only when you guys come in here.
You know what I think? It's shocking how little they know about the globe, but how passionately and emotionally
I thought
they
it wasn't a globe.
Yeah, it's not a globe. Did you?
You just said it was a globe.
No, I said I think it's It's crazy how people so passionately defend the globe that come in here, and yet they know so little about it. It's just like it's kind of like a religion. Okay, they have blind faith in something that they have no evidence for. They can't prove it. They just believe it. But they come in here with this like soy boy cocky attitude as if they know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But you could ask them basic questions and they fail every time.
Can I ask you some basic questions?
About what?
About science.
Well, this isn't a question of science, is it? This is geometry. This is a geometric claim. It's not a cause and effect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a cause and effect claim.
You think science is limited to studying causes and effects?
Yeah.
We're talking about natural science in this case, yeah, sure.
And you think natural science is limited to studying causality?
Yeah.
Why?
What else are you going to do?
Study mechanisms.
All right. How do you study the mechanism for your globe gravity?
What is globe gravity?
You got me. We ask you guys the same question every day, and nobody can answer.
Okay. So anyways, could I ask you some basic questions? Because Anti-Glober, you said a lot of people just don't know what they're talking about. But you do, right?
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the relevant questions related.
Well, yeah, you've done the experiments, right?
Well, they're not necessarily experiments; they're just observations. Yeah.
Well, you've made the observations.
Yeah, I've made the observations. Do you want to ask me about the observations?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you a phenomenologist?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. What kind of epistemology do you use whenever you make these observations?
What does that have? What does that have to do with the actual observation that's being done?
Well, it would give me
now
some
I remember
kind of
who you are, bro.
A whatologist?
I remember who you are.
A whatologist?
Guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatologist?
So, do you have an ontology that you use?
Oh, this is your little game, isn't it?
What's the ologist you asked him if he was? We're going to clarify that real fast.
Which one?
You said some kind of ologist. Are you this ologist? What'd you say?
No. Ology means means.
What did you ask him? Yeah, what did you ask him? Phenomena?
Yeah, phenomenology. Are you familiar with phenomenology?
No. So go ahead and explain to the room what that is so we all know.
The study of phenomena.
Example?
Well, it could be anything.
My phone sitting on my desk.
Yep, you could have a phenomenology of sitting at your desk, if you like.
Whoa.
Maybe it wouldn't be a very good one, but you could.
Wow. Anyway, that's great. So that's what you do?
So
you sit around and think about your phone?
No, that was your example.
Hang on a second. Mark, can I ask you a quick question?
Wait, I'm not done asking Anti-Glober.
I know, but it's just a quick tangent to, well, not a tangent, but a quick point to what you're talking about.
I wasn't done.
I know, but answer this, okay? Is a shoe a phenomena?
No, a shoe is an object.
Thank you very much.
Is my phone a phenomena?
Nope, that's an object.
My phone on my desk is a phenomena?
It is an appearance, but it's an object.
Oh, so you changed your mind.
Helps.
Yeah, I'm glad you changed your mind. We're starting to think you're just absolutely a nut job that comes in here for whatever crazy reason. You come in here.
Hey, Professor Triangle, can I ask you a question? PhD?
Only if you can answer triangle questions.
Okay, do you actually have a PhD?
Yep.
And what?
Triangles.
Okay, so you don't.
Why not? DJ gave it to me.
Probably because you don't have the ability to get one. That would be my guess.
I studied triangles for 4 years. longer than that, actually like 10. So I have a PhD.
So you studied trigonometry?
No, triangles.
Do you know what trigonometry means?
Uh-huh.
What does it mean?
I don't know. What does it mean?
You just said you knew.
Well, we're going to see what you know.
Well, it's the study of triangles.
Yeah, I know. Come on. We're going to post something for you. Let's see.
But you said you studied triangles, so I'm asking
only this one. Yeah, no, just triangle, the picture of a triangle. You ready? Here we go. This is the one I study. Ready?
I don't think you're a very serious person.
Are you mad at me because of this?
No, I'm not mad.
All right, answer this question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
I'm not sure. What do you think?
Here we go. I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Which of them aren't triangles?
You tell me.
Well, I suppose D wouldn't be a triangle because it doesn't have interior angles equal to 180 degrees. Did I get it right?
Are you done?
You done? Is that your final response?
I don't know. Did I get it right?
Well, just the fact that you even
there you go. And he wanted to ask me about PhDs and triangles, and he doesn't even know what triangles are or are not.
Doesn't even question B.
Take it away.
Take it away, you guys. Doesn't even question B. That's hilarious.
So what's the right answer?
And also,
oh my god, yeah, there's the answers right there, bro.
One thing to keep in mind too is obviously he wasn't listening to the question, because the question had, right, a plural. It was a question about which triangle.
Wait, I said D wasn't a triangle.
I said, listen, which images or pictures, whichever word it was. Forgive me if I forget exactly. Plural.
Figures.
Right.
Figures. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a plural
question. What does that
question.
have to do with the Earth?
What does it have to do? Because it's a IQ question to see if you can actually read too.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. I can't believe people get that wrong.
You have a really high IQ, Professor Triangle?
You need a compilation videos of all the ding-dongs who can't pass this test.
Professor Triangle, what's your IQ?
I'm not telling you.
Why not?
I don't need to.
Why not? Just tell me.
No reason.
Well, what do you think a high IQ is?
My IQ is 6'7".
Yeah, 6'7". Here, see if you can answer this question. Let's see if you get good at this one. Ready? Which of the following is not a monkey? Oh my.
Is this like a quiz? You think? Are you like quizzing me?
Well, no, you're asking me about PhDs and shit. I want to figure out if I should even be talking to you at this point. Because next, you might have to sign an NDA just to talk to me on here.
Why would I have to sign an NDA?
Answer my questions, and we'll get to that.
Wait, what? I don't really want to do like a quiz. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
So don't talk about people and what they do and degrees and all that shit because you don't know what a fucking triangle is. Now everybody else.
PhD is in your name. Your name is Professor Triangle
I'm like
PhD.
the doctor of fucking you guys up with just a simple triangle.
Okay, can you prove that a triangle has 180 degrees as the sum of its interior angles?
Yes.
Okay, do it.
I'm not at work.
You're not at work? Just explain it to me. Explain it.
No.
Why?
Because I would just prove it to you. We would go over this, and I will take you to some equipment that I can actually do it on and prove that it actually works like that.
It doesn't require equipment.
Yes, it does.
What
you
equipment
have
does it
you have to be
require?
able to measure. Otherwise, it's just a theory.
Are you being serious or are you trolling?
What, you can just eyeball the angle? Don't you need a tool for that?
No, not eyeball the angle. But there's a method to determine the sum of the interior angles of a triangle.
Dude,
don't even
and
know what a
how do you
triangle is.
confirm them? How do you confirm that math is right?
How do you confirm it? You can take out a protractor, dude.
Oh my God, you got to measure it. Jesus, that's what I said. And you're like, what do you mean measure it? What do you mean?
But there are ways of doing it without a protractor. Like you could do it analytically.
In real life, we still have to verify it's correct.
No, we don't. Are you like bad at math?
When he said we, he didn't include you. So when you said we, it wasn't the same we.
Hey, Professor Triangle. What is the angle of a flat surface? What angle does it measure?
180 degrees.
Right. And so how do we
And
measure
left, right and left.
Thank you. How do we measure that a triangle has 180 degrees as the sum of its interior angles?
Add them up.
Does it perhaps have anything to do with a straight line being 180 degrees as well?
No curved lines. That's for sure. Okay. Can't have a curved triangle, can you?
I don't think you know. I don't think you know very much about triangles.
All right, let's see if you know this one. Since you want to ask about the sum of straight lines, what's the sum of the angles of this triangle I just presented? Mark quit, by the way.
Good shit. Professor Triangle strikes again.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's too bad that the guy has to come in here and sound like he's on sedatives or some shit each time.
He's done this many times when you can finally get him to talk. Yeah, I figured he would like that since he wants to talk about what the flat line angle is. Let's see what the sum of that triangle I just presented is. And he just said, I quit. And he left.
Sorry. I did it. It wasn't me.
Flat Earth Cafe.
Also no.
Flat Earth Cafe, you're hot micing, bro. Thanks. Hello, Pedro.
Hello.
Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
What brings you in here?
I'm just interested.
Okay. What interests you about this topic, my friend?
What can I say? Like, sometimes I don't feel like this is true.
You mean the globe?
And the Earth is. Yeah, sometimes I don't know what to think. You know, sometimes I feel confused.
Right, because because you experience the Earth as a flat, motionless plane, but we get told that it's not. We get told that really it's a ball that's flying through space that's covered in water. So yeah, it's kind of confusing, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But and you know all this stuff that pop up like recently, like Americans never went to the moon, and like all these photos were fake, and all that stuff like makes me think like whether it's like you don't know actually, you don't know what to believe.
Right. If we can't, well, most people, that's all that they have to know that, the Earth is a globe. They see some pictures from NASA that they can never validate, and it comes down to faith, And then when you do some research into the moon missions and find out they were faked, it makes you question the integrity and the legitimacy of the images that we get shown. So
yeah, of actually like everything, like what they, because like at one point like eggs are good, and the next day like eggs are bad, or like coffee is bad, or coffee is good, like, and you don't know, like,
it's almost like they don't know what they're doing.
That's a good point. That was like the reversal of the food pyramid when they flipped that one on us.
No, it's not like they don't know what they're doing. Actually, I think that they actually do know what they're doing. It's actually like I don't know what they're doing, and like they're doing whatever they're doing to make us confused, and like to be like like this herd of sheep, that they can like manipulate and do whatever they wish to do to us, like to use for fur, like for meat, and whatever. Like I just don't to be I don't want to be that sheep, who's been like manipulated or used in someone's interest, because I'm feeling like in everyday's like this AI stuff, cell phones, and like everything, like it like it's appearing like it's like just a big scam, that is happening to us. And sometimes actually like I get that feeling that maybe we do live in like fake reality, or maybe like I don't know, like Elon Musk said, maybe we're just in virtual reality already, like you never know. At some point, like Earth seems to be flat, and you just like learning like researching on that topic, and oh no, it's a globe.
Yeah, so that's why we went out and actually started testing for curvature in the real world. And if the Earth is a globe, then most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, they say that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. So that means that because of gravity and because of the size of the globe, that water would have to be curving over distance. And most people don't realize how much it should be curving. So if you had, say, like a 15-kilometer section of water, there should be about 22 meters, about 20 meters of curvature over that distance, over just 15 kilometers. Do you use metric system or imperial?
Metric.
Yeah. So like 15 kilometers, 16 kilometers, that's like 10 miles. Okay, so over that distance, there should be 60 feet of curvature, or about 20 meters.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we can go and test for that very easily. Okay, because things that go off into the distance should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you an easy example to follow along with. Let's say we went to a lake and it was 15 kilometers across the lake, and I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake. Right? There should be 20 meters of curvature over that distance. So I shouldn't be able to see you. You shouldn't be able to see me.
20 meters of like are you taking in, like, are you considering like the actual size of the Earth, right?
Yeah, taking into account the size of the globe. So if we have a radius value, of 6,371 kilometers, that's what they tell us the radius value is.
So you're telling me, like, for example, if I'm like, I'm on the lake, that is 15 kilometers wide, right? And you on the other side of that lake, right? And I'm trying to see, like, to look at you through binoculars. How do you say it in English?
Yeah, binoculars.
Binoculars. Yeah. And I won't be able to see you because of the curvature, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So you would have to be.
So you will be behind the horizon.
That's correct. Exactly.
At that distance, with the given parameters of the Earth globe that we have right now, right? That like the scientists like tell us, like I'm not sure what they are.
Man, you got it.
I'm not sure.
You got it right. So yeah, you can check it yourself. I mean, if you go on Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and it comes up with calculators. There's a bunch of different ones. You can choose any one. And then you can put in the distance, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be on a globe. So,
I've never thought of that. Like, because it doesn't seem like 15 kilometers like is that far.
Yeah, most people think that there wouldn't be much curvature over that distance, but yeah, there actually is quite a bit of curvature over that distance.
So what actually happens if I'm trying to see you through binoculars? I will be able to see you, right? If the Earth is flat.
So what happens? Yeah, exactly. If the Earth's flat, you should be able to zoom across the lake, and you should be able to see me completely.
And actually, that is what happens, right? Because I think we do have that kind of optics, right?
We do, yeah. We have amazing optics now where we can set up as like a powerful zoom camera on a tripod, and we can calculate how high the camera is above the surface of the water, and then based off that height, we can calculate how far away the horizon should be in the distance. So it depends on the height of the camera. So if the camera is, say the camera is 1 meter high. That means the horizon should be.
Let's take like an average height of an average person, like
1.5 meters. Let's say 1.5 meters because I have an observation that's taken from 1.5 meters.
It's not an average 1 point. Like it's a midget.
No. I know like, it's not. It's not that short, like, but 1.8.
Okay,
I think.
Yeah.
6 foot tall.
7.
Yeah, 1.7, 1.8, something like that. So the horizon should be about 3 miles away from an average height person.
Okay.
So 3 miles is about, I think, 4.6 or close to 5 kilometers away.
Yes.
Okay, so
15 kilometers, you won't be able to see a person like who is located from you like at 15 kilometers, right?
No, you definitely not. So look, what I'll do, I have the Earth curvature calculator in front of me right now. I put the link to it in the side chat there. I don't know if you want to do it yourself. Are you on a computer or on a phone?
Yeah, a computer.
Yeah, it's easy. If you just click the link, the Omni calculator, can you see what I posted in the side chat?
No, man, I'm not sure that I don't I know how to.
Oh, yeah, I'll tag you. Okay, so I'll tag you. Okay, so where you clicked in to get into the channel, if you hover your mouse there, you'll see a little, open chat. Okay, and then here's the Earth curvature calculator. So just click on that link. It'll take you to Omni calculator. But you could go to any one you like, but this one's very easy to use. So these are not made by flat earthers. These are just calculators. They're on the internet.
Okay, I had some kind of advertisement about the chat button. Okay, thank you, bro. Yeah, I can see that Earth curvature calculator. Okay.
So we had a lake. Okay, so just in this hypothetical example, I put in distance to object 15 kilometers. Okay, and then eye height level in meters 1.8. And then it tells me how far away the horizon should be, which is 4.79.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, what's up, man? Did you go into the calculator?
Yeah.
Okay,
distance to horizon, it's like 4.79 kilometers.
Yeah.
Obscured object part, what does that even mean?
Obscured object. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? That's what should be obscured. So just say there's a so there's a shoreline on the other side of the lake. It should be obscured by the result that it tells you there.
So, man, I'm getting confused. So that is not what I've been taught in school.
That's what I was taught in school. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's about 3 miles away, which is 4.7 kilometers. You could even go on to ChatGPT or anything like that, and ask. But I can give you a link as well to Washington University. They have a PDF document on how to calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe. And
actually, if Because like for example, right now, like I have like a very vast lake nearby, right, where I can go like, and man, I don't have a binoculars, but I think I can land one, and actually I can see person on a distance like from like who is located 15 kilometers from me.
Yep.
Oh man, I have to check that out. Man, I think like,
definitely check it out. That's what I did. I lived on a big giant lake in Australia, and when I first heard about this, I went and checked it out myself, and I could zoom across the lake, and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, which is about 15 kilometers across the lake.
Man, I live in Russia. Like I live in Russia, and we have like here like Ladoga. It's you know, it is not like far from Finland. You know. Baltic Sea,
yeah, I'm close. Like, I'm just in Poland. Not far.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you know, bro. So man, I have to check that stuff because I never thought that stuff is even possible.
Yeah, so that's so we've got hundreds of different demonstrations that show that we can see huge distances, right? We've even had people go out with really expensive laser beams, and they're shooting the laser beam. Instead of making the observation, they're setting up a laser beam at a certain height, and they're making the beam horizontal, and they're shooting it across the lake to a target that's the same height on the other side of the lake, and hitting the target over distance. Yeah, like 40 kilometers distance.
Oh, okay. Then, still, how do you explain then that fact that we still see the horizon, that we cannot still like we cannot see throughout like the whole surface of the Earth, if it is
so we see the horizon, but we see the horizon. But we see the horizon much further than it should be on a globe. Now, if you look up what the actual definition of a horizon is, it doesn't mention anything to do with a globe. Okay, so what a horizon really is a product of the way that our eyes work. Okay, because we view everything in perspective, in linear perspective. So when we're looking out into the distance, just say we're standing at the water, we're looking out into the distance, it looks like the sky ramps downward and the ground ramps upward, and they converge into what's called a vanishing point. So what you're looking at is a horizon, which is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. It's a product of perspective, and it's a straight line between the vanishing point. But then we need to take
that's why sometimes you see mirage. I don't know how to say it in English. Like
so that's why it's called the apparent, right? The word apparent is in the definition of horizon because it's not at a fixed distance, right? It moves around depending on different weather conditions. So sometimes we could have miraging effects. Sometimes the horizon might look like it's 10 miles away. Sometimes it might look like it's 30 miles away. It just depends on the weather conditions, but it is essentially it's a product of perspective. But on a globe, it would have to be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, then the ultimate question then, what happens when you reach the edge of the Earth?
Well, we don't know. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet. Okay, what most people do when they hear about flat Earth, they think about the heliocentric or the globe Earth version of outer space, and then they think about the globe as a planet, and then they try to replace the globe with a flat disk or a flat planet. Okay, that's not what we're claiming. So we're not claiming that. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's something that we're not claiming. There would be a lot of problems with that. So this is a completely different system. This is a different way of thinking about the Earth system that we live in. And an easy way of thinking about it would be that the Earth is kind of like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. And because we have gas pressure, we're in some kind of contained system. And you could think of the oceans, the world oceans, kind of like a large lake. And then the continents kind of like islands coming out, as islands inside the lake. So the water is flat. The water needs a container, which is the low spot in the ground. Makes sense? Right? So you have a lake.
Yeah. Kinda.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So, and then we have the celestial.
It's just no, man.
Go
It's
ahead.
just like it is. It just hard to wrap it all around, like in my head. Like after all that you've been taught, you've been seeing, like after this, all these Discovery channels, National Geographic and whatever. Like you've seen, like you just cannot picture this stuff in your head
Unless you go outside. Yeah, unless you go outside. Then you'll experience it.
Like I understand what you're trying, like to but in my head, like, okay, the earth is flat, like, and I'm trying to imagine like 3 elephants beneath that earth, standing on the one big, like, I forgot that word in English. Turtle,
Plane?
like standing on the big turtle.
Yeah. Well, these are depictions. These are just depictions by ancient cultures. See, that's something interesting, isn't it?
That's what is popping up in my head, like when I'm thinking about like flat Earth.
Yeah. See, that's just so all of the ancient cultures, which is interesting, all thought that the Earth was a flat, stationary Earth inside a contained system. So can you see what Blue Jumper posted in the side chat? Just to give you, we're not saying that's the perfect map of the Earth or anything like that, but just to give you a general idea.
No. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, the stuff with the sun, like above that picture, like actually where the sun goes.
Well, the sun's moving away. So on the flat Earth, the sun would. Okay, so we don't think the sun is 93 million miles away, like they claim in the globe model. In the globe model, they say the sun is many, many times greater than the size of the Earth, and it's 93 million miles away. And the reason we have daytime and nighttime is because the Earth is rotating once every 24 hours. What we would say is what we would say is that the sun is most likely much smaller than what we're told, and much more local to the Earth system that we live in. And as the sun moves away from you, like, so the sun would take a particular circuit in the sky above the Earth. And that's what would be responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons. And as you can see in what Professor Triangle posted, as the sun moves away from you, it takes its light with it. The light from the sun can't push forever through the thickness of the atmosphere. So as the sun moves away...
Okay, so the point is the sun is not that big enough, so when it moves away, it takes the light with itself. That's why the night comes, because the sun... It's not because you turning away from the sun, because the sun is moving away from you.
Yeah.
And it is not that big as you were told.
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the exact size or anything like that. but the sun and the moon, they both appear the same size, and they take a particular circuit or path over the surface of the Earth, and they reset, right? They go in cycles. So when it's, for example, when it's
that's why eclipse happening, right? The moon just right the size of the sun.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We try to stick to not making definitive claims about things when it comes to sky phenomena. But yeah, there's a lot of speculations about how eclipses could work.
You just said that they the same size.
Yeah. They just happen to be the same size.
It makes sense because like it would be like strange.
Yeah, so the sun takes a particular path, and when it's summer in Australia, it's going to be taking a path more directly over the top of that portion or that section of the Earth. And at the same time, it's going to be very cold in Poland and Russia and Europe. But 6 months later, it's going to slowly keep taking a path over the top, and then it's going to slowly move closer towards the north again, and it's going to get lower and lower in the sky from people observing it in Australia, and it's going to start getting higher and higher in the sky for people observing it in the north. So once it gets closer to its northern circuit, it's going to be summer, in Russia and Poland and all these places, and then it's going to be much further away from Australia. So each day in Australia, if you're observing the sun, right, you're going to be having your winter because the sun's much further away from you, and it's going to look like it's very low in the sky. So it basically takes a particular path, and it rotates between the north and the south each 6 months, creating the seasons.
Now I am even more confused than I used to be before.
Sorry about that.
The saying like the less like the better the sleep. Man, what about like glacier stuff? Glacier periods through the Earth's history. Is it like somehow connected with the Earth or with the sun activity or Earth moving or like whatever? Like, do you have like any theory?
We don't think the Earth. Not really. I mean, we don't have any evidence that the Earth is in motion. As far as anyone can tell and experience and test, the Earth is not in motion. It's stationary. And then we have everything moving like a big clock in the sky. The sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, right? All taking particular cycles. And those cycles, right, because these celestial bodies aren't millions of light years away, like it's claimed in the globe model, it's all connected in some way with the Earth system. And I think everything moves in cycles. So I think we have different cycles with the weather. Some cycles take a long time. And I think a lot of the things that change over the years when it comes to the climate and glacial areas and things like that is due to these cycles. And I think that it's very much unknown how the entire sky system works as a whole. But that's just my opinion. I think everything sort of goes in cycles. So different glacial patterns and things will happen over different periods of time. It's probably been cycling for quite a long time.
Guess what? I got the soundboard working on my Stream Deck, so now I'll just have sounds at my fingertips. More toys on my desk.
Awesome.
Oh man, this is going to be good.
Yeah, any more questions, Pedro?
Not at the moment. Like I'm just trying to how do you say it?
Comprehend the information.
Yeah,
It's a lot of information to take in.
Yeah, not to kind of like to digest, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like it is too much like for one evening.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Okay, but guys, like especially you, bro. I thank you for some stuff that you clarified for me. So
you're welcome.
So thank you again, guys. Good night, I guess, because like I think it is too late. I have to take a nap or sleep.
Yeah, no problem, man. What time is it there?
Oh, it's 4:20 a.m.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's 2:20
a.m. Yeah, I should be already sleeping.
Yeah.
So,
all right, man.
Night,
Oh, I appreciate the conversation. Have a good night, and you're welcome back anytime, obviously.
Okay, you too. Good night, guys.
All right, good night.
Is it Jasmine or Jasmine? Welcome, Jasmine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.